Chapter 501 Aged. The space burial served as a pivotal event which affected every Vandal among the Vril task force. Like a seed buried amidst the fertilizers of the fallen, a new life sprung into being. A new beginning. Those words echoed throughout everyone's minds. VS never imagined that Major Vril could be so eloquent. A speechwriter among his staff must have composed those uplifting and inspiring words. After VS took a mental step back, he realized the eulogy aimed to invigorate the Vandals. The last thing they needed was people getting hung up about the losses they sustained. As a soldier of the Republic, they weren't soft-hearted to the extent that the death of a comrade plunged them into despair. Yet human emotion was a complex beast, and all manner of negative thoughts might bloom in the darkness. Vril's speech served as a light that banished that darkness and guided the thoughts of his subordinates to a more beneficial direction. The underlying message instructed them to cast away the shackles of the past and look towards a new beginning. The act of plunging the caskets into space during the space burial could therefore be seen as a dividing line between the past and the present. Right now, it was more important for the Vril task force to shake off Vision pursuit and escape the kingdom's borders. The Visions must be incredibly furious at the daring act of striking at the heart of their territory. Only by butchering the guilty party would they be able to cleanse their shame. This hounding threat provided the motivation, while the space burial gave the Vandals the impetus to pick up their work. Their productivity soared as they pushed all thoughts of mourning the dead aside in order to deal with the present crisis. VS arrived at his furnished office the next day. The cabin received a clean but luxurious makeover that wouldn't look out of place from a cruise ship. Stylish metal furniture marked with green and brass motifs gave the entire cabin a sense that only the most distinguished gentlemen worked in this office. "This is a bit too much," he spoke after he took in the sight. "You're the boss now. You have to show that off. A barebones office won't do." Iris spoke from the side. The cabin was kind of cramped, as was typical to ships where space came at a premium. Despite that limitation, Iris somehow managed to divide the interior in a way that squeezed in a desk and terminal for her as well. Evidently, she wanted to work in the same room as VS. "I'll go fabricate some terminals," he said. "For now, please make contact with the staff aboard the Shield of Hispania. I can probably pull up some official reports from the terminal once it's up, but it helps if you can tell me their impressions and overall opinions." "I can do that, but be aware that I'm a guest aboard this ship. They won't tell me anything critical." "That's okay. If I need to know about something, they'll pay me a visit or send me some classified documents on their own initiative." After packing Iris off, VS went down to the nearest workshop to fabricate some terminals and other high-tech gadgets to make his office complete. This was something he needed to do by himself in order to ensure that nobody tampered with his equipment. It was a lot harder to detect irregularities if someone tampered with it during the fabrication process. VS didn't go for anything fancy when he arrived at a 3D printer. He selected the most reliable and impenetrable models available in its database, and made some minor tweaks before letting the device do all the work. He didn't even need to intervene in the production process due to the limited amount of variables at play. Once the 3D printer spat out all of the gear he needed, he ordered a bot to bring them to his office. VS accompanied the bot as they climbed the deck and supervised the installation process to ensure nothing fudged the equipment. After realizing that he'd been way too sloppy with regards to information security back at Dietmar 4, VS became way more paranoid about this matter. While he couldn't match Alex's prowess in this area, his rapid study session back then boosted his computer science skill to a respectable level, so he wasn't as clueless as before. Once the bots left the office, VS withdrew a multiscanner attached to his tool belt and carefully scanned every nook and cranny of his office. He paid special attention to the furniture, but the device detected no anomalies. Though the cabin did include some very covert monitoring devices, VS quickly figured out that they were connected to the core systems of the Hispania. In other words, they formed part of the combat carrier's integrated security systems. To be certain, VS sent a quick message to the security department of the ship. They immediately confirmed guess, so VS had to leave the bugs alone. Obviously, no part of the ships escaped monitoring. Everyone was subjected to observation, but just because they came under scrutiny, didn't mean that someone would act on what the bugs recorded. VS keenly remembered treasonous talk among the spacers of the Wolf Mother. That they could get away with that talk meant that the Vandals didn't care too much about small offenses. Even talk of gambling, drinking, and fraternization was met with silence. This absence of action obviously meant that the Vandals couldn't be bothered with trivialities. As long as the spacers did their job, who cared if they broke over a dozen regulations of the Mech Corps? I could probably get away with many things, he figured. That didn't mean it was wise to test the boundaries of what was possible. When you walked close to the river, your shoes would eventually get wet. Still, VS hadn't even formally started his job, but his mind already swirled with temptation. The job of head designer sounded very impressive, and VS guessed he could turn a lot of things to his advantage if he wished. That's probably a bad idea right now. His goal for the time being was fairly simple right now. He merely wanted to survive the current peril and make it through the war alive. Any benefits beyond this came as an extra. Thus, after settling his momentary greed, he calmed down and became sober. Even the enviable amount of power that came with the position of head designer didn't excite him anymore. To him, the job was just another burden. A few minutes later, VS locked down the office and contacted Professor Velton. Unlike VS and Iris, most of the other high-ranking mech designers stayed with Colonel Lowenfield's fleet. The distance separating Lowenfield's fleet and Major Vaux's task force ranged at least a dozen light-years. To put that into perspective, it took at least 12 years for a conventional signal sent from one end to the other end. Nonetheless, communicating with the other fleet happened instantly, and seamlessly as long as both sides had access to quantum entanglement nodes. One of the most basic privileges of a head designer was that they enjoyed expanded privileges when it came to accessing the galactic net and contacting others among the Vandals. His terminal lit up as a projection of Professor Velton's face came into being. Though she looked dour most of the time, VS immediately spotted something different. The professor's eyes were red, and her skin gained a lot of extra wrinkles. Already senile, the senior mech designer had obviously aged substantially in a matter of weeks. Professor, am I calling at a bad time? No, she replied hoarsely but with inner strength. Despite her outward appearance, she sounded as firm as a rock. Our duties must go on. We cannot afford to rest while thousands are depending on us. The professor obviously mourned for Alec. VS learned from his that he was actually the professor's legacy disciple. Alec was her final protege, and one who would inherit most of her knowledge and possessions after she passed away. In the mech industry, the bond between a mentor and a mentee came in many forms. Most of the times, the relationship was shallow and transactional. The mentor taught their students some of their knowledge, while the student toiled for the mentor or paid them something of value. Naturally, more intimate relationships existed as well. To someone like Velton who benefited from a round of light-prolonging treatment, familial bonds often faded away. Mech became her family, and the mech designers she nurtured substituted for her own offspring. Like any parent, a mentor with a deep affection for their student never wished for them to perish before their time was up. The pain that came with this loss was heart-wrenching torture. VS suspected that if Felton's lifespan had just been cut in half at the very least. She wasn't very long for this universe. Once she died, the flagrant Vandals lost their last remaining senior mech designer. The consequences would certainly be very dire if the vandals failed to get a replacement. He minutely shook his head. That was for Colonel Lowenfield to worry about. VS needed to focus on the problems that fell within his scope as a head designer of the task force. VS patiently waited for Velton to get a grip on her emotions. After she regained some clarity in her mind, she turned her attention to him. "Mr. Larkin's son, why are you calling me? You don't possess the privilege to make an intersystem call." Don't you remember? With Alec's absence, I've become the temporary head designer of Major Vull's task force. He waited for several seconds as the professor's foggy mind processed his words. Frankly, that she forgot about his field promotion was inexcusable. VS tactfully refrained from recommending that Velton should visit the infirmary and get her head checked. A light finally switched on in her head. I recall now. This is a highly irregular course of action, but the position of head designer cannot remain empty. Even if you lack the qualifications and experience to take up this position, I trust you will not be too inept at your new job. I'm still uncertain what my temporary job entails, ma'am. I've only heard vague descriptions so far and nobody sent me any instructions. Oh, I forgot to send you the relevant documents. Let me transfer them to you now. I highly recommend you peruse them all, but make sure you do not leak out the contents of the classified documents. I don't have to tell you what the consequences are if you are caught with spilling sensitive information. His terminal beeped upon receipt of a whole pile of virtual documents. VS skimmed over the files and saw that it included a large assortment of lists, budgets, manuals, and schedules. This probably served as his foundation for his new job. Let me explain the role of head designer to you in the simplest terms, she began. A head designer is a mech designer that is the foremost expert among the fleet or task force. This is the most essential criteria, and for this job to land on an apprentice mech designer is highly unusual. In fact, it is unprecedented in the mech corps. In other words, VS needed to fill some very big shoes. I have one question, ma'am. Why not let one of your journeymen act as your head designer in remote? Even if they aren't physically present in the task force, they can still perform just as well. The professor shook her head. This has been done many times, to mixed success. We do not have the right policies and training in place to accomplish such a thing. Physical presence is important. This is why the galaxy hasn't turned into a giant virtual playground where every human is immersed in a permanent tank and interacts with the outside universe through a robot avatar. Humans are very social creatures. A close presence is essential in controlling an expansive organization. VS wouldn't be able to fob off the job to someone else, then. The professor was right that VS probably held the most qualifications to wear this hat, even if it was too big to fit snugly on his head right now. Chapter 502 Balancing AC. The buck stops with you, Professor Velton stated to VS over the channel. Don't let anyone else dictate the mech composition of the task force. Every single mech company must match the specifications set by you. In fact, if you strongly believe you are right, you may even disregard my instructions. VS almost became floored after she said that. Though he knew that the professor was fallible, he still couldn't fathom why he should reject her instructions. Her wisdom as a senior far outclassed his limited perspective as an apprentice. Why should I trust my own judgment over yours? You're the man on the ground, as it were. I am far away from the task force, and the distance will only widen with time. Even if I can gather all manner of information through the quantum entanglement node, it is dangerous to transmit so much sensitive data over a distance. As the mech designer who is closer to the action, the information and impressions at your disposal exceeds my own. How far can I go with this, Professor? As far as you want to. You're the head designer, remember? She sent a brief smile to him. I am not in the habit of micromanaging my subordinates. Though I am not as familiar with you as Alec, Your record and the capabilities that you have shown has given me enough confidence that you can fulfill your duties to the minimum extent. As long as the mechs of the task force aren't falling apart, you will have the leeway to structure their mech composition as much as you like. That's a lot more extensive than I thought. Isn't it dangerous to put so much decision-making power at my disposal, ma'am? She shook her head. You are but one cog in a great machine. A head designer never works in isolation. If the mech designers under your command think you are making a drastic mistake, they'll work to obstruct you in many ways. While you can arrest them and throw them into the brig if they become a thorn at your side, you'll lose a valuable resource that way. You can't possibly arrest every mech designer. Less than 10 high-ranking mech designers accompanied the task force. All of them, including VS, Iris, and Pierce, participated in the development of the core designs of the Flagrant Vandals. Their mastery and depth of knowledge was crucial in solving complicated problems. VS couldn't afford to fall out with his former peers. There are also the main institutions of the Flagrant Vandals. You have the line officers, which mostly encompass the mech officers such as Major Verl and the various mech captains that lead their companies into battle. As the people closest to the action, they are burdened with the responsibility of shepherding their mech pilots through thick and thin. Their approval is essential for any plans you might have in store. That made sense. If VS turned crazy one day and insisted every mech in the task force replace their armor with pig iron, then he would instantly be beset with mutiny among the mech pilots. Major Verl himself may even barge into his cabin at night and butcher him in his sleep. VS shivered a bit. I understand, ma'am. I'll be sure to take their opinions into account. The line officers care most about the specs and the concrete fighting capabilities of their mechs. These are highly trained mech commanders who want what is best for their men regardless of the cost. However, the Flagrant Vandals aren't in a position where we can disregard our budgetary concerns. Good mechs tend to be expensive. Exactly, Mr. Larkin's son. Keep in mind our current circumstances. We are knee-deep behind enemy lines, with not a single safe harbor in sight. The nearest neutral star system is months away. Acquiring the right materials is a challenge under these conditions is a challenge in itself. VS knew that to maintain 1,000 mechs required an ungodly amount of materials. Though the Vandals looted a lot of valuables from the Deepman system, they prioritized the most valuable materials instead of the most relevant materials to maintain the mechs they currently fielded. It was like a hungry man robbing a luxury handcrafted bag store. The robber may have come into possession of valuable bags, but that wouldn't satisfy his hunger. This pretty much described the current state of Major Verl's task force. This is a lot of work. VS frowned. There should be others who are responsible with procurement, right? That is correct. The staff officers are responsible for logistics and more. Most relevant for you is that they keep track of what the task force currently lacks and draw up plans to replenish any shortages. They also maintain relations with the VRF. In your current condition, you should lean on them to initiate trades with the rebel group. Within enemy space, only they can quench the task force's thirst for essential resources. VS felt as if a boulder lifted off his shoulders. He would truly tear his hair out if he needed to be responsible for supplying resources as well. So I need to work together with logistics to supply the task force with the materials to repair and maintain their mechs, right? That is correct. They favor their own priorities, of course. The planners in charge of resource management wish to expend as little money or resources as possible. Their desire for efficiency grossly outweighs any other concerns. In truth, if not for their tireless efforts in maximizing every possible means at our disposal, the Flagrant Vandals might have long gone insolvent. Back when VS worked at the Wolf Mother, Professor Velton assigned him to the planning department for some time. Back then, he thought that the professor merely wanted someone sensible to act as a liaison between the logistics officers and the mech technicians, but now he realized that the professor was a lot more far-sighted than he thought. Did she nurture him for this role beforehand? Even as a contingency, the professor could never imagine that he needed to take on the role of head designer so soon. Still, reality never cooperated with anyone, and VS got thrust into the job long before he was ready to take on this responsibility. The brief amount of time he spent in the core of the Wolf Mother exposed him to the perspective of the logistics officers whose job was to make sure that every ship and every mech received adequate supplies. Whether the professor deliberately groomed him or not, that exposure filled up a critical hole in his experience, thereby rounding out vision so that he could encompass everyone's perspective. Though this did not bolster his confidence too much, he at least felt some reassurance that he wasn't working alone on the problems plaguing the task force. The professor pointed something out to him. Major Verl will have a staff at his disposal that leads the various sections of his command. One of them is certainly responsible for logistics, so that is your first contact point if you need to acquire specific resources. Understood. As you can see, the role of the head designer doesn't necessarily entail any hands-on design work. Maybe you feel that a critical job can only be performed correctly by you, but I advise you not to intervene in person too often. Your time is better spent on the primary task of your position, which is to act as the coordinator that brings different parties together to ensure that they have the appropriate mechs on hand for their next missions. In truth, being a mech designer wasn't necessary to act as a coordinator. It only helped with making the right judgment in drawing up the task force's mech composition. If someone changed the job name from head designer to mech coordinator, anyone could perform this job really, though they needed to be proficient in many technical matters. There is one more responsibility that you should take note of. Are you aware that there is an expert mech pilot attached to your task force? Ah, yes, ma'am. I was there when Major Verl asked Venerable O'Callaghan to deploy. The Venerable refused. The professor sighed and grunted in frustration. That stubborn old coot. Venerable O'Callaghan is a special individual. He has his eccentricities. In truth, his relationship with the Vandals is less than stellar. Rather than a comrade, he is more of a mercenary of sorts. In other words, Venerable O'Callaghan was only a member of the flagrant Vandals in name. Having heard his story, VS knew that the expert mech pilot bounced around in the Bright Republic and the Friday Coalition before being kicked to the Vandals. O'Callaghan was undeniably an expert mech pilot. However, much like Professor Velton, the man went through a botched life-prolonging treatment. Combined with the fact that he was as old as the professor and that his growth potential had long been exhausted, nobody really valued him anymore. It was no wonder the man degenerated into a cynical old bastard. Not every venerable lived up to their title. A feeling of dread crept up to his body. Do I need to be responsible for O'Callaghan as well? In short, yes. To be more exact, you are responsible for the upkeep of his custom mech. Every expert mech pilot in a mech regiment is accompanied by his own personal design team. You haven't met them before, but with your recent elevation to head designer, they answer to you as well. I take it that maintaining a custom mech is not very easy. The professor smiled awkwardly to VS. I'm sure you're familiar with the saying that you get what you paid for. Behind the eye-dazzling performance of expert mechs, there is an enormous cost. To put the burden into perspective, a mech fit for an expert pilot's cost as much as a combat carrier to build and maintain. VS wanted to puke when he heard the sum involved with maintaining a single mech. Even the Lord Javier's loquacious Raphael wasn't that perverse. How bad is the problem? You do not have to take care of the design of his Lancer mech. This is my own duty, and the responsibility to modify the mech to my latest iteration lies with O'Callaghan's design team, she answered. It would have been ridiculous if VS needed to take over the design of an expert on his own. Nonetheless, O'Callaghan can be demanding. The custom mech I've designed for him does not adhere to any single design. In actual fact, I've developed and maintained over 20 different variants of the same design. Each of them differ in minor ways to accommodate different environments, counters, cost, and resource demands. Some variants are more powerful than others. VS ventured out a guess. Of course, the best is also the most expensive. The professor nodded. Venerable O'Callaghan wants the best of the best. He has made that very clear to me and every mech designer that he has worked with for years. When he doesn't get his way, there is little we can do to compel him to follow orders. An expert mech pilot was a demigod among men. Even a cranky grandpa like O'Callaghan received the worship and veneration of the rank and file. From the stories of the Larkin sons, VS knew that all of this hero worship tended to inflate the heads of expert mech pilots to a ridiculous degree. So when it comes down to it, I'm indirectly tasked with managing our only expert mech pilot's ego. You must carefully balance the needs of Venerable O'Callaghan with the needs of the rest of the task force. However, no matter what you decide, you cannot afford to neglect either of them. Your escape from Vision space depends on both numbers and quality. Perhaps this was the most challenging and essential responsibility on his shoulders. VS realized that managing O'Callaghan formed the critical factor in keeping the mechs of the task force going. If he screwed it up entirely, their chances of escaping the kingdom and completing their next mission would drop to nil. Chapter 503 Dice Rolling. The Vril Task Force transitioned back into FTL immediately after the space burial. They needed to leave the vicinity of the Deepman system as soon as possible in order to throw off pursuit. In truth, the caskets thrown out into space for the space burial might easily be detected by any scouts that entered this system. VS guessed that Major Vril wasn't stupid enough to leave behind some breadcrumbs without a good reason. Perhaps there was a deliberate element of strategy here. I don't think anyone in the kingdom expected your Vandal fleet to split up, Iris explained when she saw his puzzlement. It's even more perplexing that this task force is heading in the opposite direction. At the very least, it would scramble the defense forces of the kingdom and force them to split their focus, but only up to a certain extent. Each fief in the kingdom hosted their own separate defense forces. Each noble house maintained their own garrison fleets that ordinarily guarded important star systems, but they were not above combining their forces and pursuing an intruding element like the Vandals passing through their domains. Of course, each house eyed each other warily, so they wouldn't easily team up. Not even the royals possessed that much power. Even the Mech Legion couldn't resist being fractured by the competition between powerful interest groups. How dangerous will it be to sneak this task force to the Reinald border? VS asked. Very challenging, Iris said. We managed to breeze through their territories because we successfully hid our presence. That's no longer an option. Your VRF can't keep hiding us? Not when the entire kingdom is alarmed and out for our blood. We're close to the heart of their kingdom. There is no way the Vision nobles will tolerate our escape. They'll deploy much more probes to the surrounding star systems. The rebel groups aligned with us can obfuscate some of the probes, but it's impossible to catch them all. After some clarification, Iris explained that the VRF would only be able to keep their journey hidden at some points along their route. There were still many desolate star systems within the border of the kingdom, but the odds of detection when transitioning out of FTL was roughly 30%. So 1 times out of 3, the task force's presence is passed on to the Visions. While that wouldn't be sufficient to catch up on us, they can make a good guess where we will transition to next and prepare enough ships to greet our arrival with a storm of fire. The odds of guessing our next destination shouldn't be easy, VS pointed out. There's dozens of potential destinations with each hop in our journey. Also, it's impossible for those selfish houses to volunteer their valuable defense forces to clash against us wholeheartedly. What benefit would they receive if they hindered the formidable task force? A force that consisted of half a mech regiment was no joke. Even though they split their mech complement between space-borne mechs and land-bound mechs, not every noble house can conjure up hundreds of mechs at the snap of their fingers. You're right about that. Much of the kingdom's military strength is transferred to the front lines. With the absence of first-rate mech divisions and mech regiments, what's left behind are second-rate defense and garrison troops. They play a vital role in the defense of critical infrastructure. The moment that someone redirects these forces to somewhere else, the VRF will instantly instigate the local rebel groups to strike their defenseless assets. In a way, this was an open conspiracy between the VRF and the noble houses. Even if they wished to fight for the glory of taking down the intruders that brazenly raided the demon system, they couldn't afford to sustain any damage to their industries and defensive installations. Still, it's hard to believe that the Visions don't have any large mobile assets available to defend their own territory. Or else, any random pirate swarm could have wreaked havoc within their borders. It sounded too stupid if that was the case. The Vija kingdom stood stable for hundreds of years, and grew up alongside the bright republic that would have pounced on this weakness. That's the most dangerous part in our escape. The Mech Legion hasn't sent all of their mech divisions to the front lines. Every duchy is still in the process of mobilizing their mech forces. Even if their mech divisions are incomplete, they can easily overwhelm our task force if they manage to catch up to us. The premise here was that they could catch up to the Vandals at all. Splitting up the divisions into regiments or smaller allowed them to cast a wider net. However, the Vandals could easily pierce through a net that was spread too wide. Basically, it all came down to luck and probability. VS guessed that they would probably get caught a few times along their 2-month journey to the re-annulled Republic. VS summed up the task force's predicament. It's as if we are playing a game. Each new turn, we get to take a step forward, but we also have to roll a dice. If our luck is good, nothing will happen. When their luck took a bad turn, the task force might need to fight their way out. Battle was inevitable. Thus, it's important for you to get your act together, VS. A head designer isn't just a figurehead. It's a position that demands tough decision-making. A critical oversight might lead to bad matchups in the coming battles. The lives of hundreds of mech pilots are at your mercy. Iris might have exaggerated a little, but VS did wield enough influence over mech policy to affect the outcome of any battles during this period. Even if he maintained the status quo, that was also a decision in itself that may attract some blame to him if a battle went south. At his first day of work, VS needed to get apprised to current status of the mech companies under his purview. Naturally, VS wouldn't be able to call up a convenient system-like status page for every mech company, so he needed to do things the old-fashioned way. He read a lot. Major Vrl's ships had a 4-day journey ahead of themselves before they arrived at the next star system, so VS spent almost every hour getting up to date. In the meantime, he issued a broad instruction for every mech company to perform repairs at their own judgment. He only added an extra instruction to channel most of their available manpower and resources to fixing up their space-borne mechs. Without the strength to contest in space, the task force could forget about escaping Vision space. For his reading marathon, VS first tackled the welcome package sent by Professor Velton. Some of it contained regulations that reiterated the points in their discussion, but in more exact and official terms. The most important point was that a head designer still fell outside the chain of command. Nothing changed in that matter. VS wouldn't be able to point to a random crew member aboard the Shield of Hispania and order them around. In practice, this meant that his scope was wide, but his actual authority was more nebulous. If he couldn't convince the mech officers and the staff officers that his decisions benefited the Vandals, they would be free to treat his words as air. "This isn't very different from my days as an entrepreneur," he snorted. The only thing that's different is that my customers have changed. Before, I tried to sell my Mech to the market. Now, I have to sell my proposals to a single customer. In truth, the flagrant vandals didn't consist of a single customer per SE. Though a Mech regiment imposed a high level of standardization, every Mech company performed a different role. Besides distinguishing themselves as space-borne or land-bound units, they also pursued a broad specialization, such as scouting, defense, or assault. After reading the mountain of regulations, VS dove into the nitty-gritty of the flagrant vandals. He not only read through Velton's summary, he also dove into the databases to make his own investigations. A clear picture started to form in his mind. As a rule, the vandals really like to raid. Their space-borne assets leaned towards lighter mechs, and most of their mechs fulfilled some sort of offensive role. Their defensive capability was frankly piss-poor. We don't have a lot of knights or riflemen mechs on our rosters. This presented a fairly substantial hole in their mech lineup. The flagrant vandals only excelled at a limited variety of mission profiles. Once they performed a mission out of their element, their strength took a nosedive. From another perspective, the vandals acted like a sharp and silent dagger. A large proportion of their combat carriers and mechs were quite fast, and could appear in unexpected locations with ease. Once an enemy detected their presence, they could either strike hard and fast or scurry away like cowardly rats. We're basically a one-trick pony. This deliberate direction enabled the vandals to become very good at what they did. It also earned them a decent amount of efficiency compared to a balanced Mech regiment. Mech pilots could easily transfer between different Mech models that performed the same role, and Mech technicians were highly familiar on how to tweak the mechs to bring out their strengths. Mechs that performed similar roles also used up the same broad pool of material types. For example, a Knight Mech design mainly utilized dense alloys, while a Skirmisher Mech exclusively made use of lightweight alloys. Plenty of exceptions existed, of course, but light and skinny medium mechs were responsible for the bulk of the task force's resource demands. This emphasis tremendously eased the logistical burden of the vandals. Rather than drawing up smaller amounts from a large pool of material types, they instead drew up larger amounts from a more limited pool. It was like the difference between someone eating a varied diet of food and a crazy person that predominantly ate eggs. While the latter person also ate some fruit, vegetables, and meat, but it was to such a small extent that they barely played a role. After analyzing the task force's Mech lineup from the perspective of the line officers and staff officers, he turned his attention to the giant anomaly in their midst. The professor wasn't kidding that maintaining an expert pilot costs as much as a combat carrier. The abundant amount of money in the form of resources spent on upkeep, repairs, and overhauls easily surpassed several billion credits on an annual basis. Even a normal Mech regiment would have a heart attack if they wished to support an extra expert pilot. This black hole in their roster and budget swallowed so many resources that even the vandals couldn't bear the expenditure. Digging a little further into the database, VS found out that the vandals actually retained 2 expert pilots. They're already in the red for supporting 1 expert pilot. Adding another is straining their budget to the bursting point. The dire financial position of the vandals could partially be attributed on their insistence in supporting 2 expert pilots. Some Mech regiments outright went without any expert pilots because they couldn't find any or bear the cost of upkeep. Naturally, the saying that you got what you paid for also applied in this case. An expert pilot paired with a supremely built expert Mech formed a very powerful spearhead that could be sent to accomplish the impossible. For someone like Venerable O'Callaghan, fighting 1 against 100 wasn't out of the question. At least it's a good thing that he's piloting a space-borne Mech. O'Callaghan piloted a Lancer Mech, which was basically a spearman Mech with a flight system. His Mech excelled in duels where its lance could chew up any enemy Mech in its way with a single charge. The only demerit to this mode of combat was that he couldn't eliminate mechs in a group. That should be another deliberate choice, VS mused. The regular vandals can take care of the cannon fodder. O'Callaghan should only be brought out when the enemy threatens our rank and file with elites. The Venerable's Lancer mech could also be converted into an aerial mech that was suitable to operating within the gravity well of a planet. The conversion process demanded a lot of time and resources, though, so the switch needed to be done well in advance. All in all, the mechs of the task force appeared to be very strong in riding. However, VS also spotted the cracks while riding between the lines. Chapter 504 Discrepancies. The official reports and summaries painted a fairly rosy picture of the mechs he needed to take care of. Even a 3-year-old child could spot that the people who wrote these reports tried to paint themselves into the most favorable light. They might not be telling outright lies, but there were many ways someone could massage a report. VS did it plenty of times in school when an assignment was due but hadn't spent enough time in his studies. Fortunately, very few of the people who wrote the reports had mastered the dark arts of bureaucracy, so VS easily deduced their transparent attempts. By and large, most mech captains demanded more or better resources. Both of these demands came with different benefits. Allocating more resources to their units allowed them to bounce back faster after sustaining losses. Raising their allowance better resources allowed them to upgrade their mechs. Some mech companies wanted to build up a deeper reserve. Others wanted to raise the overall quality of their mech roster. The greediest mech companies even begged for both. Fortunately, the mech captains already got used to being rejected. No matter how much they whined, the people in charge of procurement and resource management couldn't conjure materials out of thin air. Still, the constant exaggerations in the reports made it difficult for VS to get a true picture of their current state. VS needed to dig beyond that and study individual maintenance reports and such to get at the heart of the matter. This was extremely tedious work. A regular person needed months to process all of the documents. They not only needed to pick the most relevant files to read, they also had to recognize the most relevant data and interpret them into useful information. Leaving the work aside to AIs provided unreliable conclusions, because VS quickly realized the raw data had been fudged as well. It doesn't take that much volume to replace a chest plate. The AIs hadn't been trained to pick up these subtle irregularities in the data. Even an average mech designer wouldn't be able to spot the differences, because they often skirted around the margin of error. Basically, it was as if VS told a kid to purchase lunch for himself. The kid runs to a sandwich store and then comes back to VS to tell him that it costs 2 credits for a sandwich. VS had no reason to doubt this price, so he casually transfers the credits to the kid, who proceeded to buy his lunch. In actual fact, the kid hadn't been entirely accurate when he reported the price. The sandwich actually cost 1.99 credits, which amounted to a discrepancy of 0.5%. A loss of 0.5% isn't much in normal circumstances, VS determined. But at the scale the Vandals are working with, it's a serious problem. Nobody cared about this problem if it happened in a low-level situation, such a kid trying to fool their parents. The parents only lost 0.01 credits, which was an absolute pittance to even the poorest citizens of the Republic. Mech regiments operated at a scale of billions of credits. The upkeep of a standard mech company that consisted of 40 active mechs and 20 or so reserve mechs already amounted to tens of millions of credits. Naturally, this credit sum would easily spike in the hundreds of millions of credits after every operation when a mech company sustained several casualties. These periods of intense demands and vigorous repairs led to a large amount of resource transfers. It would be easy to slip in a discrepancy in the midst of all of this activity. Frankly, if VS hadn't started up his own business from the ground up and fabricated many copies of his own designs, he wouldn't have developed an eye for this sort of stuff. The covert manipulation of resource usage effectively amounted to embezzlement. His face grew dire at this realization. Who was responsible? Who would enrich themselves or increase their leverage at the cost of the entire Mech regiment? The Mech officers probably aren't in it, he quickly determined. They don't have the technical acumen to pull off this kind of heist. Besides, their whiny reports emphasized other faults. That left VS with 3 categories of culprits that he could think of. It's either the Mech technicians, the Mech designers, the logistics officers, or a combination. He ruled out the latter too. A conspiracy between multiple parties involved too many people. News would get out sooner or later in that case. As for the people responsible for logistics, having worked alongside them for a time, VS knew that they held themselves to a rigid standard of precision. One of the things he learned from Professor Velton's reports was that logistics had often been in a state of shambles with the Vandals. The lack of talent sent in their way and the dubious integrity of anyone exiled to their Mech regiment meant that their records were filled with lies. Their account books contained more imagination than fantasy books, and various discrepancies brazen exceeded 50%. Colonel Lowenfield's arrival to the Vandals upended their awful tradition of sloppy record-keeping. She overhauled the logistics department of the Vandals from the ground up. She kicked out or demoted the worst offenders while forcing the remainder into grueling retraining sessions. The Vandals kicked and screamed when they had to go through this painful reorganization process, but it was an act akin to cutting out the sickened flesh from a diseased body. Over time, the flagrant Vandals enjoyed the benefits of cleaning up their act. As one of her most important pet projects, the transformation of logistics should have been a continued priority of Colonel Lowenfield. Under her persistent gaze, nobody would even think of skimming from the top. So it's either the Mech technicians or the Mech designers who are taking advantage of this somehow. The main question rolling in his mind was how someone benefited from the embezzlement. It wasn't as if anyone could expect to hide a few 100 tons of alloys underneath their bunks. The materials being embezzled will need to be used immediately. They can't be stored for long, or else the pervasive monitoring system in every ship will pick up the goods. VS tried to imagine how it could work. He envisioned a situation where some low-level Mech technician inputted a resource usage of 5,000 kilograms of lightweight alloys, but his actual usage only amounted to 4,975 kilograms. That left this Mech technician with a small but fairly substantial surplus of 25 kilograms, which would be worth tens of thousands of credits if sold in the open market. How can that low-level Mech technician transform 25 kilograms into actual credits? VS saw no way this could be done, not without the Vandals detecting something fishy. Maybe it's not about earning credits. Perhaps the illicit trade took the form of an internal black market among the Vandals. Perhaps the Mech technicians became tired of working under scarcity, and developed this method as a way to get their hands on critical materials that the high and mighty wizards that worked at logistics refused to dispense in their hands. This sounded a lot more innocuous than trying to sell the embezzlement materials in exchange for money. While it was still an unacceptable practice, it fell into the maxim that the Vandals needed to get things done no matter the rules. In such a case, VS didn't feel inclined to stamp it out as long as the embezzlement remained within the range of the margin of error. He knew that being uptight in a Mech regiment with a fairly weak tradition for exactness spelled a lot of trouble. In the end, VS wrote up a report of his observations and backed them up with proof from the data available to him. After some thought, he marked his report as sensitive. Only Major Verl and his staff would be allowed to read its contents. Iris. Yes, boss? The woman looked up from her desk. Please bring this secure data chip to Major Verl or Lieutenant Commander Soapstone. Iris stood up from her chair and walked over to receive the data chip. Who do you want me to approach first? Try bringing it to the attention of the Major if you can. If not, you can try your luck with soapstone. Whatever you do, don't let anyone else receive the data chip. Its contents are fairly sensitive. Iris threw a questioning gaze at VS, but he refrained from throwing her a hint. Perhaps he was making a mountain out of a molehill, but he really didn't wish to leak out his suspicions. If the more serious kind of embezzlement happened under the table, then he risked making powerful enemies among the vandals. Now that he wore the hat of head designer, he needed to rely on trust, persuasion, and mutual interest in order to enact his changes. Burning his bridges with the offending party within the first days of his job was a one-way ticket to irrelevance. VS watched her leave their combined office and hoped that the major wouldn't refuse the data chip. Early on, he memorized the names of the staff under Major Vull. He found out that Lieutenant Commander held the reins with regards to resource procurement and allocation. As the powerful staff officer in charge of logistics, she could directly empower or cripple a mech company in the task force according to her whims. Of course, Soapstone wouldn't get away with overt favoritism. In fact, from the rumors he heard, Soapstone was one of Lowenfield's protégés. One of the more peculiar aspects of logistics officers was that they would sometimes be fulfilled by someone holding a naval rank rather than a mech rank. The Mech Corps operated on a weird organizational structure where the mech officers held army-like ranks while the ship officers adopted naval ranks. This might lead to confusion sometimes, but overall the primacy of mech officers was well established. Back in the Age of Conquest, an admiral was more powerful than the president of a state. The power to determine the life and death of entire planets was a powerful drug. Now that humanity reached the age of mechs, nobody would bat an eyelid if a mech captain issued orders to a fleet commander. Ship officers worked in the background these days, so nobody found it strange that they would be subordinated in such a fashion. When VS entrusted the data chip to Iris, he wasn't afraid she would succeed in cracking it and peek at its contents. While the flagrant vandals endured a lot of neglect from headquarters, they still enjoyed access to their central database, thereby allowing them to employ the latest technologies available to the Mech Corps. The military-grade data chip that VS handed over to Iris came packed with a dizzying array of security features, all without adding to its bulk. The moment someone tried to tamper with it, the entire data chip would go up in flames and melt into a useless puddle of alloys and composites. Nobody could retrieve any data from the melted chip unless they possessed the power to turn back time. Besides, with the ever-present monitoring going on, Iris would never have the opportunity to fudge the data chip, even if she visited the toilet. Half an hour later, Iris returned. Major Vull probably likes you a lot, because once I told him that the data chip, he immediately accepted it. He pushed aside his other work and started digging into it immediately. Did he tell you anything or pass on a message to me? Not as far as I'm aware of, boss, she replied. A few seconds in, he shrugged and dropped his smile. I think he deliberately adopted a poker face in front of me. He also activated a privacy screen around his desk after shooing me away. That didn't tell VS very much. In the back of his mind, there was always a chance that Major Vull might have a hand in the embezzlement. If this sort of dealings happened with the blessings of the Major himself, then VS might have landed himself in a very deep swamp. He still had his principles, though. VS made his choice. Now the ball was in the Major's court. Chapter 505 Profiteering. It didn't take long before VS received a summons from Major Vull. He calmly closed his terminal and closed his eyes. Seems like this is a serious issue after all. The level of embezzlement that happened on an individual level wasn't too great, but when it had reached such a scale that practically every workshop was involved, the losses added up. If all of the profits from these activities channeled in a small number of masterminds, then what VS reported just threatened their livelihood. The one thing he was afraid of most was that this level of corruption had reached the highest level. If Major Verl or Lieutenant Commander Soapstone received a cut of the profits, then VS enormously harmed his relations with two of the most powerful officers in the Verl task force. Still, I can't sit still and do nothing. Though VS readily admitted to himself that he wasn't above pulling dirty tricks, he hated it when others tried to pull the wool over his eyes. Now that he accepted the job of head designer, everything concerning Mech came under his purview. VS was not the type of person who tolerated employee theft. Ugh! I'm thinking of the Vandals like a business again. He shook his head. He couldn't help but make the parallels between his job as a head designer and his status as a business owner of the LMC. It would be a mistake to adopt this mindset, because the web of power was much more complex here. Back at the LMC, he was not only the founder and sole designer, VS also relied on his majority ownership to exert total control. While his reliance on agents and employees effectively limited his power, it remained a fact that VS held ultimate authority over his firm. In the Vandal command structure, the Mech officers formed the main combatants as well as the main decision makers. The ship and staff officers, on the other hand, mainly executed the decisions made by the Mech officers. Mech designers like VS existed outside of this command structure and acted more like external consultants. Even Professor Velton, who shared the most intimate relationship with the Vandals, held no military rank. Because VS fell outside the conventional command structure, he also benefited from a different perspective. That was why he went through with informing Major Verl of his findings. Even if he pissed some powerful Vandals off, they couldn't do anything to him, at least outwardly. The most they could do was try to marginalize his influence. If that happened, so be it, but VS cooked up several plans that would counteract their petty attempts. VS may not be a journeyman Mech designer, but his skills overshadowed everyone else's in the fleet. If it came down to it, VS wasn't above pulling up his sleeves to impress the savages of what a good Mech designer could bring to the table. As VS stood up and exited his office, Iris called out to him just as the hatch slid open. "Boss, are you going out?" "Yeah, it seems like what I dug up requires an immediate response. Stay here and keep collating the data." "Will do." After VS made his initial discoveries, he didn't feel like digging into the data anymore. He pushed some of the duties onto Iris, who unfortunately couldn't match his intelligence. VS keenly witnessed the difference between his own capabilities and someone with more human-like intelligence values. Despite benefiting from a minor boost in mental capacity due to her Jupiter family heritage, she required weeks to do what VS could complete in a day. This must be another reason why Professor Velton thought he would be suitable to take on the role of head designer. He processed data faster than others, which helped enormously in a data-oriented job like his. Head designers needed to make difficult decisions according to the information at hand, and VS could take in much more information at much higher speeds, so he possessed a definite advantage in this area. Any other Mech designer thrust into this seat would quickly be overwhelmed by the sheer amount of data required to make the right decisions. They could either spend months getting familiar with their position or take some shortcuts and enact policies based on an incomplete understanding of the situation. Such outcomes will inevitably lead to disaster. When VS stepped into Major Verl's stateroom, he glanced around as his steps brought him to one of the available seats. The Major didn't have time to furnish his stateroom according to his tastes. He must have lost everything he owned when the stubby growler went down. The metallic walls looked gray and bare, while the furniture all consisted of the most basic copies that any Mech technician could fabricate according to a standard template. This was a good sign to VS, because the bare furnishings signaled that Verl didn't care for material possessions. "You've given me quite a conundrum, Mr. Larkin's son," Verl started as he shut off his terminal, leaving his desk bare. He stared at VS with inscrutable eyes. "Do you have anything to say for yourself?" VS couldn't read any hint of Vrl's intentions. Was he pleased that VS brought the matter to his attention, or had he encroached upon a taboo? He made a conscious choice to force the issue at the start. He disliked uncertainty, and he would rather not have this cloud hanging over his head. Now was the time to see why Colonel Lowenfield trusted the Major so much. Sir, as the newly appointed head designer of this fleet, it's my responsibility to see that our Mechs are as capable as possible to handle the threats in our way. The possible embezzlement happening under the table is a small but wide-reaching influence on our strength. How can it be both small but wide-reaching? Like a butterfly flapping its wings on one side of the planet, the effects can lead to a typhoon on the other side of the globe. The siphoning of resources away from their intended purposes effectively leaves our mech companies with 0.5% less resources. This might not sound like much, but at a scale of 500 space-borne mechs, this loss amounts to missing 2 or 3 complete mechs. And this is relevant because, think about it. If we get ambushed at our next stop by 500 enemy mechs, and we deploy 497 mechs in response, that gap could mean the difference between victory and defeat. VS didn't need to explain it any further. In closely matched battles, the ultimate victor would often be decided by the side who could tip the balance in their favor. If both sides enjoyed an even playing field in terms of mech quality and mech composition, a minor advantage in numbers would eventually lead to a decisive advantage in numbers. Even if both sides didn't commit, a handful of extra mechs could drastically influence the amount of casualties both sides sustained. Is our space-borne contingent in that bad of a state? Vrl asked. Their state is fairly good, since they mainly scored a lopsided victory in the Deepman system. By now, most mechs that have sustained damage are in a decent shape, though it will take the more heavily damaged mechs a little more time to become space-worthy again. I'm not worried about the present. I'm concerned about the future. If this wasteful pattern continues, we'll continue to suffer preventable losses. Are you sure of that? I'm very sure of it, sir. You're the expert in mech tactics, so I'm sure you have a better idea at how this could lead to unnecessary losses. The Major fell silent and tapped his desk with his finger. Have you narrowed down who's responsible for these actions? No. VS shook his head. It will take a more thorough investigation to get at the root of the problem. I can point out the mech technicians who are incorrectly logging their resource usages, but I have the feeling that they aren't the main beneficiaries of this scheme. Whoever is responsible for selling or trading the siphoned materials should be the true masterminds. I see. If you had the power to respond to this issue, what would you do? That might have been a loaded question, but VS felt obligated to answer it. After a lot of thought about his new role, he gained some enlightenment about the purpose of mech designers attached to mech regiments. Mech officers were the people in charge. That never changed. Everyone else assisted them in the background. As a mech designer and a head designer to boot, VS was tasked with the responsibility to advise Major Vrl so that he could make the most important decisions after taking everything into account. With this role in mind, VS provided several answers. It depends on what kind of goal I want to achieve. If I wish to send a clear message that activities like this that harm our common interests will not be tolerated, I would investigate it thoroughly and punish the offenders according to the strictest regulations. The penalties for embezzlement can be quite severe. They played with fire, they should expect to get burned. We are not talking about innocent people here. Even if it isn't as bad as they look like, unauthorized shuffling of materials is still a moderate offense that needs to be cracked down. So do you believe that this is the option that we should be pursuing? There are other options available as well, sir. If we crack down too hard, we might upset a lot of people, which would lead to a lot of resentment and division. We can't afford internal division while the task force is still at risk of getting caught by the Visions on their own turf. If the problem needs to be taken care of with some finesse, we can also opt for a softer touch. A slap on the wrist, Verl deducted. That will send a weak message to the offenders. It will reinforce the belief that the embezzlers are impervious and that we don't have the guts to incur their wrath. Still, dealing with people with overblown senses of importance is better if you still have them on your side. That's why I suggested this option. They both paused a bit as they contemplated the two options with two very different outcomes. While VS came up with these possible responses by himself, he couldn't say which one would be better. Cracking down on the practice would hurt the cohesion of the flagrant vandals in the short term. The damage could be quite severe if a lot of powerful people had their fingers in the pot. Yet by bringing the hurt forward, the vandals would be able to clean up their act in one go, which was better for everyone in the long term. As for the other options, it led to the least amount of hurt in the short term, but did not effectively solve the problem at all. Perhaps it would depress any illicit activities for a few weeks, but the masterminds would not be deterred to pick up their shady dealings again. They might have even learned their lessons this time and spend more effort on hiding their trails. In either case, further investigation was necessary to figure out the extent of the profiteering. After a lengthy pause, Vro came to a decision on what to do. Both of your options have their strong points, but there are more ways to address this problem than these two extremes. You still lack experience in this area. VS sat up straighter. He was curious what Vro really thought about the matter. It sounded like he wasn't involved after all. I agree with you that this problem needs to be nipped in the bud. Now that it's been brought to my attention, I won't rest easy until this activity ceases. Yet tact is important. Our ultimate goal is to make it to the Reanald Republic alive, so I cannot afford to put some of my most subordinates in the brig. Chapter 506 Priorities. Major Verl finally explained his solution to VS. Rules are rules, but the mission is more important. Exacting justice on the offenders might soothe your conscience, but it will only weaken our strength. That sounds as if you favor a slap on the wrist, VS carefully said, though he couldn't stop from frowning. From my impression of the Vandal Mech technicians, there is a large proportion of bad apples among them. They won't stop trying to take advantage of the system. The Mech Corps never sent any promising people to the flagrant vandals. Everyone had their issues, and the Mech technicians wasn't exempt from this problem. While the chief technicians mostly helped rein in their small-minded thoughts, chiefs could only keep their eyes on so many things. As I stated, the most important priority is to maintain our strength. The best way to do so is to stop the embezzlement without affronting the so-called masterminds, as you call it. This can be done by adopting both solutions, but at different timings. VS tried to wrap his head around the idea. He started to get his eyes on a glimpse of such a plan. Warn them first, and crack down hard if they persist? In essence, that is correct. Call it starting from a clean slate, if you will. Major Verl nodded. First, in order to minimize the unrest, it's best if we do not give out the impression that we have locked onto their scent. Instead, you can come up with a scheme where you'll claim to introduce a new resource tracking system to replace the old one. The men won't question this change because it's typical for a new boss to implement bold ideas. It's going to take a lot of work to replace the software, sir, VS carefully pointed out. It's not something that can be done in a day. That's even better. The ideal transition time should be a week. That's enough time for everyone to clean up their acts and sweep their misdeeds under the rug. Once the new system is in place, everyone should have made up their minds. Those who are smart or careful may have gotten the message. It's not a coincidence that the resource management system has received an overhaul. What about those who haven't gotten the message, sir? Maybe the embezzlers are shrewd, but there are a fair amount of low-level people involved who aren't as perceptive. There's also the greedy ones who don't wish to relinquish their power. Major Verl leaned back on his chair and waved his hand. Idiots like these who scorn the opportunities I've given to them to start with a clean slate don't deserve any consideration. We'll investigate them and throw the book at them for any offenses they've committed after the new system is in place. I'd rather have them out of way no matter how important their positions are, because I can't trust these scum to have my back in a fight. In other words, the idiots that continued to hold small thoughts did more damage than what they contributed back to the Vandals. Major Verl wouldn't be merciful to these cancerous growths. The contempt sounded obvious in the Major's voice. VS looked impressed at the commanding officer of the task force for coming up with such an elegant solution. It contained both mercy and resolve, and throughout it all it ensured the Vandals maintained their best strength. I understand now. VS nodded, his eyes shining bright. Still, some important people might get caught at the end. Their absence might affect the task force's condition more than the absence of a few Mechs. That was the sticking point with any solution that advocated for crackdowns. Even though Major Verl's suggestion provided a lot more leeway, it still needed to be backed up examples. If someone like a chief technician got caught, then the maintenance department of an entire combat carrier might fall into chaos. There is a limit to our patience. We need to send the right message and draw a line in the sand. It's fine if people are playing tricks, but once they are caught, they better look honest. This was Colonel Lowenfield's stance when she first reformed the flagrant Vandals. I understand. Thank you for telling me this, sir. It is good that you've brought this up to me shortly after you have discovered this. An issue of this nature isn't something that you should decide on your own. VS and Major Verl hammered out the details in the next half hour. VS needed to borrow some people and receive the right authority to push through this overhaul, which Major Verl directly granted in his name. With Verl backing this decision, it wouldn't take more than a week to update the resource management system, though it would take some time to iron out the wrinkles. After VS left his stateroom, he came out of it with a much better impression of his superior. The man patiently explained his thoughts during the discussion and decision-making process. This allowed VS to understand his priorities. The overarching message was that their survival and the completion of the mission ranked as the highest priorities. Major Verl wouldn't have bothered with this relatively small case of embezzlement if it hadn't affected the overall strength of his forces. He also didn't appear to feel compelled to act on it in times of peace. Sadly, times had changed, and the Bright Republic had been plunged into war. The flagrant Vandals successfully completed an operation that slapped the Visions in the face, and now they were on the run. Under these conditions, it was no surprise that Major Verl pursued every possible solution that could raise their fighting strength. With a new set of orders in store, VS returned to his office and prepared a proposal. The most challenging aspect about the change was that VS needed to find the right software to replace the old one. The central database that VS now had access to offered more than a dozen software packages. It gave VS quite a headache to dig through the jargon. Still, VS only spent a few hours before he picked a replacement package. Now he needed to implement it throughout the entire task force. Iris. Yes, boss? Please schedule an immediate meeting on this ship to every mech designer in the fleet. Set the time at half an hour after we drop out of FTL. Iris looked startled. Do you want to invite every mech designer, or only the high-ranking ones? VS thought about it. The high-ranking mech designers consisted of those who previously worked in the design team, while the lower-ranking ones were like Carlos, who worked alongside the mech technicians. Considering that the change affected the latter more than the former, VS decided to invite everyone. Bring them all. It will be good for them to meet their new superior in person at least once. It wasn't as if VS had the time to hop into a shuttle and pay a visit to the 40-odd ships that made up the task force. The inability for shuttles to travel from one ship to another during FTL formed the main limiting factor. Even if an entire fleet transitioned into FTL in the same direction under identical circumstances, a ship often fell into their own band of dimension, as it were. In general, a ship in FTL would never be able to interact with any other ships in FTL. Of course, it wasn't unheard of for something like that to happen anyway. Rumor had it that the CFA, MTA, and the first-rate superstates mastered technologies that made FTL warfare possible. Those same rumors stated that trying to wage a battle in FTL was a massive pain in the butt, so almost no one bothered with it unless a ship carried a vital objective. Do you wish to tell the mech designers the items on the agenda, sir? No need to bother Iris, although tell them that the meeting might drag on for half a day, so make sure their schedules are cleared. I won't tolerate any absences. Understood, though I'd caution you that it's not good for the fleet if they are absent from their posts for too long. They play an important role aboard those ships as mech experts. Without their hands-on guidance, the mech technicians won't know what to do. They'll make do without one for a day. It's very important for me to meet all the mech designers in person. VS planned to take the opportunity for this meeting to accomplish multiple objectives at once. Besides announcing the software system change, he also wanted to appraise his subordinates in person and see whether they measured up. He planned to select 2 or 3 as his deputies. He hadn't forgotten about the importance of delegation. VS could not possibly keep his eye on everything that needed to be done. The software change alone might stall to a month if VS lacked capable underlings to check all the work being done at his direction. Picking a handful of mech designers, elevating them to a position of power over their colleagues should help with widening his reach. While VS had no delusions that the people he promoted would turn into his loyal subjects, VS would always be able to strip them of their authority if they abused his trust. Do you want to invite Venerable O'Callahan's design team as well? VS froze for a moment, before coming up with a response. No. They require a special touch. I'll address them separately at a later date. The expert pilot's design time nominally came under his purview, but VS felt much less confident about being able to command their respect. These mech designers worked hard and tried to do their best to enter the Venerable's design team. They've probably turned into total fanboys for O'Callahan by this time. The hero worship surrounding expert pilots often reached a dreadful state. Some even enjoyed the adoration of trillions of people across the galaxy, as some of their exploits would be broadcasted throughout the galactic net. Even a washed-up senile expert pilot like O'Callahan enjoyed a lot of renown with the Vandals. Whenever VS ate his meals at the mess hall, he occasionally overheard the spacers treating the expert mech pilot's presence in their task force as a point of pride. Only a few Vandals knew about the true character of O'Callahan. The first time VS heard his voice, the expert pilot refused to sortie on command. He directly disobeyed an order from Major Vull. Even worse, the Venerable got away with it without a scratch. Maybe that's why the Major is rather sensitive about this issue. Due to O'Callahan's unique position, Major Vull could never sanction the proud symbol of their mech regiment. If word got out that the Vandals quarreled with the Venerable, morale would instantly drop to the bottom, because the men might start to believe that O'Callahan wouldn't defend the Vandals with all of his heart. Once Iris sent out the invitations, VS began to make his preparations. He studied the software package and began to draft up a plan that would implement them on any machine related to resource usage. He also made some other preparations to accomplish his other goals at the same time, and also diverted some time in studying the profiles of the other mech designers. These would be the only people he possessed the authority to command. They won't be happy for a relative newcomer like me to obtain the position of head designer. The Mech Corps managed its mech designers in 2 different ways. The internal mech designers consisted of careerists who voluntarily signed up to serve for at least 10 years. They contributed a lot of work to their mech regiments and accumulated a lot of seniority. VS fell into the category of external mech designers. He wouldn't have been here if the Mech Corps hadn't drafted him due to the outbreak of the current war. The difference between him and the internal mech designers was that VS held no seniority at all. Having mixed with the flagrant vandals for a long time, Iris explained it succinctly. Some of these internal mech designers are very ambitious. They've been working diligently for a promotion. Those who do well even get the privilege of receiving Professor Velton's personal tutelage. Think about how they must feel how their hard-earned merits are ignored when the position of head designers have passed over their heads. This was a serious contradiction that VS needed to deal with as early as possible. Chapter 507 Vying for the Job. The Vril Task Force transitioned out of FTL at the outer edge of a boring red dwarf system. Due to minute variances in the FTL drives, tiny discrepancies got magnified into substantial divergences. Major Vril's ships spread out in a messy shotgun pattern that opened them up to a devastating ambush. Fortunately, none of the ships detected any ships or mechs or weapon emplacements in the immediate vicinity. Nobody let down their guard. The combat carriers adopted an immediate defensive posture, and the entire fleet contracted in a defensive formation. It took 15 minutes of intensive scanning before everyone eased up the tension in their bodies. Besides a light rebel presence, the uninhabited star system contained no overt threats. The fleet cautiously approached an asteroid field. It would take some hours to arrive and many more hours to mine some low-quality ores. While the asteroids didn't contain anything valuable, there were many uses for common materials, such as replenishing their ammunition, which they used up at a massive scale during the Deepman operation. The mech designers are on their way, boss, Iris reported to VS. Their shuttles will dock at the Shield of Hispania no later than 20 minutes. Intership traffic is currently hectic, so expect some delays. That's okay. Has anyone declined the invitation to meet? Surprisingly not. Every high and low-ranking mech designer answered your summons. With no problems there, VS waited for the moment to arrive while Iris went off to prepare the conference room. He thought about his job and found fulfilling it to be a demanding job. Trying to solve every problem within his scope was frankly impossible, but somehow he had taken a liking of trying to achieve the impossible. It was different from growing a business. Back when he built up the LMC until it could stand on its own 2 feet, he enjoyed a lot of freedom and held the ultimate authority over how it should be run. Yet now he answered to Major Vril. Not only that, he needed to maintain relationships with everyone involved in order to get things done. It demanded a different approach where he became dependent on others to reciprocate. VS cherished this opportunity because it allowed him to build up valuable experience in leading design teams later on. As long as he got the knack of managing the mech designers assigned to the flagrant vandals, he would easily be able to manage design teams working for the LMC. Half an hour later, the conference room became packed with mech designers arranged in classroom-style seating. When VS entered the room, he observed an obvious division between 2 types of mech designers. Those at the front looked familiar to VS. He recognized many of them from the Inheritor, Akara and Hellcat design teams. Excluding VS, there was only 9 of them present in the Vril Task Force. All of them had been cut off from the Wolf Mother which accompanied the primary Vandal fleet. A larger number of mech designers sat at the rear. Iris must have arranged an obvious gap in the seating between the 2 groups to emphasize the differences between the 2. Despite numbering around 30 people, none of them had a say due to their inferior standing and skills. When VS stared at the low-ranking mech designers, he memorized their names beforehand out of due diligence, but he didn't expect to call on any of them unless they screwed up their jobs. His weighty stare intimidated the low-ranking mech designers. All of them chose to lower their heads in a sign of submission. Only a handful of mech designers tried to keep up a confident facade. VS deliberately carried himself in a compelling manner and concentrated his mind in an attempt to conjure up an aura of blood and war. The results were inconclusive. Some of the weaker-willed mech designers appeared to be affected, but any mech designer that worked alongside the Vandals got used to working with professional killers and raiders. Compared to a genuine mech officer such as Captain Orphan or Captain Branzer, his own aura fell short. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard the flagship," VS began as he approached the front of the conference room. "I'm sure you already know this, but my name is VS Larkin Son, and I'm the temporary head designer of the Volt Task Force. I've called you here to explain my vision to you so that we are all on the same track. I'll also be introducing some new policies and directives so that we can be of more help to the fleet that has landed itself in a precarious situation." Someone raised his hand. "Mr. Mercator, you wish to say something?" VS encountered Bovis Mercator a couple of times when they worked aboard the Wolf Mother. He never saw too much of Mercator because the man had been assigned to the Akara design team. Mercator happened to be one of the older apprentice mech designers among them. His outward appearance suggested that he reached his early 40s. "Mr. Larkin's son, forgive my rudeness, but the leadership issue isn't settled yet. You're too new to the Vandals, and you've only been appointed to become the task force's head designer because you happen to be the closest mech designer to Major Vril. Now that we aren't fleeing at full tilt from the Vision reinforcement fleets, we should revisit some of the decisions made in haste." "Oh, really?" VS narrowed his eyes at Mercator. The careerist mech designer didn't hide his ambition. In fact, he stood with a confident demeanor, as if his words made a lot of sense. Over half of the high-ranking mech designers happened to nod in agreement. Most of them belonged to the same clique of careerists as Mercator. If it came to a vote, VS had no doubt that he would lose. He was never one for popularity contests, and his background was too shallow among the mech designers working for the Vandals. VS minutely shook his head. He would never let this discussion come to a vote. "Mr. Mercator, I think you misunderstand something. My appointment to head designer is arranged by Professor Velton. Major Vril might have a say in the matter, but it's the professor who put her stamp of approval in my field promotion. If you believe the professor has made an error, you are free to bring your complaints to her doorstep." The older mech designer's face quickly turned red. Obviously, nobody had the guts to question one of the professor's decision. Even if her mind was racked with senility, her dignity was inviolable to mech designers in the same way that mech pilots would never dare to offend Venerable O'Callaghan. Surprisingly enough, Mercator remained standing. "Even if that is true, it still doesn't change the fact that your abrupt elevation is a highly unusual irregular. As a young, conscripted mech designer, you are too new to the flagrant Vandals. There are many, more experienced mech designers in this room that are a tad more suitable to the position." The lower-ranking mech designers smelled the power play. Most of them kept themselves as still as possible to avoid getting caught up with a particular side. There was no advantage for them to commit to a single high-ranking mech designer when they would likely need to work under several of them in the foreseeable future. Only a handful expressed support to Mercator's suggestion. There was no question these designers were in his camp. VS crossed his arms and smirked. "I suppose you're volunteering for the job, then?" Maybe his confidence unnerved Mercator. Things weren't entirely going according to his script. The careerist visibly hesitated for a moment before he firmed up his resolve. "I am," he stated, and turned around to address the other mech designers in the room. "Most of you have seen me around. I've been working with the Vandals for over 4 years, and while that may not sound so much, I have worked in several other mech divisions of the Mech Corps over a span of 15 years. My extensive experience in working in many different design teams makes me the best choice to lead you all. Think for yourself who you want to rely on more, a conscripted young designer whose heart isn't in it, or a mech designer who is fully committed to the Vandals?" A low thrum of conversation broke out as several mech designers nodded or started to discuss the matter. VS didn't enforce a silence because it hardly affected his own plan. It might even be better to keep them talking. His evident decision to keep his mouth shut gave the mech designers the sense that VS had no power to avoid this leadership struggle. Some even believed his silence at this moment was a tacit admission that Mercator had a point. As expected, someone else couldn't let the older man hog all of the momentum. A woman in her 30s stood up. Bovis, there are several mech designers among us that can lead us, but you aren't qualified. Just look at you. You're almost 50 and you're nowhere near advancing to a journeyman mech designer. A talentless hack like you will command our respect. Emlinen, just because your uncle is a mech captain of the Vandals doesn't mean you're suitable. The only reason why you're so prominent lately is because your uncle constantly puts a good word for you in everyone's ears. VS looked at the woman who stood up. He remembered her. Emlinen Trozen, a fellow colleague in the Hellcat design team. For her age, she possessed a decent amount of talent, and it was obvious that she used that advantage to attack Mercator's prestige. The job of head designer should fall on someone who can grow into the job, Trozen claimed. Nonsense! Head designers must be capable right at the start. Someone like you needs years to get used to the job. The mission can't wait that long. VS coughed and raised his palm. Quiet down. Raising his palm was a signal to Iris to dampen the conversation. She sat unobtrusively in the corner of the conference room. The moment she spotted the raised palm, she quietly activated a setting on her calm. The conference room immediately fell into silence as everyone that opened their mouths only let out empty air. Hidden dampeners built along the walls neutralized all the sounds that escaped from their throats. Good. If I can have your attention, please. It's obvious that the leadership issue needs to be settled today. I won't be a tyrant and insist on sticking to my job. In the interest of fairness, I believe that anyone who wants to throw their hats into the ring should compete against each other. Now, who wants to be the head designer? 4 high-ranking mech designers raised their heads, including Mercator and Trozen. VS nodded. All right, that's 5 if you count me in. Now, we can settle the leadership issue in multiple ways. Rather than flap our mouths with endless boasts and empty promises, I think it's better to resort to a more objective means of comparison. This was where he sprung his trap. His grin grew wider. Let's hold a 5-way design duel. Iris released the sound dampening at that moment, causing the contestants to erupt in protest. That's not fair, Mr. Larkin's son! Mercator yelled in a shrill voice. We are not brutes like mech pilots who like to settle every difference with a duel. We are mech designers. More than that, we work for the Mech Corps, not for ourselves. This isn't the private sector that you are used to. We work in cooperation, not in competition with each other. Trozen put in her own objection. I don't often agree with Bovis, but he's right. Design duels simply aren't done in our circle. As mech designers of the Mech Corps, we are always put to work on smaller aspects of specific projects. We have never been given the opportunity to design a mech or variant on our own. It's highly unfair for you to propose we duel someone like you who possess ample solo design experience. Both of them put up valid objections, but VS chuckled in amusement. You want to take over my job? Then show me that you're qualified. I don't care about seniority, connections, or other nebulous factors, and neither do our enemies. I will never surrender my post to someone weak. Show me your strength. Prove to our audience here if you are skilled enough to take on this responsibility. His argument immediately turned the mood against their favor. The 4 aspirants all looked ill in some manner. Though a few of them tried to squeeze out an excuse or two why design duels shouldn't be the deciding factor, none of them sounded convincing. The more they whined, the more they damaged their standing. Chapter 508 Clashing Ambitions. VS smirked as the aspirants who wanted to take over his position tried to weasel their way out of a design duel. He had to admit that he worried about the issue before he came up with the idea of a duel. He anticipated some of the reasons that others might bring up, and he couldn't completely retort them all. The main sticking point lay in the seniority argument. Though the oldest and most experienced mech designer wasn't necessarily the most qualified one for the job, they offered a lot more assurances to everyone compared to an external mech designer that had been drafted into the mech corps. VS spent hours racking his head on this issue when he first got the news. He came up with various arguments, lies, schemes, and tricks before he metaphorically smacked himself on the head. Why am I trying to accommodate a bunch of weaklings? As far as I'm aware of, I'm the best mech designer within a range of several light years. In terms of knowledge, design experience, and skill, nobody can hold a candle to me. They want to pick a fight with me? I'll show everyone what fools they are for challenging me. He really needed that kick in the butt. Ever since then, he dropped most of his schemes and simply aimed to steer the gathering into a design duel. VS ignored the half-hearted arguments between the most ambitious mech designers and threw his gaze at the high-ranking mech designers that kept themselves out of contention and the low-ranking mech designers who formed the silent majority. Both these groups appeared to be unconvinced by the counter-arguments put forth. A mech duel might inherently benefit VS, but that did not mean it was a bad choice. It was the most direct and uncomplicated option available, and relied directly on the personal capabilities of the mech designer to get ahead. As for votes or other means of deciding the winner, all of them looked weak in comparison. How could anyone think to take over the position of head designer by currying favor among the mech designers? No matter how good the likes of Mercator and Trozen built up their reputation among the mech designers, their refusal to accept a duel marked them as a coward. VS maintained his ever-present smirk as he sat back and let his rivals come to terms with the inevitable. Once he threw out the suggestion of a duel, nobody would be able to retract from the challenge without affecting their reputation. Personally, he never liked duels. It was a barbaric practice that had initially been revived by mech pilots wanting to prove their mettle. Mech designers picked up the tradition and tweaked its format to allow for an even playing field for competing designs. Design duels formed a controversial means of settling an argument, because it could never be completely fair. Nonetheless, it wasn't outwardly unfair either, and the outcome would always be clear and unambiguous. Once the mech designers in the crowd started to nod off, VS decided that he let the aspirants prattle around long enough. He clapped his hands, forcing everyone into silence. If my esteemed colleagues are finished, let's proceed to the design duel. I've already prepared the venue. He spoke of his rivals as if they were children, causing their faces to sour even further. Compared to their evident frustration, VS looked like a beacon of calm. His confidence oozed out of his body. It was as if he never doubted he would lose at anything. Come along now, we don't have all day. In actual fact, VS booked 8 hours in one of the large-scale training rooms. When he booked the training room, a ship officer immediately got on the line and asked him why he needed so much time. Training rooms were very valuable because they allowed for extensive simulations with high-quality projectors. The mech squads aboard the Shield of Hispania competed against each other for time in the training room, and here came VS to snatch their favorite cookie from their grasp. He answered the ship officer in the simplest terms. I need this training room to put some unruly children in their place. Once the Vandal officer heard that VS intended to hold a design duel, the man smiled in understanding and wished him luck. The duel was sacred and enjoyed a lot of respect in human society. That was why none of the mech designers retreated from the challenge. Backing out before a fight brought a lot more shame than suffering an outright loss. At least in the latter case, the losers proved their valor to go through with the fight. Over the next 8 hours, a slow-moving tragedy took place. The mech designers looked on from a distance as VS and four ambitious mech designers took the time to design a mech out of a selection of random parts and mech sections. From time to time, small groups of off-duty mech pilots and servicemen strolled into the training room. Word of the duel spread throughout the entire ship, and everyone who arrived expected to witness a riveting battle. All they saw were 5 mech designers meticulously putting their designs together. To those who lacked a technical background, it was as exciting as watching paint dry. Though some of the ship engineers chose to remain, the disappointed mech pilots always left immediately after. In the interest of maintaining a veneer of fairness, VS set a completely random selection of parts at the spot. This way, VS proved that he hadn't prepared a complete design beforehand. He wouldn't be able to prepare beforehand because the selection process only picked out a couple of hundred components out of a basket of billions different options. Each new scramble drew out a completely different selection of parts. All of the parts came from mech and component designs published over 200 years ago. Their simple and outdated nature allowed his competitors to work with them more proficiently as they didn't need to spend too much time trying to figure out. Of course, VS enjoyed a more lopsided advantage as nobody could match his knowledge and raw intellect. He also let the duel take place over a fairly lengthy period of 8 hours in order to give everyone plenty of time to go through their design process. While he could have cobbled up a design in 2 hours or less, his rivals would cry out if he went through with that. Most designers needed at least 6 hours to come up with a decent dueling mech. The generous conditions failed to close the gap. VS designed a simple but exquisite Space Knight. He thought about designing a hybrid mech instead, but rejected it because a Space Knight could handle ranged attackers by closing in with its flight system. VS limited the design duel to space-borne mechs because most mech designers possessed more proficiency in this mech classification. That became evident when most mech designers presented mech designs that shamelessly ripped off the Inheritor and Hellcat designs. As expected, he smirked. The design duel happened entirely in a virtual setting. They couldn't afford the resources nor equipment to test their designs in the physical universe. To avoid complications, VS also stipulated that the duels proceeded with non-iterative piloting AIs. This meant that they would reset after each duel and negated any learning advantage when the next duels took place. Though the AIs piloted the simulated mechs like overactive teenagers, the distinct strengths and weaknesses of each design sprung forth. Each design dueled with every other design, so 4 duels took place in total. His design easily beat the Hellcat ripoffs. While he had to admit that the 2 designers who chose to design a hybrid mech understood the mechanics of the design, it remained a fact that hybrid mechs was exceedingly complex and introduced many inefficiencies in their construction. The designers completely disregarded the fact that hybrid mechs derived their value from their ability to affect morale. The Hellcat worked great in larger skirmishes and pitched battles, and only against human opponents. Against an emotionless AI that lacked the capability to feel fear, the Hellcat ripoff's strong burst performance crashed against the indomitable shield of the opposing Space Knight designed by VS. Frankly, VS was disappointed in the performance of the Hellcat imitations. Mech designers like Trozen who aimed for a promotion should have known better than to resort to hybrid mechs for a duel. If Trozen became their head designer, VS predicted that she would eventually screw up in a catastrophic manner. Her blind spots could compete against black holes in how much space they distorted. "They're so stupid," he whispered softly to Iris as they stood at the side while projections of the virtual duels proceeded apace. "The Hellcats are meant to rally allies and intimidate enemy mech pilots. Their greatest strengths are entirely negated by the duel format." Iris shrugged. "They only know to design something familiar to them. They've been exposed to the same 3 designs for several years, with few opportunities to develop any other designs. The Akara Heavy Cannoneer isn't suitable for a duel in space, so that effectively leaves only 2 design templates. The Inheritor ripoffs put up a better fight. The light skirmishers possessed the speed advantage. Against the medium Space Knight that VS designed, his creation could never catch up if the skirmishers insisted on staying out of range. Yet according to the standard mech dueling conventions, the faster mech needed to take the initiative to attack. An endless chase where the slower mech tried to catch up to the faster mech in vain was more of a farce than a proper duel. The AIs piloting the dagger-wielding skirmishers wasted a fair amount of fuel before they got it in their heads that they should initiate the attack. They switched from evasion to offense, and tried to charge his Space Knight, which took up a basic but solid defensive stance. None of the skirmishers ever got in more than surface scratches. Knights formed the bane against skirmishers no matter if the battle took place on land or in space. Their comprehensive armor coverage meant that skirmishers couldn't sneak around the back and get an easy kill. In fact, VS anticipated that his Space Knight faced a light mech, so he deliberately lightened the frontal armor in order to free up the capacity to strengthen the rear armor. This wasn't a good idea under normal circumstances, and even without this tweak his Space Knight would win, but the victory became a lot more lopsided as a consequence. Mercator's expression grew uglier and uglier as his pride and joy ineffectually danced around the Space Knight designed by an external mech designer. The pathetic performance of his Inheritor imitation reflected back on him. Some of his allies even started to back away from him, as if they were afraid that others would associate them in the same group. "This isn't fair," he hissed. "A space-born skirmisher is naturally restrained by a Space Knight. My design never stood a chance from the start." "What is it with you and fairness?" VS jabbed back. "I've iterated the format and all of the rules beforehand in a transparent manner. Nobody forced you to design a skirmisher." "This doesn't count. Trozen is just incompetent for designing such an awful hybrid knight," Mercator incisively stated. "You may have won one round, but I demand another duel with land-bound mechs. The design I've worked on most is the Akara Heavy Mech. Do you dare to pit yourself against my land-based creations?" "Ha ha!" VS laughed. "There are no do-overs here, no second chances. As I just said, I've stated the duel format before and nobody brought up any objections. Mr. Mercator, I sincerely ask you to temper your ambitions. Right now, the Vril task force depends on their space-born mechs to escape from the kingdom. A mech designer who can't design a decent space-born mech is wholly unfit to become their head designer." This argument practically formed the death knell of Mercator's ambitions. The majority of the mech designers knew what was at stake, and which kind of mechs they needed to depend on to survive. The day ended in an anticlimactic manner. It went without saying that VS was the only one who won every duel. No rematch or runoff duel was necessary to prove the crowd who won. Chapter 509 Accountability. "You went too far, VS. You demolished them completely. You showed no mercy to Bovis." Mr. Mercator had it coming. VS waved his hand dismissively as they returned to their shared office. "It's one thing to put down a rabid dog. It's another thing entirely to torture the poor creature all the while you laugh like a maniac. Did you see your face at the end? You reveled in your bullying, and don't say it's not. You crushed them by abusing your superiority. And that's supposed to be a bad thing, sir? It's not my fault they're so incompetent. For all of his ambition, Mr. Mercator doesn't have the skill to back it up. I'm sure he can give me a run for my money if we competed on designing heavy cannoneers, but the Akara mechs only take up a small part of the Vandal mech roster." The design duels exposed the inadequacies of his challengers. This was the privilege afforded by strength. Though he did not measure up to a genuine journeyman mech designer, out of all of the mech designers in the task force, he came closest to meeting this standard. The entire spectacle revolving around the duels showcased his strength in a way that a boring resume never could. He could talk and boast about his accomplishments all he wanted, but the lesson only hit home when VS smacked his superiority in their faces. Unfortunately, Iris brought him back to reality. They're not resigned to this loss. You can see it in their faces. They think you cheated somehow, or stacked the deck against their favor from the start. I can imagine that Bovis will quickly try to stir up trouble to destabilize your position. I know. You do, sir? Yeah, that's why I stomped them all so hard. These ambitious mech designers can try to build up support all they want, but their standing among the Vandals and the other mech designers has taken an enormous hit. The perception of their strength is their foundation. Now that I've undermined their basic qualifications, they'll face an uphill battle trying to pull people in their camps. Iris sighed and shook her head. That's not sufficient to silence dissent. People are impressed with you, but there's a long road ahead of you if you want to make them loyal to you, boss. I'm not thinking that far ahead. The Vril task force will only take 2 months to reach the re-annulled Republic. They'll dither around for a few weeks perhaps before they return home. A round trip will actually take a shorter amount of time since we don't have to worry about sneaking through enemy-occupied space. So in total, I expect this arrangement to last 4 months at most. Once we reunite with the main fleet, my position becomes redundant. Regardless of how short you get to enjoy your temporary powers, it will be a valuable boon on your record. As long as you do a decent job, you'll be on the shortlist whenever Professor Velton needs someone to take charge of something. That's what Bovis and Emlyn are scheming for. They'll do anything to secure this opportunity. Then it's good that I've appointed Mr. Mercator and Miss Trozen as my deputies. VS grinned. After all, even if they lost their duels, they achieved the best overall results. It's only fair to assign some responsibilities to them, and that's the key. I've curtailed most of their options since if they try to screw something up, it will inevitably reflect on their performance instead of mine. Iris hummed on that. Keep your friends close and keep your enemies closer. That's a double-edged sword, you know. Enemies this close can easily stab you in the back when you least expect it, sir. I'm not saying you've taken the wrong course of action, but your approach leaves you with few friends and even fewer allies. That's a fair point. VS grunted. At first, I wanted to elevate Pierce as one of my deputies, but he doesn't have the stomach for it. He would do an awful job if I forced the responsibility on his shoulders. While VS couldn't call Pierce his friend, he felt he could trust the man somewhat. It was too bad that Pierce wasn't up to the task. He grew up under his father, who was a mech designer from the Friday Coalition, and enjoyed an enormous advantage in his upbringing that others would kill for. Despite his generous endowments, Pierce turned out to be no better than a mech designer from the Republic. This basically proved that Pierce lacked the drive, talent, and ability to be a good deputy to VS. Forcefully elevating him to a position beyond his means would invite a lot of criticism about nepotism. It would also undermine the principle of strength that VS leaned on to secure his leadership role. VS rubbed his head. All this politicking is a pain in the butt. Why can't people accept my appointment with grace? From what I've witnessed, the Vandals never question their superiors. It's because mech pilots are simple brutes, sir. They don't have any complicated thoughts. Mech officers gain their position because they're better pilots or better commanders. Their strength in these qualities directly affect the survival of their subordinates. In the perspective of mech pilots, if their mech officer screws up, they die. In contrast, if the designer screws up, other people die. VS added succinctly. My screw-ups won't affect Mercator and Trozen's lives. They'll be rooting for my downfall regardless of the human cost. I can see Bovis might be ambitious enough to do that, but Emlyn definitely won't. She's too attached to the Vandals to put their lives at risk. That's not to say that you shouldn't worry about her. I'm acquainted with her enough to know that she's like a viper in the grass. She won't attract any attention while she lies in wait, but she'll deliver a fatal blow when the time is right. That sounded somewhat worrisome to VS, but not to the point where he felt ill at ease. Whatever crisis may come his way, he'd deal with it like he dealt with every crisis. VS turned his attention back to his work. The recent conference meeting settled the leadership issue. Not only did he introduce some new policies, he also issued a set of preliminary orders. Right now, every mech designer should be facilitating the transition to a new resource management system. The new software shared the similar capabilities to the old one, but put more emphasis on different priorities. In particular, the new software offered better tracking of the input and output of a production process. For example, if someone put 100 tons of raw material in a machine and spat out 20 tons of product and 79 tons of waste, there was an obvious discrepancy of 1 ton of materials. Where did missing ton this end up? The new software wouldn't let the operators get away with this without immediate alarm. Of course, this was an extremely simplified example. In practice, the perpetrators wouldn't be stupid enough to leave such an obvious trail. Nonetheless, the new software had seemingly been geared against untrustworthy subordinates. It left the machine operators with much less leeway to pull something off. VS hoped that everyone got the message that he tried to convey with this change. It wasn't a coincidence he opted for this particular software package. Now that all of the distractions are out of the way, it's time for me to start my planning. His main responsibility as a head designer was to plan out the task force's mech composition. This was an exceedingly complex task as VS needed to take into account the skill sets of each mech company, the resources at his disposal, Major Vrl's priorities, and the mech composition of their opponents. The latter element introduced a lot of complexity to the challenge. Its introduction turned the chessboard from a solo game to a competitive game. VS needed to anticipate the mech models that the different duchies would bring to bear against the task force. Iris. VS turned away from his terminal. Can you tell me about the territories that the Vandals will likely pass by on their way to the Reanald Republic? You're curious about the duchies, sir? Yes. I need a better understanding of their traits and mech doctrine in order to plan against their retaliation. I've been thinking about that as well, Iris said. While I can't say for sure which territories we'll cross, there's only one practical route if we wish to reach the Reanald Republic within 2 months. We'll encroach upon the territories of 4 duchies in total. She sent him some files that enumerated these duchies. First up, there's the Amodries Duchy. They form one of the pillars of the Vija Kingdom because of their strength and core position. Amodries is also very prosperous because it jointly controls one of the kingdom's 2 port systems. This has led them to pursue a balanced mech doctrine. The Duchess of Amodries feels that she doesn't need to focus her budget and research initiatives on only a handful of mech types. Her territory has the resources to pursue everything. VS nodded in understanding. Bentheim was the same. The sheer amount of prosperity and the abundance of private industries fostered a very diverse development climate. That lack of specialization will still have consequences, though. A jack of all trades is strong at nothing. True, but you shouldn't underestimate the Amodries legions regardless. Each complete legion is capable of fulfilling any role on the battlefield. I'm fairly familiar with Amodries already, you don't need to explain that. Since we struck their star system, it's likely that they've got a fire lit under their butts. The Duchess of Amodries is a ruthless lady from what I heard, so she'll definitely try to catch up to us. While that's true, the Duchess sent her strongest legions to the front lines. While she's still holding back her crack troops, she needs them to defend her power base. The Vandals needed more time to recuperate. They just completed a massive operation, and while they achieved all of their objectives, they also faced some unexpected setbacks. The mech pilots needed rest, and the mechs needed to be fixed up. I really hope she's not crazy enough to send in her elites, then. We're almost out of her hair anyhow. VS sighed. What's the next territory in our way? Next up is the Venitz Duchy, which is another Vision core territory. They're almost as strong as the Amodri's Duchy. The two territories are rivals in fact, but the difference is that the Venitz Duchy doesn't have the advantage of a port system. How come Venitz can match up to Amodri's then? Iris smirked. That's because the Vendi's Duchy enjoys a high endowment of natural resources, though not to the point where they can match the benefits of a port system. Nevertheless, Venitz holds their own against Amodri's because the duchy adheres to a very disgusting Mech doctrine. That's an interesting choice of words. VS chuckled. Tell me more about this disgusting doctrine. Well, sir, their rationale is like this. No matter what kind of Mech Amodri's throws at them, the Venitz Mech legions will always be able to come up with a response if they slow their opposition down. Venitz is all about attrition warfare. They will do everything in their power to pull their enemies into a quagmire. Once their opponents fall into their trap, the Venitz Mechs will grind them all to pieces. Okay, I see now why you call that disgusting. If that's their main mode of combat, then every skirmish against Venitz will always spiral out of control. Their enemies need to think twice before they decide to engage in combat against their forces. It's a good thing that their doctrine has a lot of holes. Their mechs are geared towards endurance, so their burst performance is atrocious. They highly lean on laser weapons because they last longer, but that also means that you can prepare an easy counter against them. I suppose it's not as easy as that, VS commented. If their strategy is so one-dimensional, they don't have the grounds to compete against Amodri's. That's right. There's a tricky aspect to Venitz's Mech Doctrine, Chapter 510 Mech Doctrines. The Venitz Mech legions try their best to pull their enemies into a contest of attrition. They're good at slowing or hindering their opposition so that they won't be able to get away in time. Once they've trapped the enemy mechs, they'll deploy their killer strike. Ah, the old classic hammer and anvil tactic. VS nodded in recognition. The anvil pins the enemy forces in place while the hammer slams them from the rear. I wouldn't it a hammer, sir. It's more of a poisonous dagger. Venitz is very good at forming stealth squads that act like commandos. These stealth mechs are piloted by exquisitely trained elites who make it their life's work to sabotage critical enemy infrastructure. They have a habit of assassinating enemy leaders if they can get away with it. Their stealth technology is so good that they'd become something of a terror. I have to admit, that sounds very dreadful. Still, VS recognized a couple of shortcomings. Venitz must have poured a lot of resources and training into establishing these stealth squads. They should be their most prized elite. If it isn't necessary, they would not deploy these precious mechs. Stealth mechs gain the ability to avoid detection by sacrificing their armor. Instead of utilizing conventional armor plating, they replace them with active stealth plating. This turned them into fragile machines that absorbed less damage than a light mech. A surprise attack involving an entire squad of stealth mechs needed to be planned and carried out to perfection, because it wasn't cheap to build them up. Any failure reflected badly on the commanding officer. The question was whether Venitz found it worthwhile to commit their most valuable stealth units to stop the Vandals in their tracks. We've got to hope for the best but plan for the worst, VS summed up. While there's no guarantee that Venitz will go as far as to employ their stealth mechs against us, we should bolster our stealth countermeasures regardless. Even so, countermeasures only worked up to a point. Since Venitz committed to this strategy, they would have gained a lot of proficiency in developing countermeasures against the countermeasures. Ugh, that's another headache. VS rubbed his head. Is there anything else about Venitz that I should take into account? Not really, boss. Okay, so after passing through Amodri's and Venitz, what's the next territory in our way? That should probably be the Klein Duchy, sir. Different from the other two duchies, the Klein Duchy is a peripheral territory. It falls outside the core regions of the kingdom and isn't as prosperous or as developed. It occupies a lot of space, though. We'll have to spend some time traversing their domain. VS read up on the Klein Duchy on his terminal. It was larger but sparser, sort of like a backwater region to the Vision core region. It didn't offer any noteworthy resources or industries. The Klein Duchy isn't an economic powerhouse, so they can't be as wasteful as Venitz, which happily engages in costly battles of attrition. They've poured their limited resources into their long-range firepower doctrine. Their main mechs are lightly armored but have extreme reach. They favor keeping their enemies in sight and at long range. The moment any mechs come closer, they collectively pull back in order to maintain their range advantage. VS laughed at that. What a conservative strategy! Sure enough, the Klein forces will be able to maintain their strength this way, but will lead to a lot of lost ground as well. They can't keep backing off in a defensive situation. They have to stand their ground in some cases. Oh, they do maintain some decent defensive units, but they're fairly bog standard, so you don't need to employ a specific strategy against them. Klein focuses most of their development in strengthening their long-range units, and to be fair, they've become quite good at that. They mainly rely on lasers because their beams travel at light speed, but they also throw in plenty of kinetic and explosive firepower into the mix. Their heavy artillery mechs form the crown jewels to every mech legion. Their long-range prowess sounded very worrisome. They couldn't let the Klein mechs pull the flagrant vandals into their game. VS started flitting through ideas. Light mechs will do the job. They're fast and their high evasion will allow them to close the distance. Oh, don't rely on light mechs only, boss. Plenty of enemies have tried to do so, but the House of Klein still manages to hang on to their duchy. I suggest you read up on their past battles to find out how they dealt with light mechs. Iris reminded VS that he shouldn't take these generalizations as truth. The territories adopted these mech doctrines as a high-level development strategy. The actual mech forces at their disposal doubtlessly exhibited a greater variety of mech types. In addition, private sector outfits pursued their own strategies that might run counter to that of the military. It would be a mistake to paint every duchy in a broad stroke. Even though the Klein Duchy sounds fairly tricky, they're not as strong as Amodries and Venitz, right? That's correct, sir. The Klein Duchy needs to defend a lot more territory but has fewer mech legions at their disposal. The only downside is that they haven't sent as much mechs to the front lines as the core regions, so there is probably a high chance we will bump into one of their patrols. VS took note of that and more. Plans continued to whirl inside his mind, and the more he learned, the more he fleshed out his own strategies. Then if that's all there is to Klein, what's the next territory in the way? The Hafner Duchy borders the Klein Duchy on one end and the Reinald Republic on the other end. It's a border territory, and is as sparse as the Klein Duchy. The only problem is that because it borders the Reinald Republic, the kingdom subsidizes its mech forces in order to strengthen their border defenses. Hafner is therefore stronger than Klein, though their military can't match up against Amodries or Venitz. So what are they good at? He asked. There was no way their final stop would be so simple. Hafner's mech legions are geared towards deterrence and anti-piracy efforts. They follow a two-pronged mech doctrine. First, they employ a lot of light mechs. Skirmishers, saboteurs, light riflemen, you name it, Hafner has it. Their light mechs never gather together in the scale of regiments or legions, but rather operate in smaller batches in order to patrol the border systems and chase after individual pirate ships. I see. Since these light mechs are aimed towards pirates, they don't fare well against a frontline mech regiment. True, but don't forget the Flagrant Vandals isn't a normal mech regiment either, Iris warned. Our mech composition is ideal for raiding, which just happens to match the modus operandi of pirates. In Hafner's eyes, the Flagrant Vandals are no different than pirates. We're just better organized, that's all. Just like how the Vision mech forces became good at some aspects and bad in other aspects, the Vandals exhibited their own dimensionality. As a raiding regiment, They exhibited a lot of speed, but wouldn't last in a battle against tough opposition. The Hafner mech legions pursued a familiar mech doctrine to the Vandals. Hafner has an enormous hatred against pirates because they suffer a lot from their raids near the border. You can imagine that their light mechs are all fast. Yet anti-piracy is only one of their missions. They need to show off their strength against the foreign states at the border as well, so they've poured in some of their resources in hard-hitting cavalry. In mech terminology, cavalry meant mechs that hit hard and fast. So they're focused on shock attacks, is that right? Guessed it right, boss. Iris nodded with a smile. As you can imagine, the Hafner shock troops are predominantly medium mechs that excel in charges. They take some time to build up their momentum, but once they get going, they're almost impossible to stop without suffering more damage in the process. Still, Hafner hasn't managed to circumvent the shortcomings around this strategy. Medium mechs that specialized in shock attacks didn't necessarily have to be light, but they couldn't carry too much armor either. Most of the time, their frontal armor was very decent, but their flank and rear armor was as thin as light mech armor. Furthermore, while these mechs exhibited a high level of peak performance, they quickly ran out of steam. They never lasted very long in battles of attrition. Despite these obvious weaknesses, VS kept frowning as he mulled over Hafner's mech doctrine. They don't sound very defensive. That's because they believe a good defense is a good offense. Hafner is very aggressive. They attack in order to defend. Out of all the mech doctrines that Iris listed out, VS worried about the one developed by the Hafner Duchy the most. The flagrant Vandals could easily manage to work around the other doctrines, but the strategies employed by Hafner formed a direct counter. The final step will be the hardest. Out of all the different territories in our projected route, the Hafner Duchy poses the highest threat to us. As mech designers, both of them understood what a bad matchup it was. If Hafner brought enough mechs to bear on the Vandals, the task force's very existence was at stake. More than that, Hafner's extensive focus on chasing pirates turned them into excellent trackers as well. VS imagined that the Vandals wouldn't be able to hide from Hafner's scrutiny as they tried to cross their territory. Several pitched battles might very well erupt between them before the Vandals finally reached the Reinald Republic. VS scratched his chin. His plan needed to be changed now that he became aware of Hafner's strengths. Every territory is challenging, but it's important to maintain our strength up to the end. We need all of the mechs we can get through Hafner's blockade. He dove into his studies and investigated the territories further. Now that Iris provided an introduction on each of them, VS had no trouble interpreting the data. He drew on the central database of the Mech Corps to obtain estimates on the mech disposition of each duchy. Damn! VS exclaimed. The Hafner Duchy hasn't shifted any of their mech legions to the front. They're essentially at full strength. Iris was already aware about this fact. It wouldn't make sense for the Hafner mech legions to cross the entire kingdom to reinforce the front. They have their own responsibilities. The Duke of Hafner won't be able to reassign too many mechs from the border. Otherwise, the Reinald Republic and its neighbors might take advantage somehow. Perhaps that might be a silver lining to the flagrant Vandals. Iris was right in that most mechs that belonged to Hafner needed to defend the border. They wouldn't easily be pulled from their posts to pursue the elusive Vandals. Okay, so we still have a chance. As long as they had an opening, VS would do his best to squeeze the Vandals through the gap. He refined his understanding of the opposition and dove into the disposition of the Vandals. By comparing them with each other, he drew up a variety of ideas. Not all of them would be workable. The most ideal solutions also happened to be the most expensive ones. VS was forced to discard most of his fantasies because the Vandals faced a lot of limitations. This is harder than I thought. VS hadn't even factored in the expert pilots yet. Every expert pilot was unique, and most of the times their mechs didn't conform to conventional strategies. VS had never seen Venerable O'Callaghan in action. The one time when the Vandals wanted him to deploy, he outright refused to exit the ship. "I'm going to have to talk to his design team," he grumbled. He wanted to know why they guzzled up so many resources. Chapter 5:11 Titanium Garden. While the flagrant Vandals split their fleet in two, the ripple effects of the Dietmar operation still reverberated in the Vigia Kingdom and the Bright Republic. The two third-rate states had been locked in a perpetual cycle of war and peace, and even the peace was a lie. Through centuries of war, they experienced a lot of events. The Vigians always put the Bright Republic on their back foot, and if not for the upswing in desperation among the Brighters to stem the tide, the Republic might not be standing anymore. The entire Komodo Star sector already became engulfed in war. Besides certain exceptions such as the isolationist Ilvain Protectorate that bordered the Republic on the side, most states entered into a conflict of some sort. The conflict between the Vigians and the Brighters might as well be a scuffle between toddlers compared to the clash of the two giants of the Komodo Star sector. The multifaceted Friday coalition threw tens of thousands of ships and millions of mechs against the unitary might of the Hexadric hegemony. Whenever the rest of the Komodo Star sector watched these behemoths wage war, they felt envious and afraid. None of them could withstand the destruction being wrought after a single day of combat. The coalition and the hegemony are the only states in the Komodo Star sector worth a damn. The Glowing Planet campaign brought their conflict to the fore, and messed up their well-laid plans. The rogue planet's value couldn't be underestimated, and both sides ruthlessly carved out city-sized chunks from the floating rock in space until they stripped its crust, demolished its mantle, and crushed its core. An enormous amount of low-value exotics came into their possession, more than enough to enhance the performance of millions of mechs. More than that, they also obtained a generous stock of high-value exotics, most notably Rorica's bone, which suffused the core of the planet for some reason. Mech manufacturers and military design teams already started incorporating the wondrous substance into their mechs. Blending trace amounts of Rorica's bone into their mechs enhanced the durability of alloys and opened them up to resonance. When mech designers made use of Rorica's bone as a core material, then the designs they put out achieved a myriad of wondrous effects. The mechs became capable of self-repair over time if fed with energy. The machines also became highly conductive to resonance, though it was generally thought to be wasteful to utilize the material to facilitate fake resonance. In short, the battle between elites took on a new dimension with the introduction of Rorica's bone and other exotics. The mechs piloted by expert and ace pilots became tougher. The extra materials also amplified their resonance effects, which led to devastating massacres if these elite mechs ever deployed against standard mechs. Normal mech pilots have become ants in the battlefield. This is an era of gods and heroes. The Titanium Garden. A massive artificial planet composed out of a massive amount of titanium, which was one of the more valuable mundane materials in the galaxy. A huge expense had been made to fashion such a planet out of nothing, and the worst thing about it was that it served little practical use. Who was crazy enough to build their own artificial planet when the galaxy possessed trillions of them? Anyone wealthy enough could lay a claim on a lifeless rock that orbited a random star and build them into their own domain. Only those with sick minds or something to prove bothered with the extravagance of building their own planet. Many citizens of the coalition spoke of the former. Master Carmen Olsen threw an enormous amount of money in the drain just to satisfy her vanity. That and other extravagant purchases shortly after her elevation to master mech designer branded her with the reputation of a profligate diva. Olsen cared little for the opinions of the masses. Her thoughts and calculations took place on a higher level than normal human beings. In fact, it was doubtful that she could even be considered a member of the human race. Though outwardly she looked like a woman in her prime with a different color of hair each day, Inwardly, her genes and flesh had underwent a huge transformation. Despite their enormous progress in this area, mankind still dabbled in the art of modifying their frail bodies. Mech designers mainly focused on enhancing their longevity and intellect, but both of them were still fairly poorly understood. These modifications often introduced strange and incidental side effects, which most often expressed itself as a physical mutation or a mental disorder. Nobody to call Master Olsen insane, though the thought sometimes flitted in their minds. In any case, she comported herself as a human when she met with others, and that was sufficient to allay people's worst fears. Much of the upper portion of the titanium garden consisted of spatially confusing latticeworks. Beams of titanium crossed or meshed into each other in an intricate geometric pattern that hinted at a profound mathematical truth of the multiverse. These beams supported a small number of great islands covered by all manner of greenery. In one of the larger islands, a highly secure vault surrounded by many layers of titanium and compressed alloys, Master Olsen led her youngest disciple inside. "Carmen, I'm bored. Why can't I go off to the front lines or visit my good friend VS?" A fair feminine hand gently smacked the adolescent man in the face. "Address my properly, Oleg." "Oh! Sorry, Master." Master Olsen tediously went through the process of unlocking the mech-sized vault doors. "You have just advanced into the ranks of journeyman mech designer. This marks your transformation from a learner of the arts into a full-fledged creator of wonders. From the perspective of the mech industry, you've grown from a teenager and reached adulthood." "Does that mean you're a granny?" "Oh!" Olsen gave her direct disciple another slap, though her motions possessed a touch of playful indulgence. "Progressing up the ranks isn't an advancement of age. It is a transformation of the mind. Do you think you are the same young boy as before? Your knowledge and skills surpass almost everyone in the Komodo star sector, and that disparity will only grow in the future. You must become more aware of your place in the galaxy." "And what is my place? Competing at the Rimworld Games? Oh please, I'll breeze through that show in a jiffy." "There are more freaks and talents than you, Oleg. Do not think you are unique among every mech designer in the Galactic Rim. Even within the Coalition, you still need to defeat your rivals in order to obtain the nomination to represent our state." "Don't remind me," Oleg grumbled. A human with an abnormal level of intelligence like his was rare, but not unique. Many more mutations and deviations from the norm existed as well. Most abnormal humans suffered from detrimental mutations due to exposure to dangerous exotic substances or exceedingly rare stellar radiation. Only a tiny portion lucked out and benefited from a beneficial mutation. No one could explain Oleg's anomalous level of cognition. His parents were normal citizens of the Coalition, and they lived on a quiet planet under the Vermeer Group for decades. The most plausible idea any researcher came up with was that Oleg's mother became exposed to a bizarre ray of energy that transformed the fetus inside her womb a short time after conception. It was as good of an explanation as any, because no one succeeded in replicating the phenomenon. The pair remained quiet until Master Olsen finished unlocking the vault doors. The huge mechanisms behind the doors moved the enormous obstacles around until the way forward became unbarred. "Let us enter." The two strode forward with measured steps. The metallic compressed armor that formed the floor of this vault clanked with sharp noises as the two mech designers entered the dark and hollow vault chamber. They passed through another set of gates before they entered the inner vault, which held the only prize in this enormous structure. Arrayed before them stood a transparent case made out of extremely durable composites. Oleg didn't recognize their exact formula, but he recognized the expensive of this glass-like material. It could even give compressed armor a run for their money. Yet what the mech-sized construction encased blew away his mind. Oleg guessed plenty of possibilities of what lay inside the vault that Master Olsen wanted him to see. He guessed that it might be some sort of historic mech, or maybe an exclusive new machine made entirely out of Rorica's bone. Never would he have expected to witness a giant, mech-sized skeleton. The sheer size of it sent existential tremors through Oleg's mind. His mentality received a substantial amount of strengthening upon elevation to journeyman, but in the face of this once-living humanoid giant, all of his confidence bled away like nothing. What is this, Master? It is a skeleton. The Coalition fleets retrieved it from the crumbling remains of the glowing planet. It was buried deep within the core, and was almost discarded as waste as it was buried beneath trash materials. It's remarkably intact. If not for the hole at the top of its skull, it would have been an excellent display at a galactic museum, Oleg commented as his fascination never ceased. The skeleton of this massive being possessed some sort of compulsive charm that spoke of absolute dominance. Do you know anything about its race? Master Olsen stayed impassive as she stared at the giant. Unlike Oleg, Olsen viewed the giant as her equal rather than a superior biological being. There are secrets surrounding this race, and much of them are out of my reach. The MTA has expressed an enormous interest in the remains. The Coalition has come to an agreement to let every master mech designer study the remains for months before selling it to the association. Oleg looked really impressed now. It's that valuable? It may even be the only prize we've obtained that is worth mentioning from the glowing planet. Rorica's bone may be rare in the galactic rim, but it is still a commodity in the end. A few seconds passed in silence before Oleg spoke up again. This thing looks like an upscaled human skeleton. Are we related somehow? We don't know. Perhaps the MTA might know more, but have decided to withhold the answer for some reason. Yet, my intuition says that it is not a coincidence. I've spoken about it often with my colleagues, and the possibility that frightened them the most is that it is the forefather to all humanoid life in the galaxy. That's huge! Oleg exclaimed. He couldn't fathom the connection between this race of giants and modern humanity. But if a link between the two existed, then everyone's conception of what it meant to be human needed to be dumped in the trash. But wait, what are you doing with this skeleton then? Shouldn't it be studied by exobiologists or something? We've already set some exobiologists loose, but their results are inconclusive. The mysterious surrounding this skeleton is far beyond the means of the Coalition. Let the MTA puzzle about its origins. The true value of this skeleton is that it is a remnant of a being the size of a mech. Do you understand the importance of that to us? They were mech designers, not exobiologists. They pored over mech designs for a living, so Oleg didn't need to think very hard to come up with a guess. You mean, we can study this skeleton to improve our ability to design mechs? There is more to it than that, but that is essentially correct. Master Olsen nodded. There are layers of mysteries behind this skeleton. For the time being, you and your fellow disciples will remain here to peel back as many layers as you can. What you can learn from this ancient remains will depend on your luck and your thinking. No matter what you get out of this inspection, your mechs will never be the same. Oleg nodded in a rare moment of solemnity. I understand. I will do my best to understand this giant. He immediately dove into his own mental world as his eyes raked over the ancient bones. He may not know what intricacies they held, but hopefully he would obtain some clues that would help him clinch the upcoming nomination for the Rimward Games. Chapter 5:12 Too Much Success. Elsewhere, the Bright Republic and the Vija Kingdom longed through the fate of the glowing planet to the back of their minds. After all, once the two dominant second-rate states of the Komodo star sector laid claim to it, they lost rights to contend for ownership of the rogue planet. The conversation of the day instead revolved around the daring raid of the flagrant Vandals. This obscure mech regiment under the 3rd Tari Division never registered in the minds of the Brighters. The Vesians were better acquainted with the Vandals, but often mistook them as wayward mercenaries gone pirate. Their time of obscurity was a thing of the past. The bombastic events at the Dietmann's system opened everyone's eyes to what this vagabond-like Mech regiment was capable of. The Vandals sneaked into the core regions of the kingdom and wreaked havoc at the unsuspecting star system, smashing the garrison fleet in the process. Then they split up. The Vandals, under the command of Major Vril, overran a moon base, plunged a capital city into chaos, robbed half of its heavy industries of their assets, and captured the planetary leader in a spectacular hunt. Blood boiled in the citizens of the Republic. Ha! Look at how clueless they are when faced with an invasion. A planet of the Republic would never fall into confusion like that when the Visions intrude upon our star systems. This is the true face of the kingdom. For all their boasts, they live under a tyranny. How else is the rebellion so strong? Who are the 6th Flagrant Vandals? I've memorized every Mech regiment under the 3rd Tari Division, but I always thought they were understrength. They look like pirates with funding. Did we hire some washed-up frontier scum and organize them into a regiment or something? They're way too good in raiding the entire place. Did they really capture the heir of a count? The Visions must be going mad right now. Each piece of news buoyed up the Republic's flagging spirits. It provided them with a timely victory to stall the decline in confidence over the war. While the accomplishments at Dietmann 4 attracted the most attention, the Vandals also inflicted a lot of damage at Dietmann 2. The resource processing planet used to watch over a score of solar foundries. They utilized the incredible heat and energies from the binary stars to transform raw ores and metals into processed alloys. All of them had been wrecked, which set back House Gier enormously. As the Vandals made landfall on the scorching hot planet, Count Ryzen proved himself to be the better of Lord Javier in every way by taking personal command over the defense of their valuable renewable exotics mine. There was little of value to be found on the surface of Dietmann 2, but the renewable exotics mine stood out as a massive outlier. Sources of endless exotics were rare, as most of them formed in extreme and highly peculiar situations at the center of the galaxy. The galactic rim only uncovered exotics from ancient stellar objects flung from the center to the outer portions of the galaxy many eons ago. While stars and planets still ejected from the fulcrum of the center of the galaxy on a regular basis, they always got lost in the vastness of the galactic rim. The renewable exotics mine was a unique byproduct of a set of coincidences in the galactic center. It was very rare, and formed the basis of House Gier's long-term prosperity. Every force aligned to the house pulled back from defending unimportant facilities in order to safeguard the mine. They failed. Over 2 days of hard fighting where Colonel Lowenfield ordered the launch of several waves of artificial asteroids, the defenses around the mine finally crumbled in the face of Vandal determination. Count Ryzen's custom mech fled through a tunnel in a bedraggled state, leaving the mine exposed to the Vandals. Nobody knew what happened to it. Some people guessed that the mine hid some sort of natural treasure that was responsible for making the mine renewable. In any case, the mine lost its essential quality, and no longer generated new junk exotics. Once House Gier mined all of the existing deposits, the mine became exhausted. These accomplishments fully smacked the face of the Visions, who had grown arrogant at their continued successes at the front lines. Their indomitable fleets and Mech slowly pushed forward since the outbreak of the war, but the sudden raid on the Dietmann system poured cold water over their shoulders. The shock was too great that some of the Visions pulled back their aggression. This unintentionally gave the Mech Corps a rare and precious moment of reprieve. This highlighted the power of the dissemination of information. In an age where every planet was connected to a vast galactic network, every citizen and serviceman became easily swayed by the news, rumors, and propaganda circulating in the void. Joshua finished reading the news bulletins in his calm and felt his blood boil. Right now, he attended a military-funded mech academy that rushed their mech cadets through years of training. Many promising cadets couldn't handle the pressure. They washed out after a couple of weeks of high-intensity training and got kicked back to their home star systems. Though Joshua turned out to be of average ability and talent, his willpower and grit impressed the instructors. Through hard work and focused training, he kept up with the grueling pace and accepted every abuse the instructors flung in his way. He would not be deterred. It was a dream for a native from Cloudy Curtain to attend a Mech academies in Bentheim, and he resolved to never squander it. For it is in this ruthless pace of training that Joshua improved the fastest. Damn it! He cursed as he browsed at his rankings in Iron Spirit. I'm still too far away from unlocking 5-star mechs. Nobody in his class understood his drive. Joshua felt a little ashamed in telling his fellow cadets why he trained so hard. The main reason why his willpower pushed him through was because he wanted to unlock the ability to pilot the LMC's best virtual mechs. Sadly, it appeared that it would take at least another year for him to improve enough to escape the bottom of the Gold League. Joshua regularly competed against mech pilots at least 3 years older than him. Only until he could overcome this barrier would he be able to enter the Gold League properly, thereby qualifying him to pilot Iron Spirit's 5-star mechs. The Mark Antony Mark II, the Black Beak, the Crystal Lord, why are you still so far away? The latter two products gained an enormous amount of fame in the mech industry. Joshua wasn't too exposed to that, but even he heard plenty of stories about their excellence. Even the hardcore virtual athletes started to take note of the Black Beak and the Crystal Lord. Out of all of the virtual designs published by Chasing Clouds, it was these two that formed the crown. While Joshua dreamed of piloting the LMC's Wonder Mechs, elsewhere on Bentheim 2 women met each other at a quiet rooftop cafe. Among the elegant plants and wood-fashioned furniture, the women stared at each other with varying levels of tension. Melinda. Riella. The two Larkin sons happened to grow up together, as their ages closely matched. Nonetheless, their current occupations couldn't be more different. How's the guard? It's been hectic, and it doesn't help that I've been promoted to lieutenant, Melinda replied as a couple of service bots floated into their midst and delivered some refreshments. Thank heavens for the flagrant vandals. They've lifted everyone's moods so there's fewer troublemakers out there trying to make a fuss with their mechs. Riella grinned as she sipped on a multicolored smoothie. Heh, the vandals really sound like my kind of people. If I knew they existed, I would have signed up to them instead. Not that I'm unhappy with my current lot. I've finally been able to pursue the dueling career that I've always dreamed about. Melinda pressed her lips. Yes. A mech duelist. What a wonderful career. Yet I don't see your matches on the galactic net. That would spoil the whole show. The underground dueling circuit isn't about reaching the highest amount of viewers. It's about experiencing the exhilarating clash of multi-ton machines close up and personal, where lives are at stake. There's no substitute for that kind of rush. It's too dangerous. It only takes one accident to claim your life. No one can win every duel. The Larkin sons back home are worried sick about you. Even if you renounce the family, there's still a place for you to return. Hey, it's not like everyone kills each other all the time in the underground dueling circuit. Riella waved away her cousin's concern. We only go through with it when the crowd is wild or someone pays me to do it. I don't like to admit it, but my last name is a powerful talisman among the gangs. Nobody wants to piss off a Larkin son. They're all afraid Uncle Ark will run out of Citadel Havensworth and crush their entire gang. Haha. That's not funny. There are many insane duelists out there who don't care a whit about the Larkin sons. Then you better avenge me, Guard Lieutenant Larkin son. Riella spoke with mirth. Melinda sighed and stirred the spoon in her coffee cup. Would you believe me if I told you that the Larkin sons are willing to subsidize your entry in a professional dueling team? You won't be able to enter the Rittersburg or Bentheim circuits, but there are many teams elsewhere in the Republic that is looking for talent. Why don't you think about it? Nada. Absolutely not, Melly. I enjoyed my time in the amateur circuit, but I've already seen what a rotten place the pro games are. Sponsorships, merchandising, celebrity outreach, the entire circus around mech duels takes away from the actual fight. I've never felt more like a mech athlete until I began to take part in the underground duels. The gangs don't bother so much with all of that commercial crap. They only care about entertaining rumbles. No matter how many times Melinda pleaded her cousin, Riella never relented from her stance. Her frequent duels finally injected a sense of confidence and self-worth in her bearing. She didn't flinch at all in front of a lieutenant from the Planetary Guard. I'm my own person now. Even if the Visions push through the front lines come and try to take this life away from me, I'll be joining the rest of the Blood Claws in thrashing them out of Bentheim. You can at least be assured of that. Both Lark and Sons pursued different careers with success. They would never be able to see eye to eye with each other. If not for their shared family heritage, they would have never come together in the first place. Yet the bonds of family proved stronger than the animosity engendered by their professions. More Lark and Sons dealt with their own issues in life. Benjamin Lark and Son, former expert pilot and one of the foremost heads of the family, received a call from a surprising source. Miss Calcy, how are you today? Not doing well, to be honest. She replied over the comm right now. She was calling from her office at the LMC in Cloudy Curtain to Benjamin, who relaxed at the Lark and Son compound in Rittersburg. I need your help with something. What is it? The Ministry of Economic Development has been knocking at my doors to demand a stake in the LMC. It turns out we've become a bit too successful and eye-catching in their eyes, so now they want a piece of the pie. Benjamin instantly turned serious at that news. As expected. You expected this? The Republic's mech industry is too important to be allowed free rein. If you look closer at the ownership structure of other major mech manufacturers, the Ministry of Economic Development is a significant shareholder in all of those companies. The news came at an enormous shock to Calcy, who never heard about this arrangement before. Why didn't VS tell me about this? Because it's only relevant to mech companies that have reached a certain scale or developed something of strategic importance. The LMC should have been a few years away from growing large enough to attract attention, but perhaps some people have stirred things up in the background. According to the latest toady from the ministry, since the Crystal Lord was the runner-up to the Best Mech Design of the Year award, we should be privileged to receive their care. Her tone betrayed her cynicism at the ministry's offer. This was a typical case of suffering from too much success. Chapter 513 Big Leagues. I think you are mistaken about something, Calcy. Benjamin gently lectured. The old Lark and Son wanted to be kind, but sometimes people needed to learn a harsh lesson. For all the Bright Republic's claims about upholding the standard of freedom, the government isn't about to let an uncontrolled element have their way within their borders. The economy is always within their grip. This really came as a surprise to Calcy. Previously, she was just a law graduate who turned into a temporary caretaker of a multi-billion credit company. Though the responsibility initially overwhelmed her, she grew in the position with the help of capable friends within the LMC. Now, though, she found out that her vision was much too narrow. Like a frog within a well, she never became exposed to the truth about the Republic up until she hopped out of hole. What are my options? As V's agent, you'll have to bend the knee in the face of authority. If the Ministry of Economic Development has their eyes on a stake in the LMC, then it's best to accept the fact that VS, and you won't enjoy an absolute majority anymore. How many shares are they demanding from VS? They're asking for 21%, though it will be a different proportion if I choose to issue new stock. That's their way of saying that no matter what kind of financial wizardry you pull off, they want to achieve an outcome where VS no longer run his company like a tyrant. So they want to diminish V's ownership in his own company until it dips into 49%? That's correct. You can decide to sell his shares or issue new stock. The former will swell his bank account while the latter will infuse new funds into the company. I don't advise you to do the latter, and that's not just because our Lark & Son estate will stand to lose. The Ministry of Economic Development often likes to meddle in how mech manufacturers are run, and they'll demand you spend the influx of money into their pet projects. This was valuable advice from an insider who walked the halls of power in Rittersberg. Kelsey frowned at the old man's words. She recognized their import, but VS had insisted in the strongest terms to never sell away his shares. VS will not be happy. VS is not here. He appointed you as his agent for a reason. Even if it breaks one of his commands, you do not want to stand against the Bright Republic's industrial policy. This is the way that almost every state works. The government doesn't care about the small fries, but the moment a company grows to the point of being able to affect their prosperity, they will definitely take action. This is the reality of running a large corporation. Kelsey knew that this was no joke. Whenever the Bright Republic, they almost always knew what they were doing. They wouldn't back off from this demand now that they issued it. The only thing she could do was to mitigate the damage. So how do I have to treat the negotiation between the LMC and the ministry? Fill in the financial department and the legal department and let them handle the details. Some of our retainers will know what to do. Whatever you do, don't let the MOED run over you with their demands. Everything is negotiable, and their negotiators won't push too hard if you demonstrate some spine. Why is that so? Kelsey frowned. From what I've witnessed so far, they're never satisfied with what's on offer. That's because the ministry is wary about chasing VS from the Republic if they push him to the brink. It's counterproductive for them to chase away a promising mech designer within their midst. Can we negotiate an alternative to giving up his majority stake? That's not possible. You should thank yourself that we live in the Republic. Many other states demand a much higher proportion of outstanding shares. So even if VS decides to move the company's assets and settle in another state, he'll face the same thing over again, is that right? It's worse in that case, because a foreign entrant will always attract more scrutiny. It's best for VS to start anew in that case and found a new company from the ground up. All of this largely neutralized the threat of moving their industries elsewhere. Kelsey vaguely recognized a common understanding between the states. They kept their grasp on their domestic industries so long as everyone else played along. So how will the company be run from now on? Well, the board of directors will have some actual teeth. The MOED will appoint some of their people to the board who will aim to steer the LMC in a way that benefits the Republic as a whole. This won't always be good for VS or the company, but they aren't out to ruin your business either, so you don't have to worry about that part. And if VS or I disagree with their representatives? Then it comes down to a vote. The main reason why the MOED wants to strip V's majority is because they believe it is detrimental for a large company to be controlled by a single person. Even if VS is the founder and lead designer, there are many companies that have ruined themselves in a single day due to missteps from the majority shareholder. The Republic doesn't want its economy to turn into a commercialized version of the Vija Kingdom. Power must be shared, and no one should have the ultimate say. Splitting up power comes with their own downsides. VS has told me all about that when he prepared me for this job. And all of that is true, but in general the risks are minimized if the LMC transitions away from being under the reins of someone who holds an absolute majority. With a controlling stake of 49%, you will need to think twice on every proposal you put forward, because you need to convince at least one of the other shareholders to go ahead with your ideas. That also means that the Lark & Son estate can collaborate with Mrs. Bollinger and the ministry to vote through your own plans. Kelsey incisively pointed out. That's a distinct possibility. This is how actual corporations are run, you know. Even if the LMC went public, the MOED would still find a way to obtain at least 10% of the shares. This is really unfair to VS. Benjamin smiled and shook his head. Welcome to the big leagues. As Calcy grappled with the fact that the LMC prematurely came to the MOED's attention, VS himself was oblivious to the possibility. He never studied the Republic's laws to a great extent, and the lessons he learned when he attended school neglected to mention any of the sort. It couldn't be helped, since most graduates from the Rittersberg University of Technology never amounted to anything. VS was in fact one of their most prominent alumni in the last decade. If VS attended the much more prestigious Ansel University of Mech Design on Bentheim, then he would have received some forewarnings about the Bright Republic's economic and industrial policies. Mech manufacturers played an extremely important role to a state. The fact that they mass-produced machines of war only made the matter more important. No state wanted to have a rogue mech manufacturer within their borders selling dangerous mechs to pirates and every other type of scum. It was no wonder states wanted to bring them to heel in some fashion. VS Strode exited the shuttle and arrived at a special combat carrier called the Gorgon's Gaze. As far as combat carriers went, she was as old as any other carrier owned by the Vandals. She possessed a balanced mix of attributes, though her designers put a light emphasis on speed over armor. The Gorgon's Gaze would have been an unremarkable combat carrier were it not for the fact that she hosted the task force's only expert pilot. VS read up a bit on Rixt O'Callaghan during the shuttle ride. The man was around 100 years, but failed to prove himself worthy to anyone who would pay for any age-prolonging treatment. While mech designers had easier access to these exclusive treatments, mech pilots needed to work much harder to obtain the same privilege. Their brains simply worked differently from normal humans and posed additional challenges to those who provided such treatments. As VS read through the expert pilot's record, he found out the reason why nobody picked him up. At his prime, O'Callaghan managed to resonate up to a strength of 44 Lavares. If he was able to maintain this level of resonance, or continued to grow, then he might have been eligible to extend his biological lifespan. Unfortunately, he only maintained his peak for a short amount of time. His mental faculties and his piloting ability started to slide. This was a cardinal sin among expert mech pilots because it signified that they exhausted their potential. After bouncing around the Komodo Star sector trying to convince others to invest in him, he finally returned to the Republic and accepted an invitation from the Vandals. This guy is pretty much a washed-up geezer among expert pilots. That said, Venerable O'Callaghan still possessed a formidable amount of strength, measuring up to 30 Lavares on average. This meant his resonance was stronger than rookie expert pilots. The strength of resonance is only one factor in an expert pilot's toolbox. Other factors also played a role, from the quality of their mechs to the reflexes of the expert. A crude description of resonance was that it was responsible for giving an expert mech their superpowers. Even without this awesome power, an expert mech was still a dreadful machine to behold. The disparity only became a bit narrower if resonance was left out of the equation. Though VS had heard about Venerable O'Callaghan's irascible temper, he couldn't ignore the massive drain on resources his presence demanded. For better or worse, VS needed to talk to the expert pilot or someone from his entourage. Some expert pilots cultivated their own team of mech technicians and mech designers, but O'Callaghan lacked this luxury. Instead, the Vandals assigned their own people to serve the expert pilot. VS had scheduled a meeting with the head of his design team. Before he spoke with her, he first wanted to get a glimpse on the mech itself. He followed the route projected by his comm and entered into one of the hangar bays of the Gorgon's Gaze. It was smaller than the other hangars, and was obviously arranged to service a single elite mech. The thing that struck him the most was the mech itself. VS finally got a glimpse of O'Callaghan's famed Lancer mech, the Parallax Star. Venerable O'Callaghan's mech was basically a cavalry mech on steroids. It amplified the speed and impact damage of the mech. It could build up an incredible amount of speed and was able to pierce through heavy armor with ease with its foldable lance. If the Parallax Star ever got caught up in a close-range duel, then it could retract the length of its lance or abandon it in favor of the backup spear attached to its back. The mech possessed no ranged weapons of any kind, but this was less of a priority in space-borne combat. That said, when VS read up on the customized expert mech, he learned that the Parallax Star could be converted into a capable aerial mech with some extensive modifications. This allowed the mech to remain relevant when it operated alongside land-bound mechs. As impressive as the Parallax Star sounded, VS somehow felt that reality fell short. The magnificent burgundy and black expert mech looked worn and disjointed. To a layman, its outward appearance seemed fine, but to a skilled mech designer like VS, the mech appeared to scream in pain. "There's something wrong here. This mech isn't in a healthy state." When VS extended his meager spirituality at the mech, he encountered a morass of confusing portions. The mech's intangible spirit wasn't a morass of blended chaos like other mechs that had been worked on by many people. It contained portions of strong focus, but it was cut up in macabre pieces somehow. Thus, both technically and spiritually, the Parallax Star exhibited a lot of flaws. What has its design team been doing? Chapter 514 Parallax Star. A woman in her late 30s and a significantly older man wearing the coveralls of a chief technician arrived next to VS, who still stared at the Parallax Star in fascinated horror. The woman, who wore the standard green uniform of a mech designer, smiled and stepped forward. "Head Designer Larkinson, welcome aboard the Gorgon's Gaze, home to Venerable O'Callaghan and his Parallax Star. My name is Lisbeth Ada Demerskin, and I'm the leader of the design team. This old man here is Chief Leo Keys." VS snapped out of his attempt to make sense of the mechanical butchery at the end of the hangar bay. "Chief Keys. Miss Ada Demerskin. I'm glad to meet you. You can call us by our first names." "All right then. I've seen enough. Lead me to a compartment where we can discuss things in private." As the pair guided VS towards an unoccupied compartment meant for briefings, he considered how to approach their discussion. He already held some misgivings about the Parallax Star's budget, and what he had just laid eyes on only furthered the sense of wrongness about the entire arrangement. Once they seated themselves in the briefing room, VS decided to ask the questions that needed to be asked. One way or another, VS needed to determine if O'Callaghan was squandering the precious resources given to him by the Vandals. "Let me begin by saying, as the new head designer, I expect you two to help me tide us all over until we complete our mission and return to Republic space. We're deep into enemy space and cut off from easy access to supplies. We need to get used to leaner times for the next couple of months." Lisbeth kept smiling at VS, as if she understood his pains. "We are understanding of the difficulties facing the fleet. However, Venerable O'Callaghan will pull us through no matter how many visions stand in our way. You have nothing to worry about under his care." This was not the direction that VS was going for. "Miss Lisbeth, it is admirable for you to place so much faith in our resident expert pilot, but he is but one man among many. The main combatants will always be the regular mech pilots in our midst. The Venerable needs to save his strength and deploy only when necessary." "That is exactly our thoughts." Lisbeth nodded, all the while she maintained that strange and incessant smile. "The Parallax Star is always ready to deploy. While it takes some time to rouse our Venerable into readiness, you can be assured that the mech under our care will always be in tip-top shape." VS awkwardly coughed. "I believe we should speak about the state of the Parallax Star, but first I'd like to address its budget." "Oh?" Lisbeth smiled wider. "Have my requests for additional funding finally been accepted?" "Sadly not. In fact, I am thinking about dialing your generous resource allowances." Both Lisbeth and Chief Leo blinked at that. It was as if they never thought to hear something like that. The female mech designer's eyes appeared completely befuddled, though she maintained her smile. "Mr. Larkin's son, that's impossible," Chief Leo uttered. "Head designer, you are new in your position," Lisbeth said in a gentle tone. "You might not have been briefed with the full scope of our activities yet, so let me explain to you what we do here." She stood up and beckoned Chief Leo and VS to follow her. They walked out of the briefing room and headed over to the parallax star. Once they reached the bottom of its feet, she put her hand over its surface. "Look at this mech," she began. "Feel its heartbeat. Can you not tell how much care we put in its construction and maintenance? We polish it every day by hand to the point where it has become one of our rituals. The parallax star is designed by Professor Velton herself, and we are the executors of her will. This mech showcases the full potential of a senior mech designer at work." "That's not all we put our work in," Chief Leo interjected. He walked away from the parallax star and headed over a partitioned section in the hangar bay. "Come and see what we've prepared." When VS looked inside the partition, he became shocked at what he saw. "Are these spare parts?" "Indeed!" Lisbeth clapped. "So far, we've prepared 6 lances, 4 short spears, 3 pairs of legs, 7 pairs of arms, 5 flight systems, and 3 heads. These only concern the outer parts. We have another space that's devoted to storing internal parts such as engines or power reactors. All of these parts are of a different configuration, but all of them are compatible with the parallax star. It's a semi-modular system that Venerable O'Callaghan insisted that we implement," Chief Leo explained. "He wants to have the right tools available at the right time. For example, if O'Callaghan needs to fight against an expert ranged mech, he'll order us to configure the parallax star with parts that emphasize speed. If he needs to duel against a space knight, then the parallax star needs to focus less on speed and more on power and armor." "How fast can you transition in a different configuration?" VS asked. "A simple switch will only take an hour or 2 at most. A more complex exchange of parts will take up to 2 days. We're very proficient in this switch because we've trained on it endlessly." "That's too slow." "Pardon?" Both Chief Leo and Lisbeth couldn't process his comment. "I said it's too slow," VS repeated bluntly. "The exact type of expert mech our enemies will deploy is often unknown until their combat carriers are close enough to launch their mechs to fight. Do you really think you have hours or days of preparation time to make your leisurely switch? Impossible! This exercise is horribly redundant and wasteful in terms of resources." Chief Leo stopped smiling, but Lisbeth didn't appear to be affected. She smiled at him in a different light, however. Before, she looked cordial and friendly. Now, her smiling expression took on a nefarious shade. "Mr. Larkin's son, as we said, you are new to your position. I am sure that if you study our methodology, it will begin to make sense. In any case, I will not allow you to make unilateral decisions without Venerable O'Callaghan's approval. In no way will he accept a cut in our budget." His worst fears came true. Lisbeth Ada Denmerskin joined the cult of O'Callaghan and became their head priestess. VS turned to Chief Leo, but the old man silently shook his head and stood in a deferential manner behind Lisbeth. He had turned into a cultist as well, it appeared. "I don't understand the need for more resources," VS said, trying to approach this issue from another tack. "You've already fabricated loads of spare parts. It's more than enough to handle any situation. Why do you insist on maintaining the same level of resource allocation?" "Because it's never enough," Lisbeth answered without any doubt. "Venerable O'Callaghan wishes to expand his flexibility to the utmost. We must be ready to address any possible crisis. The more parts we prepare, the better we will be able to address a crisis in the future. It is like adding more tools in the toolbox. We may not need to make use of every tool, but the option is there when we need one of the rarer tools. VS shook his head. That's not how I see it. As far as I'm concerned, the Parallax Star only needs 2 or 3 tools to perform most of its jobs. Right now, you are reproducing multiple copies of nearly identical tools that solve the same problems. The toolbox is practically bursting apart. We disagree. No matter what analogy you use, the only thing that matters is this is the will of Venerable O'Callaghan. Okay then. Let me speak to him. Maybe I have better luck convincing the pilot. We refuse. Lisbeth responded with an irritated smile. Venerable O'Callaghan is far in his age and needs his precious rest. The longer he sleeps, the more his aging process slows down. Every minute awake is eating at his limited lifespan. I cannot in good faith allow you to rouse him from his slumber to make a request that we know for certain he will refuse. A budget cut is not in contention. What if I force this change over your protest? Then the Vril task force will lose its only expert pilot. Maybe we're better off that way. As far as I know, O'Callaghan only deployed into combat a couple of times over the past 5 years. That's an abysmally low deployment rate even for an expert pilot that needs to stay in reserve. There were several battles where our resident expert pilot's intervention would have saved the Vandals a lot of pain. The woman calmly retorted while maintaining her smile. Expert pilots aren't meant to hold our hands. They are the ultimate weapons to be used in the most dire threats to the Vandals. Intensive combat only accelerates his aging. His personal doctor has warned us that highly stressful moments may even accelerate the degeneration of his cognition and motor functions. Unless it is absolutely necessary, we will not allow Venerable O'Callaghan to squander his life. While the explanation made VS more sympathetic to the expert pilot, he had grown under the auspices of several other expert pilots. He long outgrew the instinctual need to worship a strong pilot. Besides, Chief Leo spoke up. The Venerable has long came to an arrangement with Professor Velton. She agreed to the existing terms in order to retain our expert pilot. This is not a deal you meddle with on your own. VS was afraid of that. O'Callaghan obviously extorted an enormous amount of privileges from the Vandals, all the while he spent the majority of his time in sleep. The Venerable shamelessly squandered billions worth of high-quality exotics into fabricating endless spare parts, most of which would likely never even see any use. Now he knew why the Parallax Star appeared to scream in pain. The mech was made out of disjointed parts, and had switched into a multitude of different configurations over and over again. Any mech would go mad with such senseless treatment. VS lamented the craftsmanship and expensive materials that went into their fabrication. Professor Velton demonstrated the prowess of a senior mech designer in the Parallax Star's design. It was too bad that most of it had gone to waste. After half an hour of touring and fruitless pleading, VS departed from the Gorgon's gaze with a drained expression. Crazy bint! And that old chief, why is he such a doormat? Lisbeth Ada Denmerskin was obviously a lost cause. It was actually within his power to relieve the apprentice mech designer from her current post. VS toyed with the idea of pulling the trigger, but held off because he knew he would face a storm of protest from the design team and the Venerable himself. Between VS and O'Callaghan, Major Vril would certainly choose to appease the latter. He needed the expert pilot's protection, and that meant appeasing the senile mech pilot's insane demands was a small price to pay for the mech officer. As for Chief Leo, the easygoing old man was unlike every other chief technician he had seen. A chief needed to be authoritative and assertive in order to keep their mech technicians in line. Chief Leo demonstrated none of those qualities in front of VS. Both of them were problems to VS. Perhaps no one aboard the Gorgon's gaze had the guts to stand up to Venerable O'Callaghan. This bred a situation where his cult had firmly taken root on that combat carrier. This is an impossible situation. While VS was not resigned to give up, he had no choice but to address the matter at a later date. Right now, he lacked a silver bullet that could resolve the problem in his favor. Chapter 5:15 Squandering. How's it looking, Doc? Some of your cells are wearing out faster than when you had your previous checkup. Your body is undergoing a subtle transformation. Towards what, we can't determine, but whether it is beneficial or not is hard to say. In other words, the doctor knew as much as anyone. VS exited the scanning chamber and dressed himself in his green uniform. Have you made any progress in your research? I'm afraid not. There is much we don't understand about your so-called Jutland organ. All we can determine is that it contains an incredible amount of biological programming in an encrypted form. The good news is that it is largely dormant. The bad news is that anything can trigger some of the programming. Nothing changed in that regard. VS thanked the doctor for his work and left the shield of Hispaina's medical bay. VS remained compromised due to his biological gifts from Dr. Jutland. He only hoped the doctor hadn't put anything unpleasant in the programming. He likely didn't anticipate that I would be able to call for rescue. The doctor wanted him to live on the hostile underground environment of Graining 4, so the Jutland organ probably wasn't out to kill him. At least he hoped so. The madman might have included a failsafe in the energy organ's programming that only its originator could resolve. I've got to get rid of this organ or at least decipher its programming. This wouldn't be easy. While the CFA took samples and cloned his body, VS didn't expect to hear from them again. He needed to solve this problem on his own initiative. I'll need to enlist the help of a biomedical institution from the Friday Coalition at a minimum. Not just anyone could knock on the doors of these prestigious institutions. Perhaps he could ask Master Olson for an introduction, but VS preferred to solve his problems through his own means. As long as he progressed to journeyman, a lot of doors would open for him in the Friday Coalition and in the Clifford Society. My best ticket to solve this problem is to earn lots of merits in the society. As long as I have merits, I can spend them on exclusive services that aren't open to regular people. The more he saw of the galaxy, the more he understood the importance of relationships and networks. For example, the flagrant vandals could have never pulled off the Deepman operation without cultivating an alliance with the Vision Revolutionary Front. Each of them excelled at something that the opposite party wanted to make use of. Recognizing this fact opened up an opportunity for mutual cooperation. VS needed to do the same with regards to puzzling out the secrets locked inside his body. The energy cycle quietly circulated within his chest without fail. Though his questionable ghost of a mother alleviated some of the pressure early on, it had already returned to its old level, and actually began to compress more energy in the cycle. He was worried that the pressure would be too much one day and blow his entire body up. While he didn't know how much time he had left, he figured that he still had a good decade to go before some serious side effects cropped up. How did Dr. Jutland deal with this problem? The internal energy cycle must have been a deliberate design choice. VS had the feeling he was missing something important. His body was basically an incomplete product. To compare his current state to a mech, VS imagined himself as a strengthened mech with a supercharged power reactor that constantly ran at full capacity. He didn't possess any weapons or systems where he could drain all of his excess energy. Still, it's dangerous to make too many assumptions about something I have no idea about. For now, he pushed the issue to the back of his mind and turned back to the problems that fell within his area of expertise. After meeting the team that maintained Venerable O'Callahan's parallax star, VS mentally wrote them off as potential allies. Miss Lisbeth is a total cook and Chief Leo is a firm believer. VS heard about how people would go crazy around expert pilots from his family. In the age of Mechs, the popularity of Mechs was at an all-time high. The norms worshipped the mech pilots, and the mech pilots worshipped the expert pilots. It was almost impossible for an advanced mech pilot to succeed in breaking through an expert pilot. Their rarity and miraculous circumstances turned every expert pilot in an object of envy. Some people equated them to demigods for their amazing skill and mythical abilities. When VS returned to his office, he greeted Iris and looked at her with appreciation. He found her presence to be remarkably helpful. She stopped being annoying once she saw that her attempts to get him to waver in his loyalties only made him more suspicious. Now that she became the perfect assistant to him, VS truly appreciated the benefit of having a second mech designer at his beck and call. He could tell her to relay his instructions to others and take care of all manner of trivial tasks. He could talk advantage of her connections and friendships within the Vandals and the VRF. Most importantly, she was a pretty decent mech designer as well, so VS often used her as a sounding board for some of his ideas. "I'm at my wit's end with the Venerables design team," VS sighed. "Do you have any suggestions on how to restore their sanity? If I can just adjust their budget, I can allocate a lot more resources to where they are needed, such as strengthening the fragile inheritor mechs. I've estimated that I can strengthen every inheritor mech by 5% if I have the Parallax Star's budget." That 5% didn't sound so much, but the Inheritor Light Skirmisher was the most prevalent space-borne mech in the mech roster. A comprehensive strengthening of 5% could mean the difference between a narrow escape or a devastating loss. "I'm not a miracle worker, boss," she responded with a flat expression. "You're not the first head designer who's been cracking their head over this issue. Alec hasn't been able to do anything and neither will you. Just face it, the Venerable knows we are desperate and don't have any other expert pilot to turn to. As long as Venerable O'Callaghan can maintain his monopoly on expert mech deterrence, he'll milk his advantage for all it's worth." VS let out a grunt in frustration. "It's wasteful. That selfish old man is squandering our resources. The worst thing about it is that the resources are literally going to waste. He's got so many spare parts that his design team can assemble at least 2 complete copies of the Parallax Star. The rationale for fabricating all of these different parts is impractical as well. The enemy won't stop their attacks, wait for them to assemble the right configuration of parts. Efficiency seems to be one of your pet peeves. You can't stand it when someone is making suboptimal choices." "I guess you're right," he sighed. "I feel incredibly frustrated to see something so wrong be allowed to continue without change. My mind just itches when I think about it. I constantly feel I have to do something about it. I'd do anything to make it stop." Normally, VS was never a stickler for perfect efficiency. He fostered a slow and meticulous work culture at the LMC's mech nursery. He could have opted for more speed in order to increase their efficiency, but he wanted to maintain the best possible quality. Too much efficiency wasn't always a good thing. The production methods he witnessed at Vaughn Industrial pursued an extreme of efficiency that was endemic to large, well-run mech manufacturers. There wasn't anything wrong with their pursuit, as it obviously allowed them to mass-produce the largest amount of mechs at the lowest cost possible at very high speeds. These all sounded like ideal qualities to an industrialist who pursued the maximum amount of profit. A consummate craftsman like VS couldn't accept the pursuit of profit above all else. A mech was a wonderful machine and deserved some consideration. It took time and effort to build a quality product, and a naked pursuit for efficiency neglected many subtle and indefinable attributes that separated a masterpiece from a mass-produced commodity. In this paradigm, expert mechs always measured at the other end of the extreme. Each and every expert mech was a highly customized machine designed to interface with only one unique customer. It was a mech that was designed, fabricated, modified, and maintained for the use of one expert pilot. It wasn't worth it to go through all of that trouble for a single regular mech pilot. It only became cost-effective to do so for expert pilots because their amazing capabilities more than made up for the investment. The only problem here was that O'Callaghan is pushing it way past common sense. The parallax star didn't get any stronger. At most, it had a few more tools at its disposal, but it would take too much time to swap the parts. "I hate to say it to you, boss, but you're going to have to deal with it," Iris said when she saw that VS was still struggling to come up with a solution. "The multiverse isn't perfect. You don't always get what you want, and perfection is never easy to obtain. Maintaining the status quo is the least bad option. Every other option would weaken the task force or see you fired." She was right. VS didn't want to admit it. He felt he should have been clever enough to come up with a golden solution that would have addressed the problem without making things worse. In the end, he shrugged. "I don't have any options right now. I'll leave the issue be, but I'll definitely return on it once the situation changes." VS proceeded to distract himself by throwing himself to the complicated task of planning out the task force's mech composition. He already had a good idea what he wanted to adjust. The scarcity of certain critical resources limited much of his options. Though the Vandals looted a huge amount of valuable exotics and other materials from the Dietmans system, they prioritized exotics known with a high volume to price ratio. Most of these materials weren't suitable to be the main ingredients to repair or enhance their existing stock of mechs. If VS planned his mech composition around the meager strategic stockpiles in the cargo holds, he found out that the task force would quickly run dry within a week. He remembered that the Vandals arrived in the Dietmans system with largely empty cargo holds in order to carry away as much loot as possible. This didn't leave much room for critical supplies that could keep the Vandals going. The task force would never be able to reach the Reanald Republic without obtaining more supplies. "Iris, please schedule a meeting with Lieutenant Commander Soapstone. I'm going to need her help and advice. Make it a longer appointment if possible." "On it, boss." A few minutes later, she confirmed the appointment. "You can meet with her after the fleet jumps back into FTL. Right now, she's busy with allocating the resources we've mined from this system's asteroid belt." "Understood." The Vandals couldn't do anything outside their ship as long as they traveled through FTL. Thus, the fleet cherished any moment they popped out of the higher dimensions in order to cycle down their FTL drives and mine some extra resources from the local star system. "We won't always get lucky and emerge in an empty or rebel-controlled star system," he whispered. "Iris, do you know how many transitions we have to go through before we're out of Emodries?" "1 or 2 more jumps, no more," she said. Since she was also a representative of the VRF, she knew a little more about Major Vo's intentions. "I think we'll only do a larger jump rather than 2 smaller ones because Major Vo really wants to shake off any pursuers from Emodries. They're mad as hell." "All right." A larger jump enabled them to cover more distance, but made it easier for the enemies to track and anticipate their destination. It was a decision that traded security for speed. "Hopefully we won't get caught by Emodries at our next destination." Chapter 516 Uphill Battle. VS emerged from Soapstone's office with a tired but energetic look. In the last 3 hours, he finally got to meet with Lieutenant Commander Soapstone, who apprised him of their logistical situation. The entire discussion ran on for hours as Soapstone patiently educating him about her own challenges. Most of it was boring and tedious, but VS forced himself to memorize the points she raised. In any case, VS received the answers that he wanted to hear. With Major Vo's approval, she arranged numerous trades with the regional rebel groups that haunted the Venids, Klein, and Hafner duchies. "Venid's rebel movement is able to channel most of the resources that you need to us. Mind you, we aren't acquainted with this particular group, and they know that they're our only effective supplier. This means they'll certainly try to take advantage by charging triple of what they're selling while paying a fraction of the valuables we've obtained from the Dietmans system." VS sensed her unspoken message. "So you want to keep the trade as small as possible?" Soapstone nodded. Our profits from the Dietmar venture will evaporate if we try to fulfill every item on your wish list. It's simply not economical for us to fulfill your ambitious plans." He quietly cursed at that. Couldn't these rebels recognize that the Vandals could be their allies? VS was forced to set his sights lower and acquire the bare minimum of what was necessary to keep all of the piloted mechs in fighting shape. He couldn't spare any extra attention to the spares. Even then, his means fell short of being able to bring every mech to a functional condition. The attrition some of the Vandal mechs endured on Dietmar 4 needed an extensive overhaul. As a result, the task force needed to get past the Amodris and Venids territories while slightly under strength. Fortunately, our space-borne mechs haven't suffered too much damage compared to our land-bound machines. Yet that didn't mean the land-bound mechs would be mothballed. Venids was relatively rich in resources and many of its star systems contained valuable mines. Soapstone quietly revealed to VS that Major Verl and his staff was considering the possibility to raid one of Venid's prosperous star systems to supplement their deficient resource outlook. Soapstone explained the rationale to him. The rebels charge so much because they're short on resources and need the money as much as we do. Rather than let them rip us off, it's better for us if we can cut out the middleman and go for the source. VS almost had a heart attack when he heard this notion. Many of our land-bound mechs aren't up for a planetary raid. Tough luck then, head designer. Major Verl doesn't want to hear it. We Vandals have endured worse situations. If our mech pilots have to pilot damaged mechs, then so be it. We really need those resources. Soapstone also hinted that they would perform more raids along the way, because every rebel group was simply demanding too much. The flagrant Vandals already paid a substantial amount of money to facilitate their passage through hostile space. Can you tell me about any large-scale deployments in the works? It would help me out if I know what I can expect in the future. There are 2 important missions that we will likely accept in exchange for obtaining extra assistance from the regional rebel groups. The first one consists of destroying an important defensive installation in the Klein Duchy. The second one entails freeing important prisoners from a jail in the Hafner Duchy. Both of them sounded like it would require the Vandals to put in their best effort, especially the first mission. Attacking a defensive fortification head-on was not a light matter, and the more mechs on the field, the better. VS groaned yet again. This is really too much. You're running the Vandals ragged at this rate. I'm sure your mech pilots are able to tough it out, but mechs are exceedingly complex machines. It's easy to see them as invincible machines of war, but their impervious performance is only possible due to the incredible amount of work being done behind the scenes. I'm aware of that, Soapstone retorted, reminding VS that she excelled in logistics, which most mech officers plainly never thought about. Yet we are also under a lot of pressure. We made it out of the Dietmar system with a lot of riches, but until we are able to reach a friendly or neutral trading system and sell them off at acceptable prices, we won't be able to derive any benefits from our loot at all. Our current resource-rich state is an illusion. All of our wealth is locked away in hard-to-dispose, illiquid goods. He understood then that the task force was in a much worse state than he initially believed. It was as if a group of robbers infiltrated a mansion in the middle of a city and stole some precious jewels. Now, the entire city turned hostile against the robbers, leaving them nowhere to sell their ill-gotten gains. Only by escaping the city and reaching a neighboring one would the heat die down. By then, they could calmly enter any store to sell the jewels at fairer prices. So there's at least 3 different land-bound deployments in the horizon. A raid in Venids, a mission in Klein and another one in Hafner, is that all? That should be all. We're reluctant to plan for more because every deployment slows us down. We still need to reach the Reanald Republic within less than 2 months. Thank the heavens for that. VS quietly sighed in relief since they at least remembered that they needed to adhere to a deadline. Otherwise the sheer amount of deployments would have turned him crazy already. The rest of the discussion mainly revolved around the details and finer points. At first, it didn't seem to VS that any of it mattered, but he slowly realized that it was important for him to know some crucial details. The information he received encompassed tidbits such as what kind of resources Vinids extracted from their mines to where they would be able to obtain medium-density mech-grade fuel. With his expanded intelligence, VS easily memorized all of these important details. If Lieutenant Commander Soapstone found it important enough to mention it to him, then it was worthwhile for him to memorize it all. Some of this information may come handy in the future. With a bucket load of information stuffed in his head, VS returned to his office and reworked his own planning according to the new information. He had to get over the fact that his plan left no options but to deploy mechs that still needed some repairs. The main issue he faced was that it took too much resources to repair all of their land-bound mechs. Through some possible trades in the following 3 territories, the task force might be able to supplement their most critical needs, but this was just a metaphorical drop in the ocean compared to the actual problem. Making this planning taxed his mental capacities to the limit. In truth, VS should have involved some capable assistants to share the load, but besides Iris, VS could only turn to his supposed deputies. Thinking about trust the likes of Mercator and Trozen with this responsibility made him feel ill at ease. They're not trustworthy enough, and much of this information is sensitive. VS was resigned to work at it by himself. As the planning came together, he felt as if his head started to overheat. He needed to lay down his work. He turned off his terminal and looked around and noticed that Iris was already gone. The shift is already over? The clock that displayed the standard time revealed that it was midnight right now. VS stretched his limbs and eased his mind onto other matters. I wonder how the LMC is doing? As head researcher, VS had limited access to the galactic net. Much of his access only allowed him to receive data in a passive manner. He wasn't allowed to transmit any information except what was necessary to access some of it in the first place. In essence, his access to the galactic net amounted to a read-only limitation. He browsed some of the articles and tried to look up the winner for the award of Best Mech Design of the Year. Damn, I lost! His mech design only received an honorable mention from the Bentheim Mech Court. In the segment that his Crystal Lord was competing on, the senior mech designers that made up the court decided to hand over the award to an admittedly worthy and brilliant striker mech design. A brief look told VS that the Crystal Lord didn't lose unjustly to this striker mech. He couldn't fault the Bentheim Mech Court for being biased. The Crystal Lord is a good design, but it has its limitations. He read up on how the LMC was doing, but the public news reports only mentioned what they perceived from the surface. For example, they could tell that the mech nursery ramped up their production, but they couldn't determine how many production lines had been added to the underground manufacturing complex. One interesting development was that the Crystal Lord gained 2 different categories of clients. First, some of the Bentheim mech regiments ordered dozens of Silver Label Crystal Lords on a trial basis. The news portal that reported this rumor claimed that some of the mech regiments wanted to pimp out the mechs piloted by their officers. VS had mixed feelings about the idea. The Crystal Lord isn't a military-grade mech. While he was confident his mech could keep up with most other military-developed mechs, the widespread adoption of the Crystal Lord would certainly introduce some difficulties to these mech regiments. His perspective was wider now. Having access to all of the information at the disposal of a head designer, VS was keenly aware of the complications that ensued by mixing military-grade mechs with machines meant for a different audience. The Vandals suffered substantially from this problem because much of their mechs consisted of salvaged or stolen Vision mechs. The main benefit to military-grade mechs was that they're designed to work with a common set of standards, parts, and measurements, even among different designs. This streamlined the maintenance process and lightened the burden of fielding several different models of mechs. It was not to the extent of incorporating every separate model in a single product family, but just a handful of commonalities was enough to ease a mech regiment's logistical concerns. As for the Crystal Lord, not only did it make use of fairly unique components derived from coalition licenses, its laser rifle and chest crystal could only be produced at the Mech nursery. The silver and gold label mechs distinguished themselves from the bronze label version fabricated by third-party manufacturers by carrying activated alien crystals. As far as VS was aware of, there was only one crystal cube in existence that could activate the synthesized crystals. This is going to be a problem for the LMC. I hope Kalsi won't be stupid enough to give up the crystal cube. Besides closing some deals with the Mech Corps, the Crystal Lord also proved to be a surprising hit in the Ilvain Protectorate. They even loosened up their harsh import restrictions to obtain more copies of his premium rifleman Mech. Though he was a little confused why the Ilvains adored the Crystal Lord model all of a sudden, he wasn't about to turn away a customer. VS looked up some other news about home, but only for an hour or so. He couldn't let himself be consumed by thoughts at home, not while the Vandals still needed to fight their way out of Vision space. He initially thought it would be a difficult but manageable ordeal to leave the kingdom. Now that he became responsible for the task force's mechs, he realized what an uphill battle he faced. Heh. It's more of a cliff than a hill. Try climbing that. Chapter 517, Dynamic Mech Roster. He finished it. While it took some time, he completed an entire plan for the task force's mech roster that took every major factor into account. He took into account the skills and capabilities of every mech company, the inclinations of their commanding officers, the available resources that logistics agreed to release for repair work, the likely opposition they faced at various points of time, and a projection of what kind of resources they would be able to obtain. The latter two variables introduced an incredible amount of complexity to his work. VS had been forced to make assumptions and use his own judgment to fill in the gaps. His increasingly more intricate plan became more flexible as VS added options in case his assumptions turned out to be wrong. The dynamic planning took up a lot of time to read and understand, but the basic point of it was to deploy the best possible Vandals mechs at any time within their limitations. VS minimized as much intervals as possible where they could be caught with their pants down, for example by transitioning hundreds of mechs from one configuration to another. Most of the mass overhauls could take place within the safety of FTL travel. VS smiled as he deactivated the privacy screen around his desk and leaned back on his chair. The work was demanding, and he frequently felt as if his brain overheated, but once he finished his work, he experienced a rare moment of fulfillment. "Did you finish it, boss?" "I did. It's too bad I'm not allowed to show it off to you. It would be fatal for us if this plan gets leaked out." He meticulously cleaned up his terminal of any traces of his work. Fortunately, the Vandals, like every mech regiment of the Mech Corps, utilized highly developed routines that did most of the heavy lifting. Once he ported his data over to a secure data chip, he stood up and left his office, and navigated the Shield of Hispania until he reached Major Vaux's door. After a brief security check and wait, the Major commanded him to enter his stateroom. VS took a seat behind the desk and passed over the data chip. "Took you long enough, Mr. Larkin's son," the Major grunted as he immediately inserted the chip into his terminal. "I had to do all of the planning alone. I don't quite trust my subordinates to keep their mouths shut." "That's not a good sign. Even if you're the head designer and the best of the bunch, you need to get a grip on your direct subordinates. The point of a hierarchy is to distribute the workload. You can't do that if you don't trust your own underlings." VS shrugged at that. It wasn't as if he could tell Vaux that he wouldn't be able to command Mercator and Trozen's loyalty unless he became a journeyman. Mech designers of their level acquired an innate arrogance that became hard to tame unless they faced the higher-ranking mech designers. Even if VS displayed more ability than them, he couldn't suppress them by virtue of that alone. While most apprentice mech designers could never match his extensive knowledge and skills, they still subconsciously thought they were on the same level. He waited quietly while Major Vril perused the expansive plan. While VS provided summaries, it took at least half an hour of reading to get the gist of his decisions. "I see you've provided 3 different options for me," Vril said and looked up from his terminal. "What are the differences?" "They differ mainly depending on which kind of mechs you want to retain when we reach the Hafner Duchy. I anticipate we'll need to be at our strongest at that point, sir." Vril nodded in agreement. "Venids and Hafner will be our toughest opponents. The former because it will be difficult to disentangle ourselves from their forces, and the latter because they're good at sniffing us out." The older man palmed his stubby chin after mentioning those 2 powers. The Vandal commander did not relish facing both of them in battle, but their current circumstances compelled them into a possible collision course. VS proceeded to spend the next hour guiding Major Vril through a broad outline of his plan. "Right now, we're on our way out of Emodries and still have to carry out essential repairs. When we reach Venids, I've heard there will be a possible raid on the horizon. My men will direct the mech technicians to make some essential repairs on these land-bound mechs. I don't project we'll face a lot of challenges in the Klein Duchy, but their long-range firepower focus can be devastating if they wish to harass us. We're going to have to lean on the Inheritor mechs to teach them a lesson. I don't think we can avoid a pitched battle against Hafner. They'll track us down and force us into battle eventually, so I've planned for the worst. We'll to bring up the heavy stuff and modify our space-borne mechs to withstand their initial charge." VS justified each of his decisions with evidence, and if he lacked enough backing from that, he supplemented it with reasonable assumptions. The plan also possessed a lot of branches that provided alternatives to Major Vril. The 3 major options that Major Vril took note of could be described as 3 different flavors that put more emphasis on a particular strategy. Personally, VS favored the option that elevated the Inheritor light skirmishers into their mainstay mechs. He always felt a bias for this poor underdog of a mech model and wished that the Vandals took them seriously for once. Out of all of their space-borne mechs, the Inheritor was one of their most prevalent model. It was well worth investing them in his eyes. Sadly, Major Vril had other ideas. "I like this option. The Hellcat Hybrid Knights provides me with the most tactical flexibility. They're excellent whether they are spread out among the mech companies or gathered into specialized squads." "Sir, I think you should take a serious look at the Inheritor option. It's our most numerous mech, after all, and their speed is their best asset. They are useful, but they only serve a narrow role." Vril shook his head. "Their biggest demerit is that they do not excel at defense, and that they're countered by Hafner's mech doctrine. There is no little use in trying to maintain their strength for the final stretch. It is better to use them up beforehand." And with those heartless words, his suggestion died a silent grave. VS bowed his head in apology for the Inheritor mech pilots that would soon be running the gauntlet. There was no way they'd be able to take it easy. "There are a number of points that seem dubious to me. I'd like you to change some of these aspects." Major Vril provided a small number of key changes. Most of it concerned the modifications that VS suggested to be made in order to gear the mechs against specific opponents. For example, to counter against Venid's stealth attacks, he planned to turn the Inheritor mechs into mobile sentries that meticulously scan their vicinity for any anomalies with upgraded sensors. This upgrade is too demanding in terms of resources. Instead of incorporating the sensor upgrades on half of the Inheritors, it's sufficient if only 20% of our complement carry this sensor system. We should have just enough Inheritors to provide full spherical coverage around our fleet. That will be cutting it close, sir. The coverage wouldn't have as much depth. It's easier for Venids to sneak their stealth mechs past our patrols if we only put up a single detection layer around our ships. We won't be relying solely on the inheritors to do their jobs. Don't forget our combat carriers. They can provide us with a second detection layer. By the time the combat carriers detect something wrong, it's already too late, sir. VS had a good point, but Major Vro wanted to allocate more resources elsewhere. Since the Major was in command, VS had no choice but to yield and adjust his plans. They talked over other many issues, and while VS had to change many details, he was able to convince the Major to stick to the plan. Overall, they refined the plan in a way that made more sense to a true Vandal. VS had only stuck to them for less than half a year. It was natural that his knowledge of the Vandal fighting style contained a lot of holes. I'm satisfied with the work you've done, Mr. Larkin's son. I'll provisionally approve of this plan for now so we can start pouring our resources where they are necessary. I want you to attend the next meeting that I'm holding with my staff so that we can benefit from their input. I'll be there, sir. VS was satisfied that Major Vro largely accepted his plan. His hard work hadn't gone to waste, and the Mech officer didn't fault too many of his assumptions. VS felt as if he made a genuine contribution to the survival of the task force. Major Vro kicked VS out of his wardroom shortly after. The meeting ate up a lot of their time, and they needed to fulfill their other obligations. VS neglected many of his other responsibilities while he became consumed with planning out their Mech roster. Planning our Mech roster is a head designer's most important responsibility, but that doesn't mean I can sit back and relax once I've finished planning. His second major responsibility as a head designer was to lead the other Mech designers and make sure they weren't up to no good. Even if Mech designers were smart, it wasn't a good idea to loosen their reins. He paused to consider his most pressing issue. Major Vro already issued a warning to him, and he didn't intend to neglect it any longer. I have no way to command my subordinates except to invoke my official authority. While it works in a pinch, it won't work in the longer term. I've got to work on cultivating some trustworthy subordinates. VS cast his eyes to the future when he made this decision. Even after the task force completed their mission, Iris was right in that the Vandals might appoint VS to another leadership position in the future. The Vandals were awfully short-handed, and they didn't have enough senior and journeyman Mech designers to supervise every important project. While VS didn't necessarily dream of a career within the Vandals. If possible, he didn't wish to clash against other careerist Mech designers who wanted to climb up the ladder like Mercator. Yet their relative lack of competence compelled VS to compete against them, if only so that he would be spared from following the orders of someone who didn't know what he was doing. At the heart of it, the only reason why the Mech designers attached to the Vandals are in such an awful shape is because there aren't enough of us. It wasn't too hard for the flagrant Vandals to recruit low-ranking Mech designers through their own recruiting channels. Yet these people didn't really bring too much to the table. In order to obtain Mech designers with several successes to their name, the Vandals needed to rely on the generosity of the Mech Corps. Even if we've pulled off a daring raid in the Deepman system, I don't think they'll change their mind. Many other Vandals expressed the same cynical sentiment. Their disdain for the Republic and the Mech Corps made it hard for them to hope for a helping hand. In other words, VS needed to work with the Mech designers they already had. No matter if they were conscripted like VS or volunteered like Mercator, both of these types possessed their own competencies. Still, thinking about their low numbers, VS thought back on his observation that all of the apprentice Mech designers had only entered into the Mech regiment's service for less than 5 years. Except for the journeyman and Professor Velton, every other Mech designer transferred away for one reason or another. When VS returned to his office, he turned on his terminal and entered the personnel files. VS used his head designer privileges to investigate the reason for the transfers, but it turned out that this matter was not as simple as he thought. Insufficient clearance? What? I'm the head designer. This obstacle reminded him that he only scratched the surface of the flagrant vandals. VS always felt as if something ominous hid behind their simplistic nature. Chapter 5:18 Carrot and Stick. VS scheduled another comprehensive meeting. Every mech designer in the task force had been ordered to attend it, though it was sufficient for them to show up as projections. They could hardly enter a shuttle and transfer over to the Shield of Hispaniel, while the entire task force entered FTL. In the meantime, VS fulfilled some of his other responsibilities. He paid a visit to each of the Shield of Hispania's hangar bays to provide consultations for the resident mech pilots and mech technicians. He spent days drawing upon the full potential of his formidable mind to fill out an expansive but fairly abstract plan. Staring at the developing mech roster all day disconnected him from the mechs and people that the numbers represented. VS couldn't let himself become too detached to reality. Mr. Larkin's son, can you teach us how to increase this laser rifle's heat capacity? I don't understand why this mech glitches out whenever its power reactor reaches 27% capacity. We've been thinking about replacing it with another one, but it's too costly if we proceed with this solution. I heard you've got a good touch for mechs. Every mech you laid your hands on feels great for every mech pilot. Can you bless our mechs as well? The low-level problems didn't require much effort for VS to address. He found it relaxing in a way to forget about his heaviest responsibilities and return to basics. VS always believed that the best mech designer needed to rely on both theory and practice to advance their understanding of the craft. Knowledge advances our technical understanding of mechs, but practice allows us to develop our artistic side. Not every mech designer agreed that their profession incorporated art or craftsmanship. This was different from other design professions such as architects who constantly tried to influence the people that inhabited the structures they designed. VS found it kind of sad that most of the mech designers he had met among the Vandals ascribed to a different school of thought. They leaned more towards a functional or utilitarian perspective of mechs. This viewpoint expressly rejected any subjective attachments to mechs and only cared about their objective performance. The spec sheets were holy and the numbers never lied. Having corresponded with the likes of Iris, Pierce, and Lyda, VS understood that this was common among the mech designers who worked as grunts in design teams. They don't have the power to exert any influence on the designs they are working on. They are only there to perform some menial tasks. Only the highest-ranked mech designers that led the design teams had a use for their artistic side. The high-ranking mech designers among us don't just need to reach the rank of apprentice, they also have to develop their first original design by themselves. How did they even manage to accomplish this? Independent mech designers like VS who founded their own businesses turned out to be very rare. While VS himself knew that most mech designers shied away from the risks and the high barriers to entry associated with going it alone, too many mech designers opted to go for the easy road. While these mech designers pursued honest careers, their overspecialization atrophied their ability to design a complete mech by themselves. A mech designer who specializes in legs won't know what to do when they have to design the other portions of a mech. At the very least, there would be a noticeable imbalance of quality. Yet even then, mech designers like Mercator and Iris somehow made the cut. How did they do it? VS checked the MTA's expansive archives and looked up their first original designs. He quickly found out that they used the same strategy they employed during the design duel. They ripped off another design. Truly, the definition of what constituted an original design was hard to pin down. If VS copied the Caesar Augustus but coated it black instead of white, then nobody would accept he designed an original mech. Yet if he attempted to design a vague copy of the Caesar Augustus while making use of different component licenses, then he arguably designed an original mech. Even if the imitation possessed highly similar specs to the original, it still constituted an original design to the MTA. Their exact criteria on the matter was a secret. Suffice to say, the actual hurdle wasn't very high to most mech designers. Did I make too much of a fuss when I debuted my own work to the public? No. A proper first original design attracted a fair amount of publicity. VS followed the tradition sincerely and got rewarded for it with plenty of coverage that boosted the marketing for his Blackbeak design. As for the poor imitations and rip-offs designed by his colleagues within the Mech regiment, the MTA may have validated their designs, but their only practical use was to collect dust in the archives. No one spared a glance at their so-called debut works, and this lack of distinction would certainly become a hindrance to their careers if they tried to make something of themselves in the private sector. They may be able to get past the MTA, but they can't fool the market. Time passed until the time for the meeting began. VS sat himself at the front of the conference room. The seats had been constrained in concentric circles this time to foster a sense of equality. The main reason why he called for this meeting was to address the concerns of lower-ranking mech designers who did most of the actual grunt work in the fleet. Emitters flared up as lifelike projections of people appeared inside the conference room. They quietly took their places and wondered why he scheduled this meeting. Familiar faces such as Pierce, Mercator, and Trozen sat in the inner circle. Numerous amounts of lower-ranked mech designers sat in the outer circles. VS focused his gaze on each and every one of them. Some met his stares, others instantly bent their heads or shielded away. This was what he expected, and frankly hoped for. VS placed much stock on these novice and fairly junior apprentice mech designers that revered him. In his eyes, they were like loose clay, ready for him to be shaped in any form he wanted. As for the higher-ranked apprentices, none of them really looked at him with reverence. Oh, they respected his skills and acknowledged his prowess, but they never thought he was better than them. Only Pierce feared him a little bit because he witnessed what VS was fully capable of during their boot camp. Iris didn't fear him at all, but VS already had a good rapport with her. As the only physical mech designer present, she stood out from the other occupants as her body appeared just a bit more real than others. Despite the excellent quality of projectors, human eyes were much more capable in certain aspects than machines. When everyone's virtual avatars arrived, VS stood up and began the meeting. Thank you for coming here today. We've got a number of points on the agenda to go through. First, let me announce to you that a provisional plan for our mech roster has received Major Vol's approval. I don't expect any major changes to the plan, so it is essentially a done project. Can we obtain copies of the plan, sir? It's hard to work while blind. I don't know if I need to enhance a mech's speed or armor for the next deployment. VS shook his head. I'm afraid I can't do that. A lot of sensitive information can be derived from the full plan. Even the summaries are enough to plunge the Vandals into a crisis if someone leaks them out to the Visions. For now, I'll only release information to you on a need-to-know basis. Mercator raised his hand. Head designer, as your deputies, it would be helpful for us to be acquainted with your plan. Will you allow us access to some of the details? We only need enough to make some preparations. As I've stated before, you'll be informed when you need to know at that point in time. VS glibbed while trying to keep his smile hidden. He really didn't like Mercator, but he thought it would be unprofessional to show his displeasure at his own deputy. He wouldn't give Mercator or any snake the satisfaction to see him make a blunder. In any case, words were cheap, and VS felt no guilt in answering with a lie or non-answer. In any case, VS could tell that Mercator hadn't been taken in by the nonsense, but wisely refrained from making a fuss. Mr. Larkin's son, if nobody gets to access the details beforehand, will all of us be working blind? Trozen asked her own question. I'll essentially drip-feed your assignments when they need to be done. It's not ideal, but it minimizes the damage should any of this leaks out. I don't want to hand over our entire itinerary for the next 2 months to the Visions. Everyone chuckled at that, though the prospect wasn't all that funny. VS explained a few more things and even revealed the first step of the plan, which wasn't too complicated. A possible land-bound deployment is in the air, so make sure you divert at least half of your focus on land-bound mechs that can be fixed with ease. Prioritize the easy cases first and leave the heavily damaged mechs for later. Some of them looked surprised that they needed to work on the land-bound mech. After all, wouldn't a straightforward flight from Vision space be a straight run to the border? VS didn't let out anything about the topic after that, but he figured the inquisitive mech designers would figure out the motivations on their own soon enough. Now I'll be demanding that you work as hard as possible for the next 2 months. We need to maximize our productivity and minimize our waste. Anyone who slacks off or fobs off their assigned to a mech technician or something will be punished harshly. VS emphasized the importance of hard work because the plan demanded a lot of changes to be made at critical intervals in the next 2 months. Perhaps someone foresaw the sheer amount of work VS would soon pile up on their shoulders. Sir, we aren't bots who can't work all day. We need our rest moments. Tough luck then. We're at war, and we're knee-deep in enemy territory. Relax when you sleep. Otherwise, go to work. The more we get things done, the stronger the Vandals become. More people started to furrow their brows. They faintly suspected that VS would start to become their slave driver. VS grinned and gestured towards Mercator and Trozen. My deputies will keep an eye on your productivity. If you haven't been meeting your targets, they'll be sure to whip you back into shape. The 2 deputies looked surprised at VS for giving them this duty. However, it made sense for them to be their supervisors because that was what deputies should do. In any case, VS wouldn't have to bother with the tedium while the other mech designers became a little more guarded in front of the deputies. Naturally, since VS showed off his stick, he should also introduce the carrot. I don't expect you to work for nothing. Anyone who meets their targets for the week will receive the right to borrow 1 journeyman-level textbook from the central database of the Mech Corps. It'll be yours to peruse for an entire month. That lit a fire under their butts. No mech designer wanted to stay stagnant, and for most of them, a quality journeyman-level textbook from the Mech Corps was a highly sought-after commodity. That's not all. Those who exceed their targets by a fair margin will receive greater privileges. Those who are eligible can either exchange it for the right to borrow another textbook for half a year, or the opportunity to receive my personal tutelage for an entire hour. That caused the mech designers to really take notice. Textbooks weren't easy to digest, and the mech designers also needed to fulfill their other duties before they had time to study new knowledge. Being allowed to borrow a textbook for half a year would be enough for them to understand at least 95 of its contents. As for an hour's worth of personal tutoring from VS, this potential reward turned out to be very polarizing. Chapter 519, Teaching. VS lacked many advantages that could shore up his position. First, he wasn't a genuine journeyman, so he wouldn't be able to command respect by virtue of his status. Even if he had the biggest fist at the moment, many mech designers subconsciously believed that this would be a temporary state. It was much like how older advanced mech pilots all considered themselves as equals in skill. They all ran into the bottleneck that barred their way towards metamorphosing into an expert pilot. Even if they excelled in different skills, all of them were the same in the eyes of an expert pilot. Second, VS was an outsider. He didn't know anyone from before the Mech Corps drafted him, and even his fellow alumni from the Rittersberg University of Technology didn't know him. To be honest, back then he was so mediocre that no one bothered to pay attention to him. He wasn't like Patricia Schneider, who stood out as a genius out of place from the start. Bandying out his connection to Master Olsen didn't help much either. It explained his superiority to them, but rather acknowledging his accomplishment of gaining a master's attention, they envied him instead. Jealousy was a powerful human emotion that motivated countless people to irrational decisions. Third, their current conditions made it hard to form any bond. With the fleet moving through FTL for most of its 2-month journey, every mech designer needed to interact with each other through comms and projections. Though virtual technology made it easy to connect to each other, it was no substitute to being physically present in the same room. Besides, with the work schedules that VS planned to hand out week by week, everyone would be too busy to socialize. Those who reached their work targets faster than scheduled might squeeze some moments together, but those would be few and far in between. He thought back on his resolve to leverage what he possessed in order to get what he wanted. If he could leverage his unique talents in mech design to trade for the assistance of a biomedical institution to figure out his body, then why not use those same talents to achieve other goals? Mech design was the only thing he was good at, and for a long time VS thought himself as an ant among giants. With the existence of higher-ranked mech designers such as journeymen, seniors, masters and star designers, VS truly felt as if he had been playing with the sand. Even if he had the fortuitous assistance of the mech designer system, the device only let him catch up a little faster. It was only recently that his opinion of himself had undergone a shift. Interacting with so many different mech designers during his tour with the flagrant vandals allowed him to understand his place. I am more than an apprentice but less than a journeyman. He wasn't close to advancing. He could feel that deep within his bones. Yet he happened to be closer to the threshold than anyone else in the World Task Force, so VS happened to possess the most qualifications to be a teacher. What did other mech designers desire the most? They shared the same dream as VS. They wanted to reach past their limitations and progress their ability to design mechs until they reached the pinnacle in their profession. To do that, they needed to learn and improve. Studying textbooks was one way they would be able to absorb new knowledge, but having someone more knowledgeable teaching them the essence of what they missed was of incredible value. VS liked to think he would make for a great teacher. After all, his unorthodox learning process through the system crammed him with an extensive understanding of several fields. It lacked the holes, biases, misunderstandings, and outdated theories that everyone else had to struggle with as they read their way through stuffy textbooks. As VS announced the option to choose for an hour's worth of tutoring from him, most of the higher-ranked mech designers adopted a disdainful look. What he achieved, they could achieve as well. That was what they believed in their hearts. Only a couple of people that knew him better possessed an inkling of its value. If they could let go of their pride, they definitely stood to benefit a lot. As for the lower-ranked mech designers, they didn't have much pride to begin with. In front of their colleagues who achieved substantial success, their self-worth had long been ground to dust. As far as the vandals were concerned, these bunch of failures never got off the starting line. They weren't real mech designers, not like VS or Pierce or even the likes of Mercator. Yet because they never got a proper start, they desired what their more successful peers achieved more than anything else. VS could see the hunger in the expressions of their projections. Some hit it better than others, but almost every mech designer sitting in the back seats felt their long-dormant hope beginning to ignite. VS smirked inwardly at that. He successfully planted the seeds within their minds. Time would tell whether they germinated. The rest of the meeting didn't contain any more bombshells. He handed out schedules of the work that needed to be done in the next few days. He tasked Mercator and Trozen to keep track of every mech designer's progress on top of their current duties. VS didn't care if it ate away at their time. He threw out one more warning before he ended the meeting. Be careful when the task force arrives at our next destination. It's our last stop before we leave the Amodris Duchy, so it is the only star system where our pursuers have a hope of stopping us. Everyone will be called to battle stations anyway, but I hope you realize there is a chance we'll be plunged into combat as soon as our ships emerge from FTL. Some of them shrugged them off, inured to their positions as non-combatants who wouldn't be exposed to much danger. What happened to VS and Alec was an exception. Maybe a few of them would take his warning seriously, but VS didn't bet on it. In any case, he performed his due diligence. The projections winked out at the end of the meeting. No doubt everyone hurried to study the work schedule that VS just sent to their comms. Over the next days, every mech designer settled into a new routine. Some still worked on space-borne mechs while others started piecing together land-bound mechs. Through various indicators that directly fed into his terminal, VS kept a good gauge on everyone's progress. Compared to past performance, at least half of the lower-ranked mech designers achieved more results. They acted like they had a fire lit under their butts and obviously attempted to exceed their weekly quotas. When VS showed the changes to Iris, she whistled in appreciation. "Your little offer works better than I thought, boss. I never realized how desperate these novices are. Just an hour's worth of tutoring is enough to increase their productivity by a third." Perhaps not everyone would be able to maintain this level of hyperactive work, but that was good for VS as well. He didn't relish staying stuck in his office tutoring over a dozen individual students. "Not all of them are aiming for a tutoring session," VS added. "Some value the privilege of being able to borrow a textbook for half a year. Personally, I would go for this first before opting to receive a tutoring session, as the tutor can help me understand the contents of the book." A tutor only helped when the student already progressed their studies to a good extent. Only a full-blown teaching course would be able to help them understand a complete field from scratch. As much as VS was willing to be a teacher for a period of time, he didn't have the time to spare on such distractions. Maybe once the war came at an end, VS would reconsider the matter. In fact, the idea appealed to him in a way. Though VS was never one for lofty thoughts such as feeling the obligation to contribute to the growth of the next generation, he at least felt some understanding for other mech designers that decided to take up a teaching position. "I don't think you've offered to teach them out of a whim. What are you getting out of it, if I may ask?" "Teaching is a good way to get in touch with some good seeds," VS responded. "If work at it hard enough, I can begin to build my own network." Even Professor Velton used to teach at an institution in the Republic before she worked for the Flagrant Vandals. The MTA provided incentives to anyone that took up a teaching position, but even without that carrot, mech designers still sought to pass on some of their knowledge. Now that he reached a height where he could tentatively call himself a qualified teacher, VS already started scheming on what kind of advantages he could get out of this side activity. So you're aiming to build your own influence among the Vandals?" Iris nodded. "To be honest, forging some relationships during my stay with the Vandals is a bonus. A friend who is just a novice mech designer isn't very useful to me. What I'm really trying to do is to reel in some promising seeds and invite them to join my ventures after the war." Iris looked at his with widened eyes. "That's really far-sighted of you, sir. This is an excellent idea. Comrades who've gone through thick and thin during a war share the most lasting bonds." VS thought back about his uncles and aunts who told him stories when he was young. Those veterans often spoke fondly of their unbreakable connection with their comrades in arms. Some even visited them regularly to catch up on old times. If the Mech Corps hadn't dragged him into the war, VS would have resorted to cultivating relationships through teaching sooner or later. It was a good means to get in touch with promising mech designers that deserved some investment. Naturally, there was always the possibility that VS would pull out a gem from the rough, however minute this possibility actually turned out to be. If he taught someone half as smart as Oleg, he would quickly have a capable assistant at his beck and call. Still, there were risks involved with teaching as well. Some might abuse his trust or aim to steal his secrets. If someone knew about any of his major secrets, such as the existence of the system or his one attempt at breaking the taboo against weapons of mass destruction, VS would instantly be hunted down by the most powerful organizations in the galaxy. Others might turn out to be so talented that they might quickly surpass VS. Before, they lacked the opportunity to show of their excellence. Poverty, lack of connections, or just being a late bloomer doomed them into lowest echelons of mech designers. Once VS recognized their talents, pulled them up to his level, they would finally be able to spread their wings and show off their brilliance. VS didn't fear these occurrences, though he would definitely feel uneasy if any of these occurrences happened to him. That was the extent of it. If I feel uncomfortable about something, then it's not something to reject. He believed he protected his secrets well enough. Also, if some prodigy managed to shoot up and become a journeyman mech designer in record time, then that was nothing shameful. He wasn't petty to the point where he couldn't tolerate someone being better than him in mech design. There are already so many senior and master mech designers in the Komodo Star sector alone. What is the harm of one more addition? VS believed that with the help of the system, he could definitely become a master within a century. He set his sights much higher, so it was more important that he laid the best foundation possible than to race up the ranks with no regard to the end run. He couldn't help but think back on Morgan's theory that apprentices shouldn't rush to advance to journeyman. The mech designer that VS briefly acquainted back at boot camp might possess some very odd ideas, but this one kept lingering in the back of his mind. Chapter 520 Neural Interface. The gains and benefits of teaching took time to ferment. Right now, VS felt like a farmer who just sowed his seeds. He needed to wait at least an entire season for the crops to grow right before he harvested the fruits of his labor. Unexpectedly, an opportunity to practice his teaching came after they wrapped up the meeting. As soon as they returned to their office, Iris came up to his desk. "Can you teach me?" VS blinked at the sudden request. Iris hadn't done anything to merit such a privilege. She had her own work to perform, so asking him to tutor him right now was highly inappropriate. Still, he was never a stickler for rules. "As long as it doesn't affect your work too much, I'm fine if you want to receive some pointers." Iris put her hand on her hips and smirked. "I'm not expecting you to pass on your knowledge for nothing. Don't forget that I have my own strengths as a mech designer. My fundamentals aren't as solid as yours, but when it comes to neural interfaces, I dare say that even Professor Velton can't match the depth of my expertise." That was an extremely bold claim to make, and if VS thought a little more highly of the old woman, he would have reprimanded his assistant. "You shouldn't say such things out loud," he responded mildly. "Also, the study of neural interfaces is severely restricted by the MTA. I need to obtain a permit from the association before I'm allowed to immerse myself in this field. That's only important if you actually do something with your newly gained knowledge, such as designing your own neural interfaces. The MTA will let it slide if I am just giving you some pointers instead of trying to raise you up as a fully fledged neural interface developer. I'm not allowed to pass on the core teachings of the Jupiter family anyway." VS mulled the proposition carefully. After committing a heinous war crime behind the MTA's back at the system's behest, his instinctive reverence towards the all-powerful organization had taken a significant hit. The idea of bending some of their rules to his advantage didn't sound as bad. "Well, if you are sure they won't act, I'm open for an exchange." When VS explained the skills he was proficient in, and revealed some of the extent of his depth in physics, Iris looked very impressed at him. Somehow, her astonishment pleased him and spurred him on. "It takes years of study and access to a lot of good textbooks to reach my level. However, I can grant you access to a handful of helpful titles to get you starting on shoring up your fundamentals." "That's great. I can't thank you enough. Still, I'll feel guilty if you give me all of this help. I know I don't deserve it as I am right now." Iris tapped her delicate chin. "How about this? Let me teach you more than a few pointers about neural interfaces. In fact, if you don't have anything urgent on the agenda, let's start right now." VS recalled his current schedule and knew there was nothing on the agenda for today. "That's fine. I can determine whether this topic fits with my interests." From the Jupiter family's perspective, a mech designer who neglects the importance of neural interfaces are stunted in their growth. In the eyes of my elders, the MTA has gone overboard in restricting the study and development of neural interfaces after the infamous Farrand affair. Well, brainwashing through interfacing with your mech is a horrible nightmare that no sane person would wish to another, VS pointed out. The sanctity of the mind is a core value for humanity. When your thoughts have become the property of others, our race will cease to flourish. Humph. Iris huffed and waved her hand dismissively. Neural interface technology can be abused just as much as laser weapon or power reactor technology. In the wrong hands, they can achieve an enormous amount of devastation, but you never hear any reactor developer getting arrested for designing exploding products, do you? Abuse of other technologies are easy to spot and easier to prevent. The damage that neural interfaces do is often invisible and pernicious. The fear of the unknown is often scarier than the planet-cracking superweapons of the past. Well, let's agree to disagree then. Iris gave up on this argument. To her, VS had hopelessly been affected by too much MTA propaganda. The point I was trying to make is that while neural interfaces can do a lot of damage in the wrong hands, the flip side is also true. A well-designed neural interface that is geared towards specific mech pilots can boost their effective performance by the same margin. VS had often heard these kinds of claims, but it sounded fantasy back then. How is this possible? A mech has a defined level of performance. It's impossible to exceed the parameters of a spec sheet. I'm not talking about breaking the specs. Iris shook her head. As a mech designer, do you believe that a mech is constantly pushing its performance to match the upper limit of the specs in the spec sheet? VS paused at that question. Just because a mech exhibited a top speed of 100 km per hour didn't mean it ran at that speed all the time. Most of the time they would briskly walk to their destination, if only to minimize their energy consumption. The spec sheets only define the upper limits of the specs. Mechs don't push that far most of the times. This is where a good neural interface can make the difference. They smoothen and facilitate the man-machine connection so that the thoughts of a mech pilot will lead to more responsive performance from the mech. This enables the combination to switch between high and low states of their parameters on a whim. The best analogy that my family came up with would be like comparing a rubble-filled street with a well-paved street. Mechs are able to walk through a cleared street much more easily than a street that suffered the aftermath of a destructive battle. So in other words, thoughts flow faster and more effortlessly with a better neural interface? I wouldn't call it a better neural interface. There are ways you can elevate the absolute quality of an interface, but much of our craft concerns accommodating the unique minds of every mech pilot we've come across. Then are interfaces doomed to be a customized product that's bound to a single mech designer? Not to that extent. Instead, you can say that mech pilots fall into a couple of hundred different types. Do you know that some mech squads from the Galactic Center are grouped together because they possess the same neural profile? This allows them to pilot any mech in their squads without worrying about incompatibility. But is it worth it? The mechs we are working with so far are doing fine without any fancy tricks with their neural interface. That's because the MTA-mandated standard models are designed to be as compatible and complication-proof as possible. They're the safest and most limited models, and if you knew what neural interfaces are really capable of, you'll realize how crippled they really are. Well, in exchange for opting with these limited neural interface models, I'll at least benefit from some peace of mind, VS retorted. I don't think any standard neural interface model has ever malfunctioned since the MTA started promoting their use. Iris laughed at that. To me, it sounds as if you are willingly taking the hardest road when there's a much more easier path over to the sides. Neural interfaces that are able to demonstrate the potential of what they could do are highly precious because they enable a mech pilot to modulate the parameters with much less effort. Practically speaking, Mech pilots that make use of tailored neural interfaces are able to push their mechs to their upper limits without any strain. Now that finally caught his attention. If she was telling the truth, then the risks of catastrophic failure wasn't enough for VS to abort this plan. What's the difference between a standard neural interface and a better one? Besides the advantages that you already mentioned. The foundation of the control scheme of a mech relies on conveying the thoughts of the mech pilots to their mechs. Do you know how difficult that is? Mech cadets need months to get used to the disparity between controlling their human bodies and operating their mech bodies. A good neural interface is able to shorten this adjustment period until it's non-existent. This is the difference that good design and access to the best materials could bring to the table. That doesn't entirely answer my question. I get it that better materials allow you to construct a better interface, but what are the factors in the design that provide such a specific improvement? Iris smirked at him in an intrigued manner. What I'm about to say is a little controversial, but here goes. Neural interface developers are able to influence the man-machine connection. There are many dangers involved with this, the Farrand affair being one of the more subtle outcomes, but with careful prodding we're able to push a mech pilot into various patterns of behavior, such as improving their reaction speed or making them more alert to attacks from the rear. She was right. This was a massive bombshell to VS. Isn't that brainwashing? Every manipulation of the mind is a form of brainwashing. It's a meaningless catch-all term. We'd like to call it influencing. Through our predetermined designs, we're able to influence the set behavior of specific mech pilots into performing actions they normally wouldn't take. Of course, as mech designers we exclusively tried to come up with outcomes that will increase the odds of survival. That still doesn't change the fact that you're talking about unwilling manipulation. Do the mech pilots even know that their own neural interface is messing with their minds? We generally abstain from disclosing the truth to regular and advanced mech pilots. Registered neural interface developers like myself received special dispensation from the MTA to withhold the truth. Mech pilots aren't the smartest bunch of people in the galaxy. Telling them the full scope of what our neural interface do will only incite panic and fear. Maybe some of that panic and fear is justified, VS retorted. He hadn't completely calmed down from her earlier revelation. The more I heard about this, the more I'm leaning away towards accepting your teachings. No offense, Iris, but messing with the free will of man and machine deeply abhorrent to me. Like hacking mechs, manipulating mech pilots through their neural interface clashed directly against his design philosophy. Still, despite his reactions, Iris kept smirking at him. It was as if she had encountered plenty of skeptics before. Let me in on another secret, boss. You should know that every expert, ace, and god pilot receives a tailor-made custom mech, right? Of course. They're worth the investment, and they can't express their full abilities without a mech that fits their strengths. A custom neural interface is the key to facilitating resonance. While it's possible to achieve resonance with a standard interface, it's 10 times easier with a connection that is already programmed to strengthen the association connected to the resonance phenomenon. That meant that every elite mech pilot above the expert level willingly submitted themselves to a benign form of brainwashing. VS could not receive any more shocks for today. He held his heart and felt awfully conflicted. If Iris spoke the truth, what did it mean for his design philosophy? He held a lot of ambitions. He had no doubt that in the future that he would design plenty of elite mechs for experts and aces worthy to receive his assistance. With the current direction his design philosophy developed towards, VS would have to accept a handicap if he wanted to design an elite mech. Time seemed to freeze as his doubts and mental conflicts came to a head. He felt as if he needed to make a clear decision on the spot. Chapter 521 Making a Stand. A question bubbled up from his mind. Why does the MTA tolerate mind manipulation to this extent? Why does the CFA prohibit everyone from building armed warships while they field countless armadas of them? Why do the Big Two prohibit the use of weapons of mass destruction while employing them liberally in punitive actions? All of them stem from the same reason. Can you guess why? VS frowned and puzzled over what they shared in common. Is it because the CFA and MTA is powerful enough to ignore their own rules? That's part of it. They aren't being hypocrites for the fun of it. The reason why they break their own rules is because doing so increases their power. It's simple as that. Do you think humanity will last against the aliens occupying the other half of the galaxy if we outlaw all of our warships? That's too naive. It's the same story with weapons of mass destruction. Just because our society moved past their use doesn't mean we can afford to abandon them entirely. This was a familiar refrain to VS. The Common Fleet Alliance often justified the necessity of wielding enough power to wipe out every inhabited planet in human space by claiming that they needed it to stop the aliens from doing it themselves. It helped that the two transgalactic organizations largely kept by their promises and didn't abuse their power. Humanity had begun to take their neutrality and self-appointed caretaker roles for granted. Despite their obscure leadership and murky governance, trust in the two overarching organizations never wavered after the commencement of the Age of Mechs. They guarded the current order, and most humans in the galaxy thought they did a pretty decent job. Anything beat the waning days of the Age of Conquest. Okay, just because the CFA and MTA are allowed to get away with breaking their own rules doesn't mean that mech designers should be allowed to do the same. Is the power boost really worth the risk of irrevocably damaging the brains of elite pilots? Your tone suggests that even the slightest risk will lead to disastrous consequences. That's not the right way to look at this issue. Everything of value carries some risk. Take fire, for instance. Long before our race has left for the stars, our primitive ancestors hunted animals and foraged berries to sate their hunger. The discovery of fire advanced their civilization to a remarkable degree. Fire can hurt, yes, but it can also cook our meals or help with forging the building blocks of a permanent civilization. Fire is different from mental manipulation through a neural interface. You could argue that the former is absolutely necessary for the advancement of humanity, but mechs work fine without the latter. I disagree, she said. Beyond a certain point, there is a limit to how much we can maximize the performance of a design. Highly advanced technologies and miraculous exotics are extremely expensive to license and reproduce. On the other hand, up to a certain point, neural interfaces are mostly identical. It's not the hardware, but the software that gives them an edge. An exquisitely programmed neural interface can elevate the performance of a man-machine combination by as much as 50%. All without adding to the material cost of the mech. VS shook his head. Just because it's cheap isn't a good reason to resort to such a dangerous practice. Then let me give you a more practical reason. Even if you decline to make use of this tool, others won't. The entire reason why every elite mech makes use of mental manipulation is because their competitors are certainly trying to maximize their utility. Not only can they complement the mental blind spots of their mech pilots, they also make it a lot easier and more intuitive to call upon resonance. Remember Lord Javier's flashy last stand. You might think he's an idiot for naming and calling out his special moves, but it's a way to trigger a predetermined routine that facilitates the activation of a specific resonance effect. Granted, most mech pilots don't broadcast their moves in the open air. Hold on for a couple of minutes. I need to think this through. This was new information to VS. Perhaps that was why Lord Javier didn't go down easy. Constantine Reeve must have incorporated a custom neural interface that covered for the weaknesses in his piloting style. In addition, if the neural interface registered all of his special techniques beforehand, then it was extremely easy to trigger them by calling out specific phrases. This put the issue in a complicated light. Though VS had only heard about this from Iris, VS didn't need to corroborate her claims from another source. She was an expert in this matter and had no reason to lie. His intuition also led him to believe that she spoke the truth. Where did that leave him? Should he revise his entire stance towards manipulating the minds of mech pilots? In truth, it wasn't as if VS did something similar with the X Factor. As he grew increasingly more proficient in spirituality, his designs began to make a definite impact on the moods and thoughts of the mech pilots that used his products. Was he a hypocrite to accept his own brand of affecting minds while rejecting something similar through the use of neural interfaces? VS closed his eyes and breathed deeply. No, it was not the same. Neural interfaces were exceedingly delicate, and it only took a single misstep to damage a mech pilot's mind. As for the X Factor, though they might push a mech pilot to do things they didn't want to perform, as far as VS was aware of, a mech's spirituality never hurt any mech pilots. They worked on two completely different levels. Neural interfaces manipulated through physiological means, while the X Factor worked in the imaginary realm. The former imposed specific behavior onto mech pilots, while the latter expressed the living thoughts and instincts of the imaginary entity that VS attached to the designs. One was dead, while the other was alive. That's the difference. Other mech designers treated mechs as a lifeless tool. Tools weren't alive, and certainly wouldn't be able to express their own thoughts. In contrast, his mechs possessed the spark of life. As living entities, they deserved a say in the manner of which they would be used. Through the X Factor, mechs transferred some of their thoughts, instincts, and skills to their pilots so that the latter wouldn't dominate the man-machine connection. It's a partnership. Perhaps his rationalization sounded a little dubious, but it resolved his dilemma concerning the use of X Factor. VS no longer felt conflicted about influencing the minds of mech pilots through this transcendent method. VS could describe his forays into the X Factor and spirituality as an attempt to elevate mechs into becoming equal partners to mech pilots. It was a noble if fanciful goal that VS aspired to achieve someday. As for resorting to crass manipulation through the neural interface, VS felt nothing but disgust at the method. It was like trying to get a mech pilot to adopt a certain pattern of behavior by injecting them with stimulants. Strangely enough, VS felt as if something changed within him as he resolved his internal struggle. He suspected that his nascent design philosophy became a bit more substantial after defining some of the thoughts he previously took for granted. He turned back to Iris. I don't agree with your notion. I believe that mechs can still be good without the use of such a dangerous method. Do elite mechs exist that don't resort to manipulative neural interfaces? There are, but they're very rare. A mech simply isn't responsive enough if they come with the most restrictive neural interfaces. I don't think I've heard of any mech designer who advanced into a master mech designer while ignoring the obvious advantages of a custom neural interface. What you're pursuing is a dead end. Maybe she was right, but VS didn't give up. His design philosophy pushed him to make a stand. He may be able to lie to everyone, but he couldn't lie to himself. Even if he opted for the hardest choice, he didn't regret his decision. I'm sorry, Iris, but I truly can't agree with your proposition. Call me a fool, but as a mech designer, I believe that every dead end can be engineered around. An alternative just hadn't been found yet. Many mech designers have tried and failed. She sighed. Will you follow in their futile footsteps? Trying to avoid one dead end simply leads to other dead ends. The best and brightest of the galaxy have tried to tackle this problem and failed to come up with a solution without any exception. Do you believe yourself to be a messiah who can save us from the oppression of manipulative neural interface? Give me a break, boss. VS sensed that he might have lowered her regard for him with his mule-headed resolve. He couldn't help it. In order to maintain the integrity of his design philosophy, he couldn't allow himself to compromise on his ideals. Even a single exception could introduce a crack in his design philosophy, and might even bar him from advancing to journeyman for the rest of his life. Even if we disagree on this matter, that doesn't mean I don't find your lessons useful. VS spoke in an attempt to placate her. I'd like to learn the ins and outs about neural interfaces, if only so I can understand their workings and recognize if they are being fudged. You can tailor your lessons in this direction. Though Iris looked as if she wanted to leave the office, she relented and resumed her teaching, if only begrudgingly. VS attentively listened, and with his incredible intelligence, he had no problem trying to follow the theories she espoused. At the end of the shift, VS received enough of a crash course to embark on his own studies, though it would be very troublesome to get his hands on the restricted books. Does your access to the central database allow you to access a textbook on neural interfaces? Iris asked. VS tried it out but quickly faced a block. Even head designers couldn't unlock any materials regarding neural interfaces. He'd have to knock on Professor Velton's door to remove this block. It's a shame, but maybe it's for the better. I can't imagine that those who read these books from scratch have a high chance of screwing up. That meant he would be reliant on continued lessons in order to develop a shallow but broad of neural interfacing technology. You better teach me well for my trouble, sir, Iris demanded. I'm in a lot of trouble for telling you this much already. You definitely won't lose out, Iris. They separate at the end of the day. While Iris left the office first, VS stayed back and did some last-minute work to prepare for what might happen next. We're scheduled to arrive at the next star system sometime tomorrow. Throughout the past few days, VS received word of intel that their destination star system might host unwanted guests. From Iris, he heard that the regional rebels hadn't managed to deliver on their promises. What that actually entailed, VS didn't know. Iris directly brought the news to Major Verl, upon which he quickly issued some orders that increased the battle readiness of his task force. All signs pointed out to immediate trouble at the other end. Is it Emodries? Have they finally caught up with us? As one of the most powerful duchies in the Vija kingdom, VS had long believed they wouldn't let the flagrant vandals go without a fight. The past week of inactivity only increased his unease. If Emodries wanted to take revenge for the raid of their star systems, then the next star system should be their last chance to do so themselves. Once the fleet crossed into the Venids duchy, Emodries wouldn't be able to follow them through, as they would encroach on the territory of their rival. We'll see what happens tomorrow. Chapter 522 Mines. VS felt grateful to Iris for opening his eyes. Learning the truth about the incorporation of manipulative neural interfaces in custom mechs and elite mechs gave him another goal to work towards. Rather than lamenting the deplorable practices of today, VS aimed to effect a change. Whether he was being arrogant or inspiring remained to be seen. He believed that no matter whether he was right or wrong, the best mech designers should be bold and confident in their direction. After all, if VS followed the most popular path, he wouldn't be treading any new ground. What was the point of becoming a mech designer if every mech he designed was no different from anyone else's? It's safer to imitate than to innovate. That sounded somewhat familiar to VS. He thought back to the time he looked up the first original designs of his colleagues within the fleet. Many mech designers who never started their own businesses simply opted to tread the path of least resistance by designing obvious rip-offs of existing designs. VS disapproved of such a lazy choice, but he was realistic enough to know that copying each other's works happen all the time. A mech designer with a limited skill set could flex their design prowess in so many ways. Though they should have taken the effort to expand their RIA and learn how to design a true original mech, VS didn't blame anyone for opting for the convenience of cribbing a famous existing design. They'll only be limiting their own future progress. This wasn't any great secret. Opting to stick close to established designs allowed mech designers to overcome the difficult hurdles at the start of their careers. Many mech designers weren't even able to get off the starting point, so the desperation was evident. An easier start was well worth the price of facing a harsher bottleneck in the future. Where did that leave VS, for that matter? I'm different from the others. Unlike most of my colleagues, I can depend on my comprehensive skills and my creativity to design an original creation. I won't be lost if I don't have any recipes on hand. Naturally, he had to admit that making use of the system made it a lot easier to get to this point. If VS remained a conventional mech designer, then he might have needed at least a century of dedicated study and work to reach this level. Having reached this point in 2.5 years since the start of his career sounded very promising. I can afford to be bolder in my choices since nobody can match my specific advantage. I don't need to follow a conventional track to advancement. Working for the flagrant vandals may have curtailed opportunities to design his own mechs, but the circumstances he became exposed to help him in many other ways. Each difficult problem made him reflect on his design philosophy and forced him to make some tough decisions. No matter what answer he came up with, they all fleshed out his vision towards mech design. I probably won't be able to advance to journeyman during my time here, but I'll be able to accumulate more insights. Still, all of those thoughts didn't help him with the task force's more acute problems. VS needed to rest before the fleet emerged out of FTL. He wanted to be in the best condition. VS stretched his arms and retired for the day. Strictly speaking, he could go without sleep, but he still benefited if he kept to a regular human sleeping pattern. The next day, the mood throughout the Shield of Hispania turned tense all of a sudden. The Vandal crew members traversing the corridors ceased their easygoing or jovial behavior and adopted a sense of preparation. Nobody appeared to slack off, and everyone aboard readied the combat carrier for heavy action. VS stopped by his office to confirm his last preparations and to see whether his subordinates hadn't slacked off. To his disappointment, the results the other mech designers had achieved in the last few days was inconsistent. Many of the lower-ranked mech designers definitely worked harder than usual due to the reward he dangled in front of them. The real problem was that the higher-ranked mech designers failed to match the enthusiasm of their lessers. Certainly, a small handful felt motivated to compete for the reward, but other mech designers didn't even seem to try to win the privilege of borrowing a valuable textbook from the mech corps. "Iris, can you explain something to me?" She sighed. "What is it, boss?" "Why aren't the higher-ranking mech designers valuing the opportunity to borrow a textbook from the central database?" "That's easy to answer, Mr. Larkinson. They already enjoy similar types of access. Maybe they've earned a lot of merits, or maybe they are part of an organization that offers much of the same. Even so, good textbooks aren't easy to access. Don't underestimate the backgrounds of your underlings. Someone like Bovis Mercator isn't arrogant without a reason, you know. Though none of us have the benefit of being apprenticed to a master mech designer, we all have our reasons for making it this far." That was a fair answer, and it sounded logical as well. Higher-ranked mech designers almost always relied on a strong advantage or two to reach this point. To certain people, obtaining excellent textbooks posed no trouble at all. "Seems like my first carrot isn't working for everybody. I'll have to figure out some other bait to attract the rest." "I don't see why you need to bother, sir. You're obviously aiming to establish a connection with those who want to learn from you. As long as you've formed enough relationships, you don't need to befriend the rest." VS thought it over and figured that she had a better point than him. In any case, he would eventually relinquish the position of head designer, so it wasn't worthwhile for him to invest too much. "Are you ready to find out what we'll face in the next star system?" "Not really." Iris shook his head. "From what I've heard, Imodries has mobilized a significant amount of emergency assets to lock down this part of space. I don't know for certain what we'll face, but it won't be good. If we enter into battle, make sure your emergency gear is working all right. You never know when you might be forced to evacuate the Shield of Hispania." She laughed. Thanks for your concern, boss, but I have a lot of tricks up my sleeves. The next hours progressed agonizingly slow as the time to transition out of FTL soon came to pass. Just like last time during a space battle, VS had been invited to the command center by Major Vo. This time, he invited Iris as well, more for her contacts with the VRF than any insights she could provide as a mech designer. Miss Jupiter, Major Vol greeted cordially. Per our agreement with the Vision Revolutionary Front, we've unlocked a communications channel for your use. You can find the option embedded in the menu system of your secure seat. VS sank his body down onto a familiar-looking chair. He knew that should the unthinkable happen again, his seat would envelop him in a crash ball and keep him safe as best as possible while they tumbled out into space. This time, though, they would likely fight away from any planets or suns. That meant if VS got flung away in a random direction, his skeleton would very likely continue making this millennia-long journey through the void. Major, the VRF has just transferred a new update to us, she said after reading the notice that had been queuing up in her comm. Their scout vessels have been sniffed out from their hiding places by their counterparts from Emodries. They've been driven out of the star system short time ago. Some of their hidden bugs remain, but they don't have the numbers and fidelity to scan an entire star system. It's better than nothing. Provide me with their fleet composition. There are too many unknowns. Before they had been driven out, the rebels have counted at least 12 scout ships. Damn! That many scouts means that the main fleet is right behind our heels. Major Vrl erupted. How did they figure out our destination? He instantly set the fleet to the second highest alert status. Anyone acting suspiciously or wandering in the areas off limits to them would be arrested or fired upon immediately. VS looked fairly relaxed compared to anyone, but that was because he finished most of his work beforehand. He knew he needed to reserve most of his energy to serve as a mech analyst in order to provide Major Vrl with sensible suggestions. 5 minutes until transition. He looked at Iris, who was currently having a private conversation with someone from the VRF. She hadn't forgiven him yet for yesterday's clash. VS hoped she would mellow out and forget the clash in beliefs after today. They had more things to worry about than a philosophical disagreement. 4 minutes until transition. VS actually looked forward to resuming his lessons. Neural interfaces formed somewhat of a black hole to his knowledge base. Becoming familiar with how they worked allowed him to gain a head start compared to his peers. 3 minutes until OPHHH. The shield of Hispania lurched, and their stomachs lurched as well. Fortunately, everyone had strapped themselves down so nobody flew in wild directions. Only a couple of unsecured objects fell from the tables or other surfaces. Sitrep now! We've been forced out of FTL. Detecting gravitic anomalies in the vicinity. An unknown force has planted an artificial gravity disturbance on our direct path to the destination star system. We are several light minutes beyond our estimated emergence point. VS, Iris, Major Vrl, and many others realized the significance of this act. Emodries or whoever laid in wait had deduced their exact trajectory and laid a trap at the end. One of the combat carriers of the fleet lurched again as something exploded against her hull. Detecting mines! They are homing in on our ships! Bring our Kara Mechs into position and sortie our Mechs! We need all hands on deck to beat back this ambush. This was an ambush, plain and simple. Are there any Mechs or ships in the vicinity? Major Vrl asked the sensor operator. None found so far, sir, but they could be lurking nearby in stealth and with most of their systems off. The disruptors planted in the vicinity and the mines that are constantly exploding around us is interfering with our proximity scans. A minute passed as several ships got battered by mines. VS understood that whoever laid this field opted to go for quantity instead of quality. The mines also didn't seem to be of the most expensive variant, so most of the combat carriers could cope with the blasts. The real danger lay in what was next. This minefield appeared to be endless, and they hadn't even met the actual culprits in combat yet. Furthermore, while the combat carriers could cope with the mines for now, their transports and logistics ships wouldn't be able to survive more than a single mine. Protecting them from the mines that homed in on them proved to be a demanding task, especially since it appeared the mines received some sort of signal that changed their targeting priority. The mines are trying to go around our combat carriers. They are targeting our logistics ships. Keep firing upon them. Mech emerged from the hangar bay hatches and moved to intercept the rather stealthy mines. While their payloads weren't very impressive, they made up for it in speed and maneuverability. Many ranged mech pilots exhibited a lot of trouble in trying to shoot them down. Our adversaries are trying to exhaust us, a tactical officer asserted. From what our scans have detected so far, this minefield encompasses an estimated amount of 100,000 mines. That was enough to blow up the entire task force 10 times over if they all hit their ships. Chapter 523 Delayed. Interception happened fairly frequently in chases. A force with a superior number of ships would cast a net over a range of star systems and observe every ship transitioning in and out of FTL. If they spotted a fleet heading into a specific direction, as long as the sensors captured enough details, it was possible to trace a line between the starting point and the end point. Naturally, the line only served as a rough guide. FTL travel followed curves instead of straight lines, and a more turbulent gravitic environment distorted the actual route even further. Therefore, intercepting a ship in FTL by laying down gravitic disturbances at the midpoint was plainly unrealistic. It would be like casting a man-sized net into an enormous river. In addition, the current level of FTL technology at the Komodo star sector's disposal didn't allow ships to stop midway. Ships could only set their destination on some sort of gravitic anchor such as star systems, black holes, or rogue planets. Thus, setting a possible ambush at a possible midpoint was moot, because the ambushing force wouldn't be able to reach that area of space in the first place. The best solution would be to ambush a fleet at or near the end destination. The closer a ship reached her destination, the more it funneled closer along the line that ran through the starting point and the destination point. This made it possible to lay down a minefield and sprinkle it with gravitic mines to act as FTL disturbances. Even then, the odds of catching a fleet was minimal due to unreliable intelligence and the randomness involved with FTL travel. In truth, the star system laid down several different minefields spread out over other possible approach angles. This increased the odds of catching their prey. In truth, the Vol task force was bound to be caught in a net of gravitic mines once they decided to jump to this system. The trapping force had cast too many nets at the mouth of the river. Identify those mines! I got it! VS said as he finished matching the parameters of the mines to the ones in the database. It's the Mech 25E, from the same manufacturer as the XXRX missiles. They're military-grade light mines fabricated from Emodries. Emodries had finally caught up to them. Tell me more! VS quickly read through the traits of these mines. The Mech's light mines are meant to be employed as traps. They're stealthy, light, networked, cheap, and are built to be fast. They aren't very evasive, but due to their speed it becomes possible to spread them very wide, covering the highest volume possible. Their only weakness is that they don't have much of a payload, but because they're employed in an enormous volume, that isn't too much of a problem. We are getting stung by a hive of bees, Major Volk concluded. This succinctly described their current predicament. Bees couldn't deal much damage to a human, but once they gathered in a swarm, they gained the ability to deal fatal damage. Because the minefield encompassed a huge volume, it took a lot of time for the mines to boost towards the ships in their midst. Every space mine possessed powerful but short-range thrusters that allowed them to mimic missiles in some sense. Though they lacked some of the capabilities of true missiles, it nonetheless allowed them to approach their targets instead of passively waiting for their targets to bump into them at point-blank range. Every second, more mines converged onto the task force. Fortunately, the Vandals had been prepared for every eventuality, so they deployed remarkably quickly. The ranged mechs took out mines from afar, while the Akara heavy mechs that hid behind the bunkers built along the hulls of the combat carrier acted as the last resort. Mine impacts began to decrease, but they never ceased. The flagrant Vandals never employed enough ranged mechs. Their bias towards melee mechs came to bite them back with vengeance. It would be suicide for melee mechs to destroy the mines up close, as they possessed just enough power to take out a mech in a single blast. Still, while the Vandals didn't have much experience in dealing with minefields, they encountered this kind of situation a number of times. "Arm the useless melee mechs with any spare rifles we can give them," Major Vril ordered. "Sir, that would put us at risk of a mech ambush. No enemy force would want to mingle in this minefield. The odds of friendly fire is too great. Still, leave 20% as guards but arm the rest." The Vandals fielded an overwhelming amount of humanoid mechs, and this provided them with a lot of flexibility. Swordsman mechs and spearman mechs holstered their primary weapons for bog-standard laser rifles. The melee mechs wielded the rifles awkwardly, as their limbs lacked the delicate precision that was necessary to handle them with accuracy. Nonetheless, the melee mechs didn't need to be too accurate. As long as they kept shooting, they were bound to hit one of the mines, especially since the mines single-mindedly approached the fleet at the cost of evasion. The situation came under control as the task force intercepted most of the mines on approach. Damage report. Light to moderate damage to armor cover throughout the fleet. The antecedent sustained the heaviest damage. Good. Major Vril grinned. The antecedent was one of their fatter combat carriers. Though she lost her original compressed armor coverage, the bulk of her cheaper armor made her more resilient than the shield of Hispania. During this ambush, the antecedent released the strongest signals, acting as a beacon for ordnance to home in on. Other ships suffered a fair amount of damage as well. Some impacts even targeted the same armor section, causing it to lose all protection and exposing the closest compartments to the vacuum of space. Bee stings or not, successive mine explosions hurt the combat carriers a lot. Even worse was this might only be the start. Minefields are never left alone. There should be some ships from Emodries lurking in the vicinity. Watch for signs beyond the minefield. Unfortunately, their sensors detected nothing at all. The constant mine detonations only made it harder to find an enemy that tried their best to hide. Identify the shortest distance to the edge of the minefield and orient our heading towards that direction. We need to escape this field. It took some more scanning, but they finally managed to develop a vague estimation of the scope of the minefield. The Vandal ships had emerged from FTL in the lower portion of a massive sphere. They only needed to traverse a third of the sphere's radius to escape the minefield. The only problem was that the sphere was in the process of contracting. Every mine received instructions from a hidden vessel that transmitted the exact coordinates of the Vandals. Thus, it would take a lot of time to build up speed and shake off the mines. Major Vril ordered the ships to move in any case. Mines generally couldn't move for long before running out of fuel, so the most effective way to shake off the mines was to wait for them to expire. Yet to do so would take too long. A change overcame the mines. They no longer tried to press into the Vandals as frantically as before. Their pacing became more measured. Fewer mines came in, allowing the defenders to relax and even rotate their defense. We haven't managed to detect any enemy vessels in the vicinity, sir, the tactical officer reported. This tells us that Emodres likely hasn't deployed enough ships to threaten us. This minefield has been laid out on a contingency. If Emodres has readied a fleet, it must be elsewhere. It will take at least an hour to several days for that fleet to converge on our location. The minefield has gone from trying to destroy our ships to trying to delay our escape. Though this reduced the chances of sustaining significant damage, no one smiled, including Major Vull. Reinforcements are on the way. If we fall for their stalling tactics, it will be too late to escape once their main fleet arrives. Seems like Emodres has learned from Venitz. VS and Major Vull expected to face these kinds of situations from Venitz. It was right out of their playbook. First, they spread out mines and mixed them with gravitic emitters. Once their nets caught a fish, their heavy fleets converged on the fish that frantically tried to escape. Once Venitz's forces caught up with the trapped fish, they would ground it down and make it impossible for it to escape. We need to get out this trap, Vull stated. Find me a solution. The endless mines made it impossible for the ships to transition back into FTL. It was as if someone tried to sleep, but the person next to them snored like a trumpet. There was no escape from their predicament unless they changed their situation. VS tried to look through the central database to see if they developed any hacking solutions for the Mech's light mines. He found nothing. The mines are too new. The Mech Corps hasn't been able to crack their programming yet. Relying on the hackers serving with the Vandals to hack the mines was unrealistic. They needed months or years to overcome their virtual security. Emodres would only give them a day at most to get away. VS concluded that unless they retained a genius hacker, the flagrant Vandals wouldn't be able to do a thing about the mines. Other than shooting them, they would continue to obey the programming of the hidden Emodres stealth ship lurking just outside the minefield. Even destroying the stealth ship wouldn't change anything, as the mines would continue to follow their last instructions. Even without any human holding their hands, mines could persist for decades trying to follow the same order. How long until we escape this minefield? At least 6 hours, depending on their fuel reserves. Too long. The mines obviously switched to some sort of fuel-efficient mode. This allowed them to move around for an extended period of time. That the controllers opted to switch to this mode meant they felt confident that their reinforcements would arrive in less than 6 hours. As the command center's officers attempted various solutions, often without result, VS continued to scour the database for possible solutions. He couldn't find any viable solution. The military-grade space mines left no loopholes for them to exploit. VS also lacked the expertise to attempt to hack the mines himself or interfere with their programming. He wanted to pull out a solution so badly, but with no Mechs in sight, most of his expertise couldn't be brought to bear. Right now, the Mech officers kept it all together. Their Mechs had been split up into 3 shifts. Each of them took turns to shoot down the relentless mines. Once a shift ran low of energy or ammunition, they swapped with the next shift and replenished their supplies. This happened on and on for hours because they couldn't think of anything better. All the while, a hidden doomsday clock ticked above their heads. At the predestined time, their end would come in the form of a massive Emodres punitive fleet. Iris. Is there no way the rebels can lend us a hand? She shook her head. I'm sorry, but all of their assets have been chased away from this star system. Besides, they won't be of much help even if we do enlist their aid. They aren't particularly well equipped. This highlighted their helplessness in the face of an enemy trap. No matter what, for their FTL trajectory to be predicted accurately to this extent meant that they had some traitors among the Vandals. At the very least, an insider leaked valuable navigation data to the enemy. The traitor might even be transmitting their telemetry to the enemy right now. VS looked up and activated a rare command. He wanted to speak to Major Vull in private. Chapter 524 Phantom. VS conveyed his suspicions about a traitor among the Vandals to Major Verl after the latter accepted his request for a private conversation. Privacy screens enveloped them both as they talked among themselves. The Mech commander didn't look pleased. "Even I can figure that out, Mr. Larkinson, but what will that help? My ships and mechs are surrounded by mines, and it will take hours for us to disentangle from them. If your solution doesn't help us get out faster, it's not worth my time." "Sir, we already inferred there is at least one Emodri's stealth ship in the vicinity that is directing the minefield. What if the traitor in our midst is transmitting our telemetry to them? I want to find this traitor, not to shut him up, but to piggyback on his signal to the enemy presence. Once we know the approximate coordinates of the enemy ship, we have more options available to us." VS actually didn't know how useful that information would be, but Major Verl definitely took note. "I'm intrigued, but I can't allocate any personnel to search for the traitor. You can be assured that our quantum entanglement nodes are locked down, so those who are attempting to transmit something will have to resort to regular methods." The Major basically foisted this task on his lap without any further help. VS was only willing to pursue this matter because he didn't have anything else to do. Trying to crack the mines was impossible, while the enemy hadn't shown off any mechs for him to analyze. VS did keep one eye on the status of each mech designer in the task force. So far, they all remained at their stations and on standby. No mech sustained any damage so far, and the most complicated operations the mech technicians had to perform was to replenish supplies. They could do without his supervision. In any case, they wouldn't try to pull anything off while Emodris aimed to kill them all. With their survival at stake, the mech designers definitely did their best. At least he thought so. Could one of our mech designers be the traitor? The possibility was real. If they worked for the enemy, they could do a lot of damage. Their position enabled them access to many mechs, all of which they could tamper in various ways. They also possessed the technical acumen to screw around with computer systems, thereby installing some sort of backdoor through which they could transmit hidden signals to an unknown receiver. After some thought, he eventually ruled it out. First, the Mech Corps already screened everyone's identities, and even if the Vandals got the dregs, they still passed at least a minimal security check. Secondly, mech designers never worked in isolation. All of their actions received scrutiny, whether it was from the ever-present security surveillance or from the mech technicians that received their instructions from them. A mech designer almost never worked alone. Still, that didn't rule out mech designers entirely as a risk. Since they fell under his responsibility, VS checked them out one by one. He pulled up live feeds that watched over the mech designers and skimmed them over, looking for any signs that seemed suspicious. Though he eventually found a handful of figures who attempted to do some shady activities, VS tentatively ruled out the possibility that they passed on information to someone else. Too many of them are working alongside the mech technicians. He took a step back and regarded the flagrant Vandals as a whole. If VS wanted to put a traitor with the Vandals, who should he pick? Mech pilots are under too much scrutiny. It should be a ship crew member of some sorts. Not enlisted personnel, since they often worked alongside their colleagues. It's more likely that the culprit is an officer. Perhaps a communications officer or a sensor officer. Major Verl at least handed him a temporary boon that allowed him access to the task force's entire surveillance system. If VS wished the Vandals ill, he could do a lot of damage with this expanded access. Perhaps the only reason why Major Verl expanded his access privileges was because they occupied the same compartment. The mech officer would always be able to keep an eye on his actions while VS did the heavy lifting. VS shrugged at that. They all shared the same goal in the end, and that was to make it out of this trap alive and free. He began to scour through the feeds depicting the communications and sensor officers with a very wide sweep. He projected dozens of feeds in a grid and ran the footage simultaneously. He strained his enhanced mind to cope with the sheer amount of multitasking needed to interpret the footage. Nobody? None of the people looked suspicious. They all did their jobs with varying levels of enthusiasm, but VS didn't care about that. Though there were many ways in which someone could hide something dastardly in front of someone's eyes, VS wouldn't be able to tell. He didn't specialize in sniffing out deception. He only investigated these vandals on a hunch. So it's not the officers, and looking through the enlisted spacers takes too much time. Where did the traitor hide, presuming that the traitor even existed in the first place? This could all be a suspicion born out of his habitual paranoia. Only a vague sense of intuition pushed him to continue his search. He thought it would be worthwhile to go through with his investigation. Even if he couldn't achieve anything else, he would feel better if he verified the trustworthiness of every vandals. After ruling out certain officers, VS shifted his mind onto a different track. What if it's not the ship officers at all? Many of our mech pilots come from shady or troubled backgrounds. Who's to say that they are all repentant and sincere in their time with the vandals? Questioning the loyalty of mech pilots was an exceedingly contentious issue. Nobody wanted to be foisted with a baseless accusation of being a traitor, and mech pilots often lashed out with physical violence. What do I care? They're either sitting in their mechs on standby or have deployed into space to intercept the mines. I only need a brief look to placate my concerns. VS began to do the same thing he did with the officers. He called up many feeds and stacked them next to each other so that he could save time. From looking at their faces, VS understood that the mech pilots lost some of their edge at the start. The constant and predictable stream of mines made it easier for the vandals to cope. However, this in fact lulled the vandal mech pilots into a false sense of security. The worst thing about their complacency was that VS couldn't tell them to pay more attention. The constant mine bombardment would definitely stretch out over hours, so every mech pilot had already prepared to deploy for the long haul. As VS swiped his hand over the projection and let another set of footage play in front of his eyes, the same pattern of complacency appeared yet again. This might even be the full scope of their trap. Emodries intends to delay our escape, wear down our nerves and lull us in a false sense of security. Iris turned her head to VS and nodded. That's what makes it so important to get rid of this minefield. There are too many ways in which our opponents can mess with us. They're only stringing us along because it will take some time to gather enough ships that can match our half-regiment. VS already understood that. Emodries had cast a lot of nets, expecting most of them to accomplish nothing of note. The spread of traps over many star systems placed the punitive fleets in a fairly awkward position. They couldn't possibly split up their forces and garrison each planet with a small handful of military-grade combat carriers. VS bet that the main enemy force parked in the most centrally placed star system. This meant there was an inevitable delay before they arrived at the star system that hosted the net that caught their enemies. It's strange for Emodries to employ this kind of trapping strategy. Do you think that Emodries has let down some of their pride and asked Venids to collaborate on our capture? That's simply not possible. Even if their capital planets are bombarded from orbit, they would never deign to ask their rivals for help. Their mutual disagreement is intense. Emodries believes that Venids suppliers charge too much for their export materials, while Vendais thinks that Emodries is taking advantage of them. The rivalry between them reaches the very top, from what we've gathered. Okay, I can see the chances of collaboration is low. Venids might not even want to stop us as long as we are still inside the borders of the Emodries duchy. They want to see their rivals suffer a humiliating defeat. That only make Venids more eager to catch us themselves, Iris pointed out with resignation. How better to show that they are better than Emodries than to catch a prey that their bumbling neighboring territory had let slip from their grasp? We can worry about that tomorrow. Right now, we need to get out of our current fire. VS kept flitting over footage of mech pilots out in space or held back until their shift came up. His eyes raked over hundreds of faces, which all responded in a variety of ways at their current predicament. Suddenly, VS stopped swiping his hands to bring up the next set of pilot footage. His eyes narrowed into slits as he studied the peculiar behavior of one of the pilots. He read out the brief summary of the mech pilot's profile. Nemo McAllister. Male, 28 years old. 3-year veteran. Light mech specialist. Known for being a violent drunk. Never let him close to a drink. Nemo piloted an Inheritor mech. The light skirmisher didn't come with any ranged weapons that would have been useful in shooting down the mines, but the Vandals handed it a light laser rifle they had in stock. Nemo frantically fired at the mines that entered his arc like his very life depended on it. He wasn't too bad of a shot either. This immediately caught his attention. A 3-year veteran isn't really a veteran at all. We might be facing an onslaught of mines, but they haven't reached the point of threatening our lives so far. This guy is way too panicky to match our current circumstances. To VS, it felt as if the man tried too hard to convey his fears to his observers. This act might not have looked out of place immediately after they dropped out of FTL, but now that a lot of time had passed, everyone should have calmed down somewhat. Iris, look at this fellow, will you? Do you think he's a fake? Iris took a brief glance at Nemo. If he's a spy, he's a really bad one. Maybe he's faking it for another reason. No matter how long I stare at him, I can't see him as a spy at all. Even if Nemo wasn't the phantom that VS was looking for, his abnormal behavior still merited a closer look. VS leaned forward and pulled up the Inheritor's telemetry. Having studied and worked at its design for an extended period of time, VS gained a good understanding of its workings. The biggest advantage to becoming head designer was that the Vandals finally pulled open the curtain that hid some of the inner workings of the core components. Parts such as the power reactor or the flight system no longer appeared in the form of black boxes. VS could intimately study how they ticked at his leisure, though the risks of contaminating his design philosophy still remained. Though VS had been busy ever since he became the head designer, he hadn't neglected this opportunity entirely and briefly studied the uncensored versions of Inheritor, Akara and Hellcat designs. This was why he immediately spotted an anomaly in Nemo's Inheritor. Chapter 525 Issuing Orders. Who was Nemo McAllister? VS didn't know. He appeared to be one of the younger and more recent Vandal mech pilot recruits. His proficiency in piloting light mechs matched well with the Inheritor light mech, causing his performance to be better than some veterans who normally gravitated towards medium mechs. Initially, Nemo drew attention due to his panicking expression. It looked very genuine, which was strange since the flagrant Vandals currently had the situation under control. So long the ambushers from Emodries aimed to stall their escape, they didn't have to worry too much so long as they continued to shoot down the converging space mines. This discrepancy prompted VS to look over the telemetry of Nemo's Inheritor to see if it exhibited any anomalies. VS immediately detected something strange with his sharp eyes. Oh, to a normal mech designer, the telemetry being broadcast appeared absolutely normal. Its power reactor fed enough power to its flight system and weapon. Its borrowed light laser rifle heated up and expended a predictable amount of energy with each beam being unleashed. Its sensors entered the most appropriate scanning mode and linked up with the Vandal battle network to share its readings with the combat carriers. All of it showed that the Inheritor worked properly, if not for one subtle mistake. The fuel for the emergency boosters embedded in the cockpit did not react properly to the changes in the interior of the mech. Oh, certainly, the fuel warmed up when the interior warmed up, and it cooled down when the heat got shunted away. Yet the rate in which it changed temperature seemed a little strange to VS. He knew what kind of fuel the cockpit utilized. Cockpit fuel needed to be steadier than normal in order to ensure it wouldn't spontaneously ignite. They underwent expensive treatment in order to make them safer. It wouldn't have been cost-effective to let fuel-based mechs run with stabler mixtures of fuel, but it was worth it when it came to infrequent purposes such as feeding the boosters of a cockpit as it ejected from a dying mech. VS happened to know the traits of the fuel, so the temperature shifts that VS witnessed from the telemetry didn't match up. He came to a quick but incomprehensible conclusion. The telemetry in this section is faked. He scratched his head at the puzzle. Why would anyone attempt to fake the readings for cockpit fuel? Was there something else taking the place of fuel for the ejection system? VS tried to dig into this issue a little deeper, but he failed to find out more due to his lack of privileges. It was extremely dangerous for a mech to be too networked. As a remote mech designer, VS barely possessed any rights besides being able to access the inheritor's telemetry. I need physical access to inspect this mech. In the meantime, he couldn't come to any conclusions. Why would anyone try to tamper with the fuel? And was this the reason why Nemo seemed panicked? If someone fudged the cockpit's ejection system, then Nemo has no escape. If his mech ever got damaged, he'll have to go down with his mech. This might be why Nemo constantly looked like he wanted this battle to end as quickly as possible. If he knew about this strange anomaly, then he should certainly cherish his life. At least the other Vandal mech pilots could count on ejecting in time. He still didn't understand the point of this. All he knew that a small part of Nemo's inheritor was not as it seemed. The best VS could tell, some mech designer or mech technician removed something in order to make way for another component. Something important and sensitive enough to hide. Perhaps a hidden transmitter? He shook his head. It didn't appear to be a transmitter, as none of the mechs in the vicinity detected any transmissions from the inheritor. None passed the usual transmissions anyhow. VS looked up Nemo's berth and noted down his inheritor's mothership. He dug up some logs and saw that the same trio of mech technicians serviced his mech. Working on a hunch, VS inspected some of the other mechs serviced by those mech technicians. Most mechs appeared to be normal to his eyes. Yet his persistence was rewarded when VS found the same anomaly on another inheritor mech. Again? What is the purpose of this? Besides the two inheritors, all the other mechs that this group of mech technicians serviced appeared normal and untampered. All of this puzzled VS to the point where he questioned whether this was an issue he should be digging into right now. My goal was to find a possible spy in the crew. Nemo and that other fellow don't seem like spies. Nemo looked afraid while the other pilots seemed unaware of his predicament. No matter what was going on, VS couldn't allow these unauthorized modifications to persist. Who knew what the suspicious bunch of mech technicians tried to pull off? The question that came to VS was what he should do about it. He thought about reporting it to Major Vril, but the issue might only distract the mech officer from the battle. Since mechs came under his purview, VS decided to solve it on his own. Since the two mechs were compromised in some fashion, VS needed to treat them as if they could blow up at any moment. In no way would he feel secure in bringing the mechs back to their berths where they could potentially explode and devastate an entire hangar. Whether this strange occurrence had anything to do with spies or something else, VS thought they would be better off if the two suspicious mechs could be cleared before he decided to bring them back to the Finmouth Regal, the high-capacity combat carrier from whence they came. VS began to smirk as he began to come up with a devious idea. He turned to his comm and called his deputies, putting them in an impromptu conference call. Head designer? Mr. Larkin's son. VS nodded at Mercator and Trozen. The two most senior mech designers under his command hadn't outwardly worked against him in the past week. They faithfully discharged their responsibilities without fault, so VS couldn't pick a bone with them on that. No matter. He could still jerk them around in other ways. A situation has come up. 2 inheritor mechs that are currently deployed in space exhibit anomalies in the telemetry they send back to the battle network. Both of them happen to be serviced by the same group of 3 mech technicians. I can't determine what is different with these mechs, but the lack of documentation or permission for these changes as well as the attempt to hide them from our network warrants an immediate investigation. What do we have to do, sir? Mercator asked impatiently. Do you wish us to send some guards to detain the mech technicians? VS waved his hand in dismissal. I'll leave that to someone else. Your jobs are much more important. Those compromised inheritors have to be inspected as fast as possible, but it is too risky to bring them back to the Finmouth Regal. I want you two to board a shuttle and go to each inheritor mech and make an inspection of its cockpit and the internals around it on the spot. Both of the mech designers looked shocked. That's suicide, sir! Mercator suddenly blew up. This is an outrageous demand. You'll be sending us out into space where hundreds of mechs are firing all kinds of ordnance. You'll be sending us out into an active battlefield where space mines are constantly exploding all around us. Trozen objected as well, though she at least maintained her cool. Head designer, I respectfully urge you to reconsider. We are currently engaged in a running battle. Our ships and our mechs are constantly accelerating in order to outrun this mobile minefield. If we need to perform an inspection on a mech under these circumstances, the mech needs to stay online with its flight system engaged in order to avoid being left behind. It's too difficult to inspect a mech's internals with all of these complications. VS attempted to stare sternly at the two. Orders are orders. Those mechs could either be carrying bombs that are meant to cripple one of our ships or transmitters that is feeding valuable data to the enemy. I can't tell. And that's bad, because this issue might concern the safety of the entire fleet. You two are my best mech designers, so there is none who are more suitable to be sent out than the two of you. Or do you want me to report you two to security for insubordination? Both of them shuddered at that threat. The Mech Corps took a dim view on insubordinate behavior, especially when it popped up during battles. Mech pilots could be willful and rebellious, but when the fighting started, they came together as brothers and sisters in arms. Mech designers might not completely fit in the hierarchy of the Mech Corps, but they happened to share most of their penalties. During an active engagement, VS was their superior and could issue any reasonable orders to them. Of course, the exact definition of reasonable differed from person to person. That made the order to investigate the 2 inheritors so dangerous. Mercator and Trozen took a brief look at the telemetry that VS had shown them, who pointed out the anomaly. Though they wouldn't have been able to detect anything suspicious at the start, once VS told them what to look for, they sensed the strangeness of these mechs as well. What if it's a bomb? Mercator tried again. This is a reasonably possibility, sir. Getting close to probe the suspicious may even cause them to detonate prematurely. Haste is of the essence. I'll generously allow you to borrow some diagnostic bots from the workshops. You can insect them first via remote. However, we can't rely on machines to do the probing for us. Once the bots clear the inheritors of apparent threats, I want the 2 of you to do a personal inspection. Both of you must exit the shuttles to do so. Despite their objections, VS refused to be swayed by them. What he suggested might be risky for his deputies, but it was the safest decision when considering the entire fleet. Actually, it would have been safer to order the mech pilots to abandon the compromised mechs on the spot, but that left his questions unanswered. VS really wanted to know why that same group of mech technicians tried to hide. His deputies eventually gave up as they saw that VS was determined to send them off. With his authority, they requisitioned shuttles for themselves and some crew to man them and assist them with the inspection. The vehicles soon set off. In order to hasten the inspection and reduce some of the risks, VS marked the 2 mechs out with his authority. As the highest-ranking mech designer among the Vandals in the task force, his word carried a decent amount of weight. If he claimed that the two Mechs needed to be pulled out of the line of a battle for an emergency inspection, the Vandals didn't argue against his expert opinion. Thus, VS watched with trepidation as the two inheritors pulled back from the defensive envelope and neared the shuttles launched from the fleet. Once a shuttle came close to one of the suspicious Mechs, they matched velocities and acceleration, keeping their relative distance stable. The shuttle hatches opened up soon after, releasing bots that hovered around the inheritors while performing scans. VS stared at his console and saw that the bots hadn't helped very much. Their scans lacked the power to penetrate the deceptive readings. "Enough dallying around," VS ordered. "Go out there in person." The bots returned to the shuttles after another minute of fruitless scanning. Moments later, Mercator and Trozen emerged from the same hatch and began to float towards the Mechs. Both of them had chosen to be encased in the thickest hazard suits they could get their hands on, and carried a whole pack of tools on their backs. Once they reached their assigned Mechs, they began to make a thorough investigation. All the while, mines continued to detonate around them while laser beams and projectiles disgorged into space by the hundreds.